I've gotten into it before. This whole thing with Sinder and the drama and all of that is, you know, more important than we think, especially as a VTuber. It has a lot more purpose, and it's very important for us to realize and to break down the facade, right? And there has to be a certain point in which people start to realize and they stop allowing these VTubers to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And, you know, start shit, not start shit, you know, it's more important than it is like face value. Face value, you can mark this down as some high school, you know, Mean Girls drama that has no purpose, right? Like we could chalk this down to that. But deeper under that, as a VTuber, it has a lot more meaning. It is very important that we stop allowing people to set themselves on their own podium and avoid criticisms for actions that they take. Because what this did, what it could have done, and I think it has actually succeeded in doing it, is creating a cult. And I mean that in a way of, you know, the ones building the accusations are pretty much free from scrutiny, and they're pretty much free from any sort of pushback on this. And the pushback has led to some very poor actions in the other people's parts that are being justified by, well, Sinder was a bad person, you know, because Sinder was bad. Oh, this other person can be bad. And because this other person can be bad, you know, we have two wrongs making a right, when they don't. Two wrongs don't make a right. It takes like 4 of those. Okay. But can they just get lawyers already? Maybe a PR team, but no one's trying to make legal action out of it. Hi, YouTube is crazy, you know? And it's one of those things that it has more meaning than it actually does. Because twice now, like, Sinder, like here's how I think about it, right? We had 5 VTubers, the largest in the VTuber scene, come out with multiple Google Docs within minutes of each other, harass somebody down to a lack of career in which that they've stopped streaming for 5 months. And then everyone else goes on about their merry day. And then we career assassinated someone's livelihood over something not that big. It wasn't that big to begin with. It was massively blown out of proportion, which then sets that precedent. It sets that precedent that these 5 VTubers are capable of saying whatever the fuck they want to say and whatever Google Doc they want to say, however they want to say it, and can essentially take your career and kick it into the dirt with no repercussions whatsoever. Because we already have evidence that they've falsified screenshots. We have evidence that they've done scummy things to get to this point, which allows people to essentially end your career via that, you know? Yeah, people are going to take the lesson or ignore it. Yeah. It is a good reason to get lawyers, but then you would be arguing, then you'd end up with, defamation lawsuits, and that'll cost you more than you would make on twitch.tv as a streamer. That's just defamation lawsuits last fucking years. You know, there's clear and cut evidence, but also they take fucking ages and you can still lose. Best case scenario, you end up in a Johnny Depp and Amber Heard situation where literally both of them lost. And so, best case scenario, but there could also be some information in this Google Doc that might lead to why you wouldn't take this to a court, why you wouldn't take it to a judge, because obviously if any of it comes back as true, it's not defamation anymore. It would be, factual, and what you did was true. Changes the rules and regulations get swapped around a little bit there because you're no longer lying to ruin somebody's career. So we would have to see what's going through these first 1,000 pages. I say the first 1,000 like there's going to be another one. God, I hope not. We got to go through these first 1,000 pages, and God, we're going to be here a minute. All right, so get comfortable, get your popcorn. Let's scoot on over, shall we? Shall we get comfortable? Shall we make way for wrong one. Shall we make way and space for, I guess, Sinder's defense part 2? Oh boy. This is gonna be an adventure. This is gonna be something that nobody was ready for today. Look, I even put y'all there on chat for everybody else to see. Y'all are nice and big and bold, and no one can really be seen very well. All right. So, shall we? Yo, YouTube is crazy. All right. So, hi everyone. It's been over 5 months and it's since everything's happened. I have never been good with words, and I'm especially bad at verbalizing my feelings. I've always hid my insecurities, and it's hard for me to open up about things, even to the people closest to me. It was nearly 2 a.m. for me on April 26th when Nanolis and Bao posted their documents together. After I had finished streaming earlier in the night, I was awake for almost 48 hours by the time I posted my apology. Looking back at it, no, it wasn't good. I was not in a sound state of mind when it was written. I was blindsided by any of this coming out and the accusations made against me. No one involved tried contacting me privately beforehand. I was unable to eat, sleep, or do anything else but watch more documents and statements be released while everything fell apart. I didn't have Red, I didn't have my friends, but I had the weight of the entire internet waiting to see what I was going to say and how I was going to say it wrong. I didn't have access to search for all the evidence to defend myself with the growing list of allegations, and I didn't have time to put it together cohesively anyways. This is a very important aspect. I think this is incredibly important for everyone to be aware of. Because yes, it at 110% was it was so quick put together, you wouldn't have time to defend yourself even accurately unless you made it take so long that it ended up in the situation where everyone's going to go, well, it took you so long to come up with a reply. Okay, whatever. I was petrified. How could I possibly respond correctly to a coordinated effort like this in the state I was in without just blindly accepting fault for all the things I didn't do or never knew happened? I rushed to get something out, defend myself the best I could in the heat of the moment, and post it just so I could rest. No matter what I would end up saying, it would never have been good enough. There is some value to that, but I think a really good apology would have actually made a bit of a difference. It took me a long time to mentally recover and have the ability to face any of this again. I couldn't look at anything Sinder related without breaking down. All my fans that looked up to me were led to believe I was evil and encouraged to destroy or donate my merch. Almost everyone I knew or cared about turned on me in an instant, and anyone who's ever had anything to say about me did. I had only one of My close friends messaged me after everything was out there. I received rape, dox, and death threats over these accusations. So I stepped away from the internet. I reconnected with Red and we worked things out between ourselves. We were both ready to when we were both ready to okay. When we were both ready to, he helped me with the long process of making this document. I didn't say almost anything else to anyone sooner, privately or publicly, because no one would believe me until I had absolutely everything put together to post all at once in one place. And what's up, GTX? Yes, we were going through the Sinder document. That's why course takes so long to do carefully and thoroughly. Yep. Purpose of this document: to present the full story and the facts and evidence around what happened with complete transparency, defend myself against what's been said about me, and provide mine and Red's perspectives and motivations about each situation. It wasn't my choice to make this public, but since it is, my side of the story matters too. She does make a good point. To take accountability for everything that each of us are guilty of in the past couple of years. Whether they were revealed in the original documents or not, this document will not absolve either of us of all wrongdoing, and it isn't trying to. Dispel rumors, misconceptions, and theories about me. Show how and why things actually occurred, and point out and refute discrepancies and lies in the claims or statements made against me. We've done things wrong, but the amount and degree of them has been incredibly exaggerated or completely made up. This document contains speculation. Baseless accusations were made against me without evidence, so I've kept speculation labeled as such in this document. Most of it is supported by circumstantial evidence, but it should not be treated as solid fact. This document is not to fuel harassment or spread hate towards anyone involved. I am doing what's listed above and posting this document in the same public setting the original documents were. If you have harassed anyone involved in my defense, you are not my supporter. Oof. Your actions are reprehensible, and I've never advocated for anyone to do this for any reason. I'm sorry to anyone who's been affected by my actions of rogue community members against my principles. Yeah, still not a document by a neutral party. You're very right about that. But that's also not to say that you can't write something neutral without it having bias. It's relatively fair. Nothing's really wrong here. I feel like this is a little bit of a stretch. I do agree, like, your community should never go out and harass people, but it's also one of those situations, regardless, that other streamers made multiple accusations and harassed somebody they kind of looked up to, so you're gonna expect pushback. I wouldn't turn on your community so hard that if you said something like this, it would be a little rough, but I can understand where she's coming from in this perspective, but I can also understand where the people who made the poor decisions of harassing other streamers also have their position. You're gonna end up in a position where that just happens. And considering that the drama lasted minimum weeks after, especially after Shy Lily's input and Silver's input and Bao's input, it ended up a big mess. So it's very easy to fall into the path of trying to defend somebody without necessarily wanting to defend somebody. Like, technically I've been on the defense, and technically I've harassed 2 people as of today on Twitter for their poor fucking words and bad choices. Yes. Do I care? No. Have I ever been a supporter of Sinder? No. I've never watched a minute of Sinder. Ever. Ever. I've been made out to be a two-faced, greedy, jealous, psychopathic narcissist who's maliciously used, stalked, sabotaged, and betrayed those closest to me and anyone around me for my own gain for years, manipulating my way to the top like some kind of evil mastermind. it's so hard to not like wanna fucking clap back about this type of stuff, because this is shit that, like, on a personal level, calling anybody a fucking stalker is just absolutely absurd. You know? Who doesn't give a shit to review things? Exactly. You were lied to. There are things I've done wrong, but this image of me could not be further from reality. This was a complete public assassination, I agree, of my character over what were lies and assumptions, followed by my cancellation and disappearance, with my accusers profiting from it. That's a very important word. If I was really the awful person I was made out to be, then this document shouldn't exist. I wouldn't have any way to refute the claims made against me. I could have just continued streaming and profited from the drama and the over 30 million views this situation garnered. I could have let anyone forget about this and come back like nothing ever happened, but it's not true, and I couldn't allow myself to move on without making things right. Everything that's come out. Actually, before we get back to this, I actually kind of want to cover that right there. She makes a good point. Because what was the thing a lot of people said right after this happened? Just don't say anything. Let it blow over and then do it again. That's typically the way people who probably shouldn't be in prison, PDF files, kind of get away in the VTuber community. They shut up, make another model, and then come back. And it's like, wow, that was fucking awful. Everything that's come out and stories that followed have been blown way out of proportion and turned into crazy conspiracies. Both Red and I have done wrong, and all of that will be addressed here, but the story everyone was told was not the reality of what happened. Every single person I've ever interacted with in this past interacted with in the past almost 5 years, even those closest to me, and every single interaction with them would have to have been fake for the story told about me to be true. I believe there were 2 people responsible for how things played out, with a third person merely having an axe to grind against someone they never liked. Nanalis lied overwhelmingly about what happened about her and Red, sat back and played everyone, including my friends. Shy Lily lied about me from the start, orchestrating things behind the scenes and manipulating the public to their side. Silvervale took the opportunity to lie about our interactions together, making things even worse for me. They had the most to gain from my cancellation, including their own satisfaction. None of them... I actually didn't take that into consideration. I'll get back to that. None of them could take accountability for their own actions and pushed it all onto me instead. The only 2 people that could disprove their lies were just made into lying manipulators and wiped off the internet. That is actually true. This did affect what an artist... This affect an artist involved with Sinder and someone who did rigging. So this led to 3 people's careers hitting the dirt. But to actually make a very good point, she mentions the axe to grind, which, yeah, it really didn't take into consideration that if Silvervale ever kind of got the vibe that, because Silvervale mentioned herself in her own Google Doc that she really didn't like Sinder and thought she was kind of fake and was making a firsthand assumption without ever actually getting to know Sinder. So it's definitely possible that you go into a biased situation, you're going to end up with a biased outcome. So it's definitely possible that Silver would be making a bit of a position to essentially grind the axe. Aside from the labeled speculation, everything presented in this document is true to the best of mine and Red's knowledge. I have nothing to hide, and there isn't a reason to hide anything anymore. The bulk of what's shown here was over the past 2+ years. Keep in mind that no matter who you are, opinions, thoughts, and feelings can change a lot over such a long period of time, for better or worse. I went back and forth on a lot of things to put me in here, asking myself if I should leave them out for the people I still care for, or keep them in for my own sake. No matter what evidence is included in this document, it wouldn't be surprising if it's claimed that even with all of the evidence, all of this is just me trying to lie, manipulate, and gaslight my way out of what happened, and that no one should possibly believe me again. She does make a good point. We've already seen it on Twitter. Everyone's already saying, oh, she's trying it again. She's just lying. Oh, she's bringing up old drama. Oh, she's bringing it back. Oh, she's opening old wounds. I'm trying to immediately discredit. To show what I stand by everything written here and that I'm sorry for the things I've done wrong, I made a very hard decision. I'm giving up my part ownership position of Gamersubs. I've worked so hard for them since December of 2020, and earning this position was one of the biggest accomplishments of my life. I'm honored they chose to give me the opportunity, and I've been immensely proud to have the title. As sad as I am to do this, I feel the need to protect the company I love, the people that work there, and everyone associated over my own interests. Gamersub suffered a lot of damage when all of the accusations were made about me, and that fell on my shoulders. This is my responsibility as part owner, and I don't want any more harm or negativity to come to them by having this position. I didn't have to do this, and I wasn't asked, forced, or coerced into making this decision. There are things more important to me than business. I notified them of my decision in June, and it will take effect at the same time this document is published. Yeah, but like there's no statements, but there's plenty of people that have made comments about it already. Thing is, though, I don't like the Gamersubs thing for a handful of reasons. We'll have to go further in, and I'll have to get. Yeah, well, there's gonna be alibis, and there's gonna be more evidence, all branched into multiple categories. It'll take time for us to get there. Obviously, it's gonna take a moment. We have quite a bit to go through. I don't particularly like this. I'll get back into this later. Each tab in this document is about the people and events related to the claims made against me, where I've provided links to each person's perspective or respective statements for reference, the evidence, context, and mine and Red's thoughts around each situation. You're intended to read each section and in the order they're presented. This document should be viewed in desktop and light mode for the formatting to appear correctly. Some information screenshots, whoever is relevant. Okay. The first few sections, being Nanolist, Bao, V-Card, and Numi's concert, and Shy Lily, culminate in a section breaking down what you've seen throughout them, with the last few sections of this document being standalone. Unless stated otherwise, every link in this document is working at the time this is posted. This document will not be edited after it's posted either, because we live in 2025. I need to say this document was written without the use of AI. That's very silly. I understand some of the things in this document may be damaging to the people involved. They understood that their claims would be damaging to me before they publicly made them too. Everyone can review the evidence for themselves and decide what really happened, and if I really am the person you were led to believe me to be. The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused. Okay. Well, we got our overdue response. My issue with, like, I'm not gonna try and make a crazy opinion on this. I personally, thanks for the drink, Kaz. I understand that you favor the company. Don't get me wrong. This is actually, it's a good quality. But the thing I don't like about this is that if we take everything at initial first value, and we take everything by there's lies and there's slander and blah 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 blah, there's pretty good reason here to be like, hey guys, I got harassed out of the company. It just doesn't, it brings satisfaction to something that didn't really deserve it, especially if somebody was looking for that. That's just the petty in me, I'll be honest, because Somebody else was involved in that. And if what you're saying here is Shy Lily lied about me from the start, she was one of the main benefit, or like she would have been one of the biggest benefits to this. And she even made it clear herself on stream multiple times that, hey, you know, I don't know what they're going to do with her share. I'm sure they're talking about getting rid of them and, you know, disperse them to somebody else. And very shit that shouldn't be said anyways is kind of all this leads to. And I don't particularly like that. That's not good. I think that is kind of shitty, but is what it is. Ah, yes. Redacted. This gentleman. All right. Red helped me put this entire document together. We want to be upfront and honest that this was a two-person effort. His own commentary is present throughout it and is labeled as his and highlighted in blue. Hello, I'm Red. I'm Sinder's longtime partner and have worked alongside her since she started this career. I helped her put this document together to set the record straight. Over the past few months, I've had to come to terms with being the reason why Sinder's image, her relationships, and her career were all ruined. I hurt people who were our friends, I fucked up, and she had to answer to the world for it by herself. My actions ruined everything for her, and I'm taking responsibility and helping her pick up the pieces. I didn't want to put something out sooner without her that could have made things worse. I ask that you don't hold what I did against her. We'll see. Red and I are still together. Shucks. We had a falling out and spent time apart after the document dropped on April 26th, but he was still there for me when I was ready to talk to him again. We were able to work things out between us and forgive each other for what happened. I wasn't planning to say anything about this again publicly, but I felt that I needed to. It was also probably smart to. That would have been probably one of the first questions that people would have brought up. Would have been, oh, are you and Red back together? It would have been, you. At least that question's gone. Years ago, I cheated on. Okay. Years ago, I cheated on Red online for my own selfish reasons, and the things I said about him were out of my own frustrations and past experiences. Boy, this is great start. Absolutely great start. At least she owned up to it. Good job. Crazy you put that in there, but I guess I made things sound much worse than they were at the time and mischaracterized the person he is. Red already knew that this happened way before it was made public in April. Oh, and no one else was ever told about it before then either. Oh. Okay, so I guess if they worked it out, I don't know, maybe they relationship counseling. Yeah, not actually relevant, but it's very silly. We addressed both of our problems in our relationship and moved past it a long time ago. It had nothing to do with my career or current events and isn't relevant to talk about further. We disagree, we get mad at each other, we argue, but our relationship isn't toxic or abusive in any way. I would appreciate it if the speculation around it would stop. Red and I have always had some level of communication problems, even with each other. Neither of us are good communicators beyond surface level. Again, really not relevant. It's hard to open up and we get in our own heads about things. We butt heads and disagree with each other sometimes, and even more so working together all day, every day. Yeah, don't do this. It's gotten much better over the years, but it's never been perfect. So the idea that anyone in a relationship would know about and agree with everything their partner feels, says, and does is crazy to me. It's crazy to most people. I'm not the only one who's ever had a significant other keep secrets from them, and neither is Red. Every relationship is different, and it has its own nuances, dynamics, and problems, functioning in a way that only the two people involved know of and fully understand. No one looking in can say otherwise because I cheated on Red. Should I assume that everyone's significant other has cheated on them in the past? Oh. Should I assume that all of my friends' relationships are the same as mine? No. And for me to claim I know exactly how things work between any of them just because I'm their friend that sees them a few times a year is ridiculous. I need a burp. Yeah, I don't really give a shit about the relationship either. The reason why this is being addressed is because it was used to weaponize, and it was used to weaponize and to I want to say decharacterized, but that's not the right word. Defame. It was to, yeah, it was the character assassination is what it was used for. But yeah, it just, so it makes sense to address it because you would want to bring light. Defame works as well. Okay. Yeah, you would want to bring it up in the regards of trying to defend that position because it was used to defame, and you would want to kind of bring it up, but it would be in passing. When I became Sinder, we wanted to keep our relationship private. In public, Red was simply my manager, and we hid our relationship from my friends for over a year during multiple trips. We agreed that I tell my closest friends about our relationship in March of 2024 because we felt we were close enough, and I trusted them enough to tell them. When we traveled, my friends saw us always close by each other and showing each other our work DMs on our phones, almost all of the time from chats we were both in, instead of talking about things out loud to keep up with our projects while away and to keep them private between us. It's easier to say, look at this, to keep each other on the same page rather than have a verbal conversation while we're around other people at almost all times while away. What they saw at conventions or on vacations was all they saw. Only Red and I would have any idea how we worked together and acted around each other when at home. I lived with Red and his family from the summer of 2022 to the end of February 2025. Damn, she was there for a while. This is also relevant because do remember they were talking, who was it? I think it was either Sinder or Shy Lily that brought up that she lives alone and so on and so forth, and that was later confirmed wrong in a Sinder stream in like 2024, like the end of 2024, somewhere around like September or something like that. I would never get a manager. Thank you very much. I've seen Cinders and Bows. I know how these go. I've never outright told anyone this, including my closest friends. We wanted to keep at least part of our personal lives private from everyone, even telling some people we lived apart. On stream, I've always said I lived with family friends and streamed in a basement. Yeah, she did that. That is what she said. The basement part is true. It's where I spent the majority of my time. It's where I worked and streamed from. My career started there in 2021 with my ASMR. Red was the one with the PC, mic, and experience with content creation since it's always been his hobby. Neat. I was wondering how he ended up in that like career position. I would go there more and more often until I moved in when I became a full-time streamer. For most of my earliest streams with my PNG model, Red would be in the room with me, modding on a laptop and making sure things would run smoothly. He was there as my tech support since at the time I could barely play games, let alone understand how to fix it, or how to use and fix OBS. If something went wrong, we built my own PC, and I stopped needing him by my side by the time I debuted my first model in June 2022. He moved his PC into his own room and was working and has worked from there since. God. I like that it's in dark mode, but I also hate that it's in dark mode because it's gray on black text. Just especially with my face light. I lose focus a little bit. Starting sometime last year, my streams kept disconnecting and we couldn't figure out why. Oh, been there. This was going on for months, and no matter what we did, it kept happening. We thought there could be something wrong with the internet there that we couldn't fix. So as a last resort, my parents and I made space for me to move back in with them with my entire stream setup in February. We were able to fix the problem, but it ended up having nothing to do with the internet at all. I've been working and living here since, separate from Red. Ah, okay. Well, interesting. Boom's my manager. Oh no. The reason why I'm revealing all of this now is because we could have easily gone through each other's DMs whenever we wanted in those 3 years, but we didn't. It's not like we never showed each other our messages directly. We did all the time, but we didn't comb through each other's DMs at the end of every day to read anything we may have said. God, end of the day just would have worked. And I don't know anyone who'd say that's normal to do. We would just tell each other things that happened, and that was that. I never felt the need to look over his shoulder to check on anything and everything he was saying and to who. We trusted each other, and he's always had my best interest in mind. Squints. Working together, I'm choosing to have Red continue working with me. He will be doing most of what he did for me before, but will not be doing any work related communication for me in any channels. I'm not also a part of. Oh, in any channels I'm not also a part of. Okay. Ugh. I now have access to his Discord account to check on things myself if I need to. It's all clear to me that he learned his own lesson from what happened. Okay. He made mistakes and I forgave him. I wouldn't be where I am without him, and he's just as much a part of Sinder as I am. He wasn't just a manager that handled some messages, and he had a part in a lot of the things I did. He's always been the main creative mind behind my debuts and other releases too. Even with how involved he was, Red is still his own person. His own ideas, his own opinions, his own feeling towards people, his own goals, and his own ambitions. Okay, working under the same brand as me. He's always been the business sensible one out of us, and the work side of things was always his focus. We worked together on almost everything, but we didn't agree on everything. There have been many business or creative decisions we'd argue back and forth about, sometimes taking days to reach a compromise. Excuse me. Oof. Red didn't always consult me before making his own decisions in his messages with our partners. A lot of the time, I agreed with what he did or said, and it was fine. But sometimes I didn't, and we either compromised or I had him walk back what he said. Red didn't tell me about every single interaction he had with people he worked with. I'm head of TOG, HR caps, cries. Oh, there goes HR. And I didn't expect him to. I trusted him. There was never a reason for him to not tell me something important. That was until we disagreed about one of my friends. Bow. Uh-oh. At the start of the year, we moved a lot of our work-related conversations with various artists into a project server so everything could be organized into one place. I could be included in discussions and decisions, making where I need to be. Discussions and decision making where I need to be. And would be able to see everything being said without having to rely on Red to relay every detail of the things he was handling. This was for organization, convenience, and so I could interact with every person working with me directly. However, this didn't mean Red didn't still use his DMs to do business or talk to people we were working with. Besides the allegation in Nano's document, no one else we've worked with has ever complained about Red, and we've both worked with dozens of people who I believe would say their experience working with us was nothing but positive. Go cry to someone who gives a fluff. Thank you, Jay. You're so right. Like I said in my apology, there were things Red didn't tell me about or hid from me and did without me knowing in his DMs. They're all shown in this document in order below. I didn't know about these things beyond what I was told, if I was told at all. Red's inclusion of Bao and Cotton in his exclusivity deal with Nano in January 2025. Red telling artist number one Bao was someone he considered competition while discussing exclusivity on the same day as his deal with Nano. Red's conversation with Nano about Shy Lily in April 2025. Red's conversation with mod number one about Silvervale throughout 2024 and into 2025. Red asking artist number two about not working with Silvervale in March 2025. Red's conversation with artist number one about Silvervale in April 2025, which artist number one told me about days later. Oh, I see. The names of artist number 1, artist number 2, and mod 1 are hidden to protect their privacy since they weren't directly involved in everything that happened in April. They will be reintroduced later in this document. As artist number 1 or just or like name, like artist number 1 dash so and so. Falling out. Who knows? This could be very interesting. We'll find out. Clean my glasses a little bit. Can't see nothing. I'm blind. You know? With the face light going on and my vision, you know? I'm looking through everything. We'll see what's going on. All right. Much better. The night the documents were posted, Red was there with me. I ended my stream and he came over to see me while we worked on a few things together. We were still awake when Nano and Bao posted their documents at almost 2 a.m. EST. I didn't understand what was going on and started panicking. Red tried to explain what happened, but I blew up at him and kicked him out. Damn! That's tough. Okay. Regrettably refusing his help, we were in contact for almost a month after. But damn. Very fair, but damn. I had one close friend reach out to me after things were public, and I responded to them sometime after Red was gone. I chose not to include their own messages here. I'm so sorry, blank. I'm trying to collect myself. Red and I aren't speaking right now, and I'm so upset with everything. Yeah. Understandable. I was distraught, and I posted that Red was fired later that morning. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus. We all know what that's in reply to. That was one of the big girls' tweets. And avoid accountability. I was blindsided by my friends publicly pointing the finger at me for his words and actions I didn't even know about and I didn't agree with. I didn't know what else to do. In all fairness, yeah, I feel like most people, if your manager / partner essentially sabotaged your career, I feel like you'd probably fire him the day of too. Yeah. In my apology, I said, as of yesterday, he is no longer working with me, and I have not extensively discussed any of this with him. Because Red will continue working with me, I will be deleting this tweet sometime after posting this document. Posted on 4/26/2095 at 4:24 a.m. Effective immediately. Thank you, Grok. Let's see. Yeah, should be. That's the tweet. Yep. Cool. All right. Are we on to the juicy? Oh, no. Now, if I am not mistaken, chat, the moment we press this button, we are in for a bit of an adventure. Okay, never mind. 12 pages. All right. We are still in this, chat. Ain't tired yet. I know one of these sections is 100 and like some odd pages. So, my apology and taking accountability. Now that I've reviewed everything that happened and had time to reflect on my own actions, there are some details I need to point out and corrections I need to make for my apology. Then I'll go over the things Red or I or both of us did wrong so we can take responsibility. Each section after this will explain the full story around each major individual involved, anything Red and I did, and defending ourselves against everything we didn't do. Quotes from my apology will be present throughout this document to show what they were in reference to. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border, okay? Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red's own comments on anything being presented are labeled and highlighted in blue. All right. Well, there's your apology. Yeah. You can find earlier in the DOG channel that this is it. That's the apology. We read through that. Yep. Yep. All right. The things I claimed and admitted to in my apology were based on what I knew at the time. That was published in everyone else's documents and what Red told me right after. I shut him out when I shouldn't have. I made my apology without his help, without all of the info in front of me, and without knowing the full scope of what happened, how it happened, or what to believe. I was under extreme stress and pressure to say something as soon as I could. I was expected to accept fault for everything I was accused of, but not guilty of doing. Some of the things I wrote were overly apologetic, and I made things sound worse than they actually were because of the severity of the situation. The main takeaway people had from my apology was that I pushed everything onto Red and didn't take accountability for anything myself. What I blamed Red for in my apology because he was guilty of doing them, him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale, him holding a grudge against Bao. What I blamed Red for in my apology when I was also guilty, Red was the one with the business oriented outlook blah on things from the start. Holy shit, I can't have another stroke like that reading these fucking sentences. Thank you very much, brain. We're gonna get that blood clot out. I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. What Red was guilty of in my apology that I didn't know about until writing it. Red and Nano ever talking about a model for Geary in November 2023. Red including Bao and Cotton in his conversation and eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in January 2025, and bad-mouthing Bao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shy Lily and her model in April 2025. Things I said about Red in my apology that I was wrong about. He did not manipulate Nano. He did not push Nano to not work with Silvervale, and she was not a constant topic between them. He did not push Nano to not work with Silvervale. Okay. Huh. Weird. Things I took accountability for in my apology. Agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silvervale in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made. Guilt tripping Nano, feeling overly attached to Nano about her work, not knowing about what Red had said about Nano. What Red had said about Bao to Nano when I should have. Not speaking to Bao about Red's feelings towards her and letting it spiral to the point it did. Oh boy. Being upset and taking it personally when Bao hired my video editor. Being upset when Sacramore told us he wouldn't be working with us again. Confiding in Red about Shy Lily's behavior towards me. Becoming resentful towards Silvervale. We'll get through this first. Letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feeling towards Silvervale, assuming Spike copied me, being very possessive of my design details early on in my career, overreacting to Nyantail's Hellhound OC design, which was apologized for in the past, cheating on my boyfriend, neglecting or leaving behind friends of mine. So I guess, like, from what we've been through and from what we've read involving all of this, I don't really see this being an issue for just her. Obviously, you know, as a partner or in a significant other or relationship, you're going to confide in your better half. It's just how that works. You're going to do it regardless. Now, how somebody reacts to that is two very different things. For example, if I go to my partner and I say, "Hey, so-and-so, you know, called me smelly, stinky poo-poo baby," and then my partner walks up and like breaks their leg, that wasn't my fault. I didn't tell you with the intent of you to go break their leg. That wasn't the idea. That would be like, "Hey, the hell, dog? Why'd you do that? I was just telling you that they said something and made me feel bad." So that, I don't really feel like that's something you have to take apology or like accountability for, especially if it just made you feel upset. And if Red was the one that did anything, was doing all of that, like, and mentioned that isn't necessarily your burden to carry, and all that jazz. I admitted to the world that I cheated on my every time I hear that. I admitted to the world that I cheated on my secret boyfriend, and the story pushed was that I took no accountability and used him as a scapegoat. Even with all of these concessions of what I did do, I was still somehow a narcissist who couldn't accept fault. What I did was not admit to the right things. That's important. The people making these claims already decided I was guilty of. Yup. They also expect me to apologize for everything I've ever done without any of it being mentioned, even if the matter was already settled in the past. I understand that the things my manager did that I didn't know about are ultimately my responsibility. Huh? Okay, we got to get through this fucking paragraph before I touch on that. And my ignorance doesn't change that. I should have taken more care to check up on what he was saying and doing, but I was being blamed publicly for things I had nothing to do with. My accusers went out of their way to claim Sinder did this, and Sinder said that, completely disregarding Red's agency from any of his own words and actions. The proof I must have known about everything he's ever said and done was because they said we worked on things together on our phones during the few times a year we were traveling. And Nano's document showed 2 of my screenshots from over a year apart from separate situations where I knew more or less what had happened between her and Red. There was no other evidence presented for their claim, but they told everyone it absolutely had to be this way. Emphasis was placed on Red's usage of we and our, as if they could know for a fact that it meant Red was always speaking with my knowledge, approval, and oversight every single time he said it. This was necessary for their narrative to work against me. So, I'm not going to touch on this in Cinder's regard, but this is something that needs to be talked about. Because, no, if you hire a manager, the job of that manager is to take pieces, and by hire manager, yes, your partner's included, is to take pieces of the plate and take it off of your shoulders. You are to entrust them with the pieces of that pie. That pie is their responsibility, and there is a level of trust to hiring somebody with that responsibility. If that person later makes a mistake or intentionally sabotages your career, that is not your fault, and you should not be apologizing on their behalf. It should be understood, and they should be reprimanded as such. You should not be taking responsibility for other people's actions, regardless of if you hired them or if you brought them on or even if they are a watcher of your content. That would be like saying, I made a video, so-and-so went and doxed said person, and that is now my fault. That is not, that if I never said it, if I never said so-and-so go dox them, or if I never imply it, it is not my responsibility. Each person is their own actions. That is how that works. You do not sum this up. This is a dangerous, slippery slope to start standing on, because then everything a single person in anybody's community does that is bad, awful, wrong, or even downright diabolical, criminal even, you would have to take responsibility for. That is not your responsibility. We do not make this a precedent. Do not make this a precedent. And if you read this and agreed, you need to check yourself. Because no, like that is a no. You do not take responsibility for other people's actions when you cannot control other people's actions. That needed to be touched on. We can continue now. They should have found a different manager when they got serious together. I also agree. I feel like I get it. You want to work with your partner. That's always super fun, especially if your partner's good at what they're doing. But there is also a certain point in which why we do not allow relationships in workplace areas. I get it. it makes sense because you do lead to shit like this, because sometimes even your significant other does not have your better interests to heart. Sometimes they don't even notice. Sometimes they may think they're doing it for you, but at the end of the day, they may not be. Got to take that into account. That is important. All right. We have moved on from this paragraph. Many a pages left to go. This is what I said in my apology about this. I do not condone anything what Red said about Bao in these DMs either, and him using we and our in this context is abhorrently incorrect, and I believe was done to gain greater credibility behind what he was saying. Hi, Red. All right. I have always been more or less the creative lead on things we did, like model designs, project ideas, and art in general. And Sinder often agreed with my creative judgment. She trusted me to do the communication I did for her without oversight. For example, as I was saying previously, a lot of times I would be the one talking to the artists we were working with, who only knew me as Cinder's manager. If I knew the direction I wanted to take something with or without talking to Sinder beforehand, and I said, I want this art to be like this, instead of Cinder wants this art to be like this, then it felt like an awkward thing for me to say. In my mind, to the person we're working with, I'm just the manager, not the creator, not the streamer, not their client. What I myself wanted was important. What Cinder wanted wasn't important. What Cinder wanted was. So in order to give weight to what I would say, I started using we early on without speaking for her directly, saying Cinder. If we wanted to do something a certain way, then this is okay. Well, we'll continue and then I'll get onto it. Then it'd give me agency by implying that we both agreed on and made the decision, right? We made the decision that Cinder was aware. Made the decision that Cinder was aware of the decision being made. Okay, so I wasn't just stroking out reading that. Regardless of if she actually was or wasn't at the time, and that my words had meaning. I was speaking on we, the brand's behalf. It became a habit of mine to talk this way regarding any projects or business dealings. I didn't start doing this because anyone told me I should. I didn't speak like this all the time or in every single message. It's not like Cinder never knew about what I was saying when saying we. If afterwards she did disagree with me on something, then I'd have to walk back what I said and say that Cinder actually wants it this way. For example, very often Cinder was on the same page as me beforehand or would agree with what I said without her knowledge, using we afterwards. In the case of the exclusivity deal with Nano, I used we when talking about Bao, so it seemed like Cinder also backed how I felt. Cinder not only wasn't aware of this, but I knew she didn't agree with me about what I was saying. In our conversation, Nano said herself that she was not really down with working with people who Cinder didn't want her to. So I made sure to tell Nano how we felt, expressing my own feelings to her as if they were both of ours. This will all be shown in Nano's section. I feel like this needs to be addressed in a way that from a managerial standpoint, you wouldn't say we in anything here. And I mean that in the aspect of, again, it goes back to the pie, and it goes back to the trust level. When they take a piece of the pie, you know, this is what's wanted, right? Like Sinder would want this. You're not the manager in the aspect of you're the manager of that product or that brand. Now, if you're sitting in a room together, you talk about, we want this decision because, you know, let's say you're both negotiating, we would want to come to an agreement. That would be a correct way to put it. But if you are talking to somebody, or if you're talking to somebody for a project, you wouldn't say, we want it this way. It would be, this is how it needs to be. Not, we need it like this. It's, the brand needs it like this. Sinder needs it like this. This is what we are looking for in this regards, right? Like Sinder relayed to me that she wants it this way, right? At the end of the day, Sinder should have most of the final say on pretty much anything brand related, unless the manager's job was to maintain the brand. There are some cases where their manager's job is not to maintain that brand. That would be a assigned role to that manager. Your manager is there to manage products, or manage what is to be managed. Your manager isn't necessarily the manager of the brand. The manager is the manager of what is assigned to them. In that case, they take care of those projects for you, not for we, because it's not for me. It's not for me. I'm not using it. It's for me. It's for the brand, or it's for the person, or so on and so forth. So using we first off feels really disgusting. You wouldn't say we want any of this unless you came up for something. It's what you need, not what we need, regardless. As the manager and the owner of this project, you need to have more confidence in what you are looking to get done. AKA, I need it this way. It was expressed by Sinder that I needed this thing this way. That is how that is working, especially in one-on-one conversations, because it is intentionally made to avoid this type of issue. You don't add in others who do not need to be there, because you end up with this outlook that it is, we need this done, makes it sound very different than I need it this way. Changes things very drastically. So that needs to be taken into consideration. There are 3 things in my apology I need to correct that will be shown in full detail in this document. Missing information, lies, and incorrect statements in my apology. I left out a lot of information regarding my experience with Silvervale in trying to overly apologize to her, and ended up making things sound much worse than what really happened. I lied about not knowing that Red spoke to Nano about Spite in 2023 to not make things worse for myself by revealing more than Nano or Spite did about what happened regarding her. I was wrong about... Oh, no. Okay. I was wrong about which year the situation with Nantails took place in. I wrote that it was after my debut, but it was actually an entire year earlier. We'll come back to this. My apology and the accusations made against me did not cover everything Red and I have done wrong. I have laid out everything below that will be presented throughout this document so we can address them and take responsibility. Explaining the motives and reasoning behind our actions are not meant to justify or diminish them or the feelings of those affected, but to understand why they happened. Okay. Everything one of us or both of us are guilty of that accountability is taken for and shown in this document in the order they were presented. We both became neglectful of many friendships and personal relationships online and IRL. Been there. Red and I became consumed by our work and prioritized my career over all else. Red considered everyone, including our friends, competition to some degree, and I agreed. Well, you're not wrong, right? Like, regardless, like even if they're your friends, they can still technically be your competition. It's just you put friendship over the competition, and you just, regardless of how the outcome turns out, you are still both competition, especially if you're not branded as a group. That's just how that works. If you're not branded that you and so are to intentionally grow together, there's still competition in spite of that. So you're not wrong in that regards, that there would be some competition, and to agree with that. That's not entirely terrible. Red and I left Tricky at our hotel in Tokyo one day during our Japan trip in October 2024. Who the fuck is Tricky? I chose to distance myself from Cotton after what happened between her and a friend. Is that bad? I tried going back on my agreement with the artist Nyx, that's what you're getting from me, in April 2025. Red asked Nano to not work with Spite in January 2023 and told me about it afterwards. I lied about not knowing he spoke to her about Spite in my apology to avoid talking about it. Okay, well, that's a little... Okay, well... Okay. Red initially dissuaded Nano from accepting a model from Geary in November 2023. I guilt-tripped Nano in November 2023 and February 2025, but still sided with her. Okay. Red reassured Nano about her considering and canceling Bao's model in August 2024. I knew Bao's model was canceled in August 2024 and didn't try to do anything about it. Okay, so makes sense. Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity. I'm not talking about like it makes sense as in like, oh, good job, she did that, and makes sense that you would understand that or you would know about it. Including not to work. Red and I agreed to talk with Nano about exclusivity, including not to work with Silverveil specifically on any more models in January 2025. Red and Nano agreed to a deal for her not to work with Silver Bow or Cotton in January 2025, only telling me about Silverveil's inclusion. Okay, so this is actually kind of important here because I want to say Nano said in her original post that she didn't take this deal and used it as a talking point to try and say that she was being shitty. Red spoke to Nano about Shy Lily in April 2025 after seeing Nano work on a model for her and never told me about this conversation. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in September 2023. Nano, yeah, Nano painted that image as she didn't take it. So she didn't necessarily lie, but she did conceal the truth, which is pretty much a lie. We asked our video editor about exclusivity after Bao started working with them in September 2023. Again, I have no issues with exclusivity deals. That's just the business. Red convinced himself Bao gatekept her video editor to hurt our future music video projects in December 2024, then held a grudge and list of grievances against her. Yeah. I didn't speak to Bao to clear things up about what I knew Red held against her, and it led to me being an awful friend to her for months at the start of 2025. Red convinced himself, then had a grudge. Okay, so you're saying Red told you about this, and then I didn't speak to Bao to clear things up. So you knew about the grudge he had against Bao, and you didn't clear any of that up. I guess. Okay, that's what I'm gonna take from that. So she should have known, and she probably should have said something to Bao about it. But you know, it just is what it is, I guess. Both Red and I mismanaged the planning and communication with Numi about her concert at the start of February 2025. I pulled out of performing in her show and almost didn't go after choosing business over my friend. Okay. Just sounds like a mistake, but okay. We both grew to dislike Silvervale over the past few years for various reasons, including harassment and comparisons, my own insecurities, and how Silvervale acted towards me. Red asked an artist not to work with Silvervale in March 2025 and never told me about it. Oofies. Red and I assumed Spite was copying me in 2022 and early 2023. I overreacted to Yantel's Hellhound OC design in 2021. Didn't you debut in 2021? I don't know. That just seems like a mistake that happens. I've made jokes about it because there's so many people that like just kind of look like my model, but I make jokes about it all the time. Every claim of wrongdoing that was made against Red or I that isn't listed above is not true, whether it was an assumption or a lie in someone's document, statement about me, or verbally on stream. I would list the false accusations here, but there's been such a ridiculous amount at this point that I don't even know where to start. I will let this document speak for itself. I swear to God, if my phone buzzes one more time, I'm throwing it across the room. These actions were not... speak for itself. These actions were not over years like the public was told. The majority of these actions happened in an 8-month span from August 2024 to 2025. The only thing I don't agree with this is we got 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, and 2025 all listed above here. So I don't know how I feel about this. How each person was affected, if they were affected at all, is explained throughout this document. Nothing was black and white, and none of these actions were motivated by jealousy, envy, greed, or being malicious for the sake of it. Oh, hey. Ito. All right. My friend. It's been falsely claimed that I was using, manipulating, sabotaging, betraying, and backstabbing all of my friends for years in an effort to deplatform them and ruin their careers. There was never some kind of years-long grand conspiracy of deceit against anyone, and I never pushed the ladder down behind me. I have never been jealous of or envious of any of my friends or anyone else. My friends were not stepping stones I used to further myself. I loved my friends. Our experiences together were real. Our memories together are real. It hurts that I even need to say that here. There are plenty of things my friends know I've done for them, helped them with, or included them in for no other reason than that they were my friends. I've always answered their questions and offered them advice when asked, done my best to be there and support them at their debuts with their own endeavors, and I personally bought so much of their merch for myself without ever saying so. I literally brought brownies my mom made across the country to share with them. I spent my own time making one of a kind cosplay pieces of their VTubers for them for no other reason than that they were my friends. More than the 3 finished pieces below were planned for more of my friends, including Bao, before I put all my crafting focus into... We're gonna go Nahi. All right. It meant a lot to me that I could make things that meant a lot to them. These are actually pretty dope. There's some skill and some cosplay here. All right. Brownies. All right. I do plan on reading all 1,000 pages. We are going to get through every page. We have many more pages to go. So like I said, get comfy, find a chair, and maybe make some popcorn. You got time to order Chinese food. You got time to order fucking popcorn, sodies. You got it, all of it. So get comfortable, sit down. We will take a few breaks here and there to buy some time and, maybe get some conversation going and see how things go, or maybe, things along those sorts, bring questions to chat or bring questions to YouTube and so on and so forth. So do take that into consideration. There will be specific moments in which we will take a good little 5-10 minutes and, maybe take a breath and see what's going on. I don't know what they think I did against them, other than what I've listed above, or where these ideas came from, or what rumors they were hearing about me, or how my friends collectively agreed this must have been the case. After everything we've done and shared with each other, I absolutely could have been a much better friend, but I can't believe every single one of them thought this little of me at a moment's notice. There were about a dozen of my friends involved before Nano's document was posted, and still not one of them said anything to me before they were posted publicly. A lot of my friendships did suffer due to where my priorities have been, especially over the course of 2024, because of my focus overwhelmingly on work. Sounds like another streamer I know. It's me. And less on my personal relationships outside of it. I neglected people I cared about, and so did Red. Both people online and IRL, even my closest friends, unless it was about work. I didn't put as much energy into just talking and hanging out, but that's not to say I never did. Never wanted to or disliked them for any reason. I had my things going on, and I know they had theirs. When I wasn't streaming or working on something, I'd be isolating or hanging out with Red to decompress, and I didn't have the energy to socialize. I tried to plan collabs with friends as often as I could, and it was a way to hang out while still appeasing my content brain. That's about right. My collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos. I also have something else to say on this. Collabs with my friends were made into YouTube videos, but to say I was using them for that as if countless other VTubers don't do the same thing is crazy. When I was traveling to see my friends, all I wanted to do was hang out and spend as much time together as I could, and it was the happiest I was. Red and I always loved, valued, looked out for, and appreciated our friends, even if we didn't show it as often as we should have. I'm sorry to those of my friends who I haven't given the time they gave to me. I'm sorry for those I haven't spoken to in a long time for no other reason than my own negligence. And I'm sorry to my friends that I only focused on work with and didn't spend enough time being your friend outside of it. So I'm not going to hold this particularly against any content creator. I never really have. It's a common thing to happen, and it's not necessarily your fault as a content creator. It's the fault of content creation. Trends change overnight, communities change overnight, people change overnight, and the next best thing changes overnight. And to an extent, if you want to stay relevant, you got to keep talking about those things, or take part of them if you're a gamer, and so on and so forth. Trend chasing and all that jazz is constant. So it makes sense to end up at a certain point where pretty much all you do is just make content or constantly think about content. We've seen this in other content creators. They've mentioned it. I think one of the biggest ones, he made a very good video on it, and he's actually stopped streaming, was Demolition Ranch. And regardless of your opinion on Demo, he made a very good point about, most of his life after his YouTube channel took off was simply coming up with new content and coming up with the next best thing, or coming up with an entertaining idea, writing it down in notes, writing down on notepads, figuring out every little thing he could do to make, the next videos. But to an extent, if you think about the amount of things he went through, it makes sense. He went from, the create a shotgun shell to shotgun shells in a microwave to shooting random appliances, things that were trending at the time. And you notice that when he did it, some other person would do it, or if he did it because somebody else did it. And it's just the constant trend of social media and content creation life. It's not exactly the healthiest mindset to end up stuck in, and it's very hard to stay away from, because you don't want to end up, it takes so long as a content creator to climb out of the static. In some cases it happens overnight, that falling out or ending up back into the static just doesn't sound good, and it doesn't sound fun. And so you do a lot of stuff and you end up diving yourself into a very content creator mindset, and it's not very healthy. Red and I slowly became more closed off and neglectful of people over the past couple years, but especially throughout 2024, focusing more and more of our time and energy on this career. Work became almost 24/7 for us, never taking a break. It was our job, our hobby, and almost all we talked about. We loved what we did, but we both became consumed by the content grind. There's the grind, as I was saying. Our work-life balance became non-existent. We were going and going and going all day, every day as a two-person team, working to an obsessive degree. We were always trying to do more with people all the time. Everything became about doing bigger things, achieving more, accomplishing more, growing bigger, launching more cool things, having more opportunities, while keeping up with at least 4 to 5 streams a week. Our problem wasn't greed like it was claimed, it was ambition. Ambition that was wearing us too thin to keep up with everything, but it was never enough to take a step back and relax. We're always looking ahead, always had to be progressing, and never stopped to appreciate where we were or the people around us. The money was nice, but it's never been the driving factor for anything we did. It was an indicator of a successful project, event, or merch drop that anyone understood. The majority of what I've made and spent went back into my work or towards the house my dad has been building. I've released a lot of merch, and it's something Red and I have both been passionate about. Coming up with and releasing cool new merch products is one of the most fun and fulfilling things to work on, and being on new products like a drink flavor or trading card game was super exciting to us. It was always about launching cool things for my community over the money it made. I've turned down merchandise opportunities and many more sponsorship opportunities than I've ever accepted, only taking on those I really wanted or had a strong interest in. Even though a lot of them were paying very well, being a greedy, money-hungry person has been falsely projected onto me. It's never been all about the money for either of us. One instance I may be called out for regarding this was during my Heaven Hound. Oh yes, the Heaven Hound model debut. During my lore video, I had an intermission where my chat needed to fill a gold bar on stream with bits to progress the video. It was the easiest way for me to implement interactivity into the debut. At least she did it in bits. And my chat having direct involvement by cheering me on was important to my story being shown. The motivation wasn't to have people give me money for the sake of it. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but I guess if that's the position and argument you want to take, I could see where you're going with it, but also I don't think that's really a problem. It doesn't scream money hungry to me. It doesn't have any of that issue. It just is what it is. The mindset got myself and my career to where it was, but it took over our lives to an unhealthy degree, leading to the deterioration of our health and relationships with people. Mm-hmm. Being canceled and away from work gave us the time to address this problem in our personal lives. For example, I have my own dog now who's been keeping me busy. I've gotten back into cosplay after not working on my... We're gonna go with my hill build. That's what we're going with. I refuse. I have no clue how to say that. I'm not even gonna pretend. Uh, I've been trying to lead a healthier lifestyle and I've been going to the gym regularly, despite finding it difficult to be motivated about things since April. I've been making changes so I don't fall back into the same unhealthy work mindset I was in. This is good. This is healthy. I'm proud of anybody for this. This isn't just a her thing. This is a good job to anybody. If you find yourself, doing something that's good, getting a dog, taking care of it, going to the gym, proud of you. Good job. It's always good to have a good bodily regimen, and it teaches you a lot of things in life. Good job. Clap, clap, clap. Good job. Clap, clap, clap. In my apology, I said, I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative that my friends were competition. I just learned about all of this myself, and there could have been so many other friends affected by the narrative that things always had to be competitive. They're named you, G-Wib. Yeah, get a second dog. Yeah. Red always considered everyone our competition, including my friends. I never understood and agreed with his reasoning below. It didn't change anything between my friends and I didn't treat them any differently because of it. The only person I became directly competitive against was Silvervale, and that wasn't right of me. I want to point out something. This concept of being afraid of being called money hungry, where your job is to stream to make money to pay for your lifestyle, is insane to me. Yeah, that is something that I do agree with. It's insane to call people money hungry when at the end of the day, we all have to get our bag to pay our bills. So, it just is what it is. Like, people would call me money hungry for, holding a donathon right now because, I got bills to pay. In my apology, I said, I'm disgusted with myself for buying into the narrative, company affected by it. Right. I was to the red part. Yeah, I definitely agree. It is definitely silly. It's a job at the end of the day. You're going to do job to make money. It's a backhand remark from people who think they're holier than thou. Exactly. Yeah, money hungry brother. We need money to survive. Exactly. Kiss my grits. Exactly. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. I agree. You need money for rent. Mind blown. Exactly. Right. How dare I? I just need to find me a landlord that I can bribe, if you get what I'm saying. Okay. Red, the content creation sphere is massive, and the VTuber sphere is a fraction of that with its own audience. Everyone is always doing something, launching something, playing something, and it's a constant race of relevancy. As I was saying, whether you want to look at it at a way or not, it's the nature of the industry. Part of the reason we were always working on new things, releasing bigger things at a faster and faster rate, was to stay competitive in the space. In a general sense, everyone was competition, friends, other VTubers, and other content creators, but at the same time, that anyone and everyone could be considered competition. They were also collaborators, co-workers, and partners. The end goal was about staying relevant and in people's minds and making sure our projects could succeed alongside anything going on at any given time, while also topping our own things we've done in the past. I actually have a very pessimistic comment about this, but it's a question that I feel like everybody should ask. At no point was this view ever motivation or an excuse to hurt, take advantage of, or put down creators around us, especially friends? This is a business, it's a job, but keeping the business aspect of things in mind didn't affect the way I saw our friendships with people or the way I treated them. They were my friends too, and we both cared about them, supported them, and helped them out when they needed it. I've always had the backs of the people closest to us. The only people I've ever considered as direct competition in the negative sense were people either we had something against or they had or did something against us and were working with artists important to us. By April 2025, this was only Silvervale from how she acted towards Sinder for years. Bow after what I thought she did to us and our other friends in December of 2024, but only until sometime after my deal with Nano in January 2025 and potentially soon to be Lily by the way she was treating Cinder and coincidentally getting a model from Nanolus at the same time. It was wrong of me to feel this way, especially towards Bow, and I'm sorry. So I'm going to say something here. And I want to say something very important here. Something fucked up, and something that I feel like a lot of people don't think about, and it's really fucked up to say, but at the end of the day, right, there are people who use you as a stepping stone to climb up, right? But there is also, are you still on someone's radar if you fall behind? Like, who's to say that if anybody makes it to the point where they're collabing with these people, you know, they have 2,000-3,000 viewers, 1,200 viewers, 1,500 viewers, you know, 6,000 viewers, who's to say that they aren't going to collab with you if you have 200? Who's to say they're going to keep collabing with you if you were at 3,000 and then all of a sudden you were at 200? Who's to say that they aren't going to stop collabing with you if you end up further along with them because of animosity? At the end of the day, yes, they are still, it is a business, and they are still your coworkers. You can be friendly with your coworkers, but at the end of the day, is your coworker going to hold back on a promotion in hopes that you get it? That's a very important question to ask yourself. You know, if you're at a job and your coworker gets offered a promotion, would that coworker give up their pay raise to give it to you? 9 times out of 10, you aren't going to take that risk. I know damn well 9 times out of 10, you aren't going to take that risk of that coworker taking it. So you're going to do the best job that you can to try and get the offer before your coworker. That's how that works. It just is what it is. That's something that I feel like has to be kind of addressed here. At the end of the day, it is still a job. At the end of the day, it's still a business. And at the end of the day, you call people friends. But if you suddenly tank down to non-relevancy, would you still be collaborating on their streams? That's the real question. Here I want to address the people Red and I hurt that don't have a larger section in this document. Tricky. Okay, don't know who you are. My friends Red and I traveled to Japan last year. About a week into our trip around the country, we arrived in Tokyo for the last few days there. Red, Tricky, and I were all talking about going to the Godzilla store the night we arrived, but other plans left us with no time to go. The next morning, Red and I were up super early, and we were ready to leave the hotel around 8 or 9. We waited in our hotel room for about an hour without hearing from Tricky at all because we only had a few days left in Japan. Red and I wanted to make the most of our remaining time. We were around friends all week and didn't have much, if any, time alone together in Japan either. The other half dozen of us there either had their own plans or were still sleeping too. There were other friends staying at the same hotel as Red, Tricky, and I, so instead of waiting around for Tricky to wake up, we selfishly chose to go out into the city and to the Godzilla store without her. By the time Tricky was awake and ready to leave the hotel, Red and I were across the city and didn't go back to get her. We only met up with her towards the end of the day when everyone reconvened somewhere. Red and I are sorry to Tricky for leaving her behind and hurting her. We've always been there for her, especially when we've traveled together. We didn't think she'd be left completely alone with how many of us were going to Tokyo, but we also should have waited for her instead of going on her own. She was one of our best friends, and we're both so sorry. You know what this is called? This is why I hate people. This is why every time, every goddamn time, every fucking time somebody ever says, I'm gonna make plans. Okay? I do not believe them for a fucking second. Hey, let's meet at 5 o'clock. Turns out it's 6 o'clock. Hey, let's meet at 10 o'clock. Hey, I'm not going to make it at 10:22. You want to know why I don't let other people make plans? And I either work my plans around them or I make the plans my goddamn self, is because I cannot trust bitches to fucking figure this out. And everybody I've ever fucking worked with sucks at making fucking plans. Every fucking time. Oh, let's leave at 9. They wake up at fucking 10 o'clock. Set an alarm. It's not hard. And if you are not awake at 9 o'clock, I will leave. I do not care. If we have to be in Artist Alley at 9 o'clock and I say I'm going to be there at 9 o'clock and I walk up to your hotel room and I knock on your fucking door and you do not wake up after I knock on that door, I am leaving. I am leaving at 9 o'clock. Whether or not you're awake is no longer my problem. This sounds like poor planning. That is all this is. If we are to wake up at 8 and you are not awake at 8, you are the fuck up on this one. This just sounds like poor planning. This sounds like Red probably didn't come up with a time gate or a time plan. This doesn't sound like Sinder came up with any sort of schedule. This doesn't sound like Tricky came up with any sort of schedule. It doesn't sound like anybody else came up with any other sort of schedule. This just sounds like poor planning. This sounds like the same thing people fucking do when they want to do something but don't know how to organize it for the fucking life of them on how to figure out something. Jesus, I hate this shit. This is probably one of my biggest pet peeves. If you're going to be there, if I say I'm going to be there at 8, I'm going to be there at 8. You know, if I'm making plans with other people, I'm not going to waste your time via, you know, I need to, this time and that time. No. If I say we're going to be there at 8, you best be there at 8. God. All right. My rant's done on that. Cottontail. I'm sorry to Cotton for the way I've avoided her and turned down collabs together for a situation that had nothing to do with me. I thought I was being a good friend to someone I was close with, but I was unfair to her to treat her that way. I do not agree with how Red included her name in his deal with Nano, and I wouldn't have let him if I knew about it, regardless of how I felt with her at the time. It was wrong of me to ask Nano not to work with Cotton. It was a spur of the moment thing after hearing about the situation she was involved in. I took it upon myself to do what I thought was right by another friend. Cotton's always been nice to me personally, and she didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. This one's a bit of a coin flip. To me personally, if you don't slide me directly, I'm probably not gonna stop talking to you. If you do fuck over my friend or something of that sort, it won't directly affect my opinion of you, but it will end up a conversation. Thanks for the lurk. As in, you and I will most likely have a conversation at some point down the line about it, especially if you know that we are friends. But that's because, you know, a single lick of animosity in the friend group can lead to the end of a friend group. So, you know, just, I don't know, suck it up. All right. And like it's gonna get talked about regardless. It just doesn't matter. But I can also understand the perspective of being so like concerned for your current friend that if somebody else or like somebody else does your friend wrong, being defensive for them in that sake, because you don't want to be, you don't want to be affiliated with the person that brings your friend, emotional harm or anything. I can understand the perspective. Nyx deleted her tweet with her document about me. She shouldn't have, because she was right. I was going to include it here for reference, but I've left it out because of what she wrote in it. So instead, I've summarized the situation below. Second, I don't want any public reaction to this. I really do not want to appear on videos or similar. I do not want my case being used as an excuse to put more hate into it. I just want to share and let it out my chest. I'll probably delete it in the end. I don't know who you are. Is an artist that reached out to me via email about making artwork in exchange for showing it off and giving a shout out to her Patreon on stream. I hadn't seen the email, but she made a tweet laying out her terms, tagging me in it. I messaged her that I was interested. I put her in contact with Red, and he handled things from there. Through Red, we made it our agreement. It wasn't until she had a large portion of the sketch finished when I had changed my mind about our agreement and didn't want to do it anymore. Oh, that's sad. I don't know what was going on through my head or what the reason was for this, but I told Red to call it off. Red tried to make it seem like there was miscommunication somewhere to save face for me, but it was really because I was being unprofessional. He talked to me, and I agreed to follow through with the art showcase and shout out on my stream. However, I failed to follow Nyx's terms as they were agreed upon. I didn't verbally shout out her Patreon and only showed the link to it that was on her artwork. I also didn't show the censored NSFW version. In the art, but that was because I was worried about getting in trouble at Twitch. That's very understandable. This was an unprecedented situation I caused with an artist, and I've never done something like this with anyone else. I handled an agreement I made extremely and regrettably unprofessional. This was way out of character for me, and I'm so sorry, Nyx, for how I handled things and for the stress I caused her. I encourage anyone reading this to please support her and her incredible work. You still didn't shout out her Patreon. I'm kidding. All right, we can make some jokes around here. Yes, terminating my work with Sinder, the cream of the crop, the start to the shit show. This is gonna be fun. We are currently looking at one of 237 pages, chat. I hope y'all are ready, because this is going to be a long one. Boy, oh boy. All right. We are all aware with this first tweet, so I'm not gonna read that for us. Nano's document claimed both Red and I manipulated, used, and dragged her into drama, while slandering multiple VTubers, including our friends. These claims were the basis for everything else publicly released afterwards. Documents from half a dozen people and many other tweets with grievances with me. It all hinged on Nano's document being posted and its validity. When I wrote my apology, I said I was not fully aware of the extent of Red's manipulation over Nano's commission decisions. When I wrote this poorly worded sentence, I hadn't seen any of these DMs. I was in a panic and I didn't think Nano would be lying about anything. But now that I've read Red's DMs myself, I can say that Nano was not manipulated, abused, used, lied to, mistreated, expected to take action over any drama she was told about, or incapable of making her own decisions regarding her commissions and clientele. She was never forced to do or not do anything, has always been in control of her own decisions, and always had the ability to say no. She was met with understanding and faced no repercussions professionally or repercussions professionally or personally from either of us when she did. Nano's messages with Red were deceitfully presented to push a narrative that never happened. I didn't believe Nano ever showed the full context of her messages with Red to my friends. Her claims were backed by Shy Lily, and I believe they were misled into blindly supporting her. Nano was a close friend who we respected and was a massive part of my own success. I've never ever praised her privately and publicly. There was nothing she could do for me to hold anything against her or choose to stop working with her. Red and I always encouraged Anna to do what was best for her, not us. Red, who handled our plans with her, made sure to work around her schedule, push projects back if she needed more time on them or to take a break, and give her first priority on projects she was interested in, but trusted her. He trusted her, and the extent he lied to her, quote unquote, about the people involved was in telling his own genuine thoughts, observations, and experiences with them as he knew them. The same way my accusers did to the public with how they assumed how Red and I had to prove or had to have operated together. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab a water. So now's the time for y'all to get one. And we are back. All right. All right. So we're getting to aggressing on the claims from Nano, which is pretty solid. I can't wait to see what sort of evidence we have to back this up. The claim that Red and I worked to sabotage projects Nano had is a lie. We both would praise her for the work she did for other people, and I've always celebrated and supported new Nano model siblings when they debuted. Even if Red was really asking Nano to cancel every model she had, it was ultimately still her choice to do it or not, but all of the blame for her actions was somehow put on me. There were only 4 people Red ever explicitly asked Nano not to work with her agreeing not to. The first was spite at the start of 2023. Red asked Nano himself, and he told me about it after. I lied about knowing this in my apology since it was never mentioned in Nano's or Spite's documents. Bao, Cotton, and Silvervale were all part of the exclusivity deal in January of 2025, and each for Red's own reasons. I was only ever aware of and in agreement of asking Nano not to work with Silver anymore. Red never told me about the other 2. I'm not guilty of him using his free will to push his own agenda and express his own feelings to Nano, but I understand that as my manager, everything he said to her or anyone else is my responsibility, not true, whether I knew about it or not. Well, that would mean Bao has to take responsibility for her really shitty manager, but whatever. Again, don't like this precedent. Not a good precedent. Although they were friends, it was unprofessional of him to talk gossip and work interchangeably. We've worked with Nano for 4 years. She's an incredible artist who I've treasured working alongside for my entire career. I put my faith in her at the start whenever we both I put my faith in her at the start when we were both much smaller creators. Where did I get watched from, brother? Ooh, stroking out here. She saved me from a year-long struggle to get my first model, and she's been with me every step of my journey since. I wanted Nano to be part of anything she could and chose to make her artwork the backbone of my brand. I love and appreciate every single thing she's done for me, and I'm proud of everything I've been able to do for her. In April, I believe Nano found herself in a situation she couldn't back out of and then chose to do what would result in the most beneficial outcome for herself: hide the truth. Below are a large portion of Nano's DMs with Red and I over the past 2.5 years that show any situation brought up in Nano's document in full context, show the relationship we had with her, how she felt about us, and other people involving in everything, and any other relevant conversations that weren't included in what was posted in the public. I've also included some of my own messages with her and some messages with other people. Some of these DMs are repeated and included in the following sections of this document. Nano's profile picture is different in some of these screenshots because of them being taken at different times throughout making this document. What page are we on? 2 of Nanoless. So we have made it through 4 total sections. We are now on page 3. Ooh. All right. Everything is in chronological order, and all dates and times are in EST. I've censored any private information or names of people who aren't directly involved. Screenshots that include messages that were in any of the documents are highlighted with a red border. Screenshots that are directly of or taken from another document are highlighted with an orange border. Dates and important messages with any screenshots are highlighted in yellow. Quotes from my apology are highlighted in gray. Red's own comments on anything being presented in blue. All right. 1/23/2023. By the start of 2023, Nano was already sharing her commission plans with Red. She also told him that it was okay for us to commission someone else for merch artwork. It was okay for us to commission someone else for merch artwork Red had previously talked to her about. Red said it was no problem for us to wait for her to do it. Like I said in my apology, in regards to Nanos, for the majority of the time working with her, Red was the one almost solely doing the communication about new plans and negotiations through his private DMs. Owen, just curious, but was blank the new client you took on this year right now? Got another one, but it's done already. Okay, cool. It seems like a lot of new people want to work with you. Yeah, I kind of feel it too. By the way, you said you wanted to leave Daki and Booba for later. It's okay if you want to calm someone else. I don't want to delay your plans, but if you're fine waiting, I'm more than happy to work on it. Oh, that's okay. We're fine with moving things around. It's really Sinder. It's really Sinder if you draw it. Other things going on are preventing us from doing it for Valentine's like we wanted to, so we have to move it anyways. Plus, focusing on getting 2.0, the demon, and 2 starting screen artworks done is more of a priority too. Goddamn, this means a lot to me. What the fuck? I agree. What the fuck? All right. Later that day was the first time Red brought up spite to Nano. Red asked Nano not to work with Spite, and she gladly agreed not to. 1 second. Red only told me about this after it was done. It wasn't something we talked about beforehand, but I was okay with it. Nano never said anything about this to me, and we never talked about Spite. I shared the feelings Red expressed here, since he was the only one who knew how I felt. What he said about negative comments I was getting was true. Everything regarding Spite is presented in her section of this document. This was not included in Nano or Spite's document at all. Why? Since they didn't say anything about it, I chose not to either. I lied about not knowing about Red's conversations with Nano about Spite to try and not make things worse for myself, but I still accidentally alluded to it because of the state I was in. This is what I said. Once again, I have no involvement or knowledge of Red bringing up Spite to Nano in 2023. My personal involvement with excluding someone specific from working with Nano was silver. Ah, I see. Okay. Okay. Red. Oof. Sinder was upset over what we both thought was Spite copying her. I saw Spite interacting with Nano, possibly with the intent of trying to work with her. I went to Nano myself and asked her not to Oh, I went to Nano myself and asked her not to without talking to Cinder first. This was about one person and one artist they said they never worked with before who was fine with agreeing to it. As far as I know, it never actually affected Spite. I have never talked about Spite with any other artist, and I'm sorry to her that I asked this of Nano. This was the first of 4 total times 3 different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with someone, which are all presented in this document. Is it okay if we requested you don't work with someone? You mean like being exclusive? No, like not accepting commissions from one person. Who is this? Spite. I almost said something like when Cinder X Spite. Oof. I feel like that actually kind of adds to the point she was making, because even Nano made the comparison. Ever since Cinder debuted, we've seen her slowly implement new design details onto herself that seem like she might have taken them from Cinder, including her now having flaming ears she never had, and we think it's because she was the Hellhound. She was the Hellhound until Cinder showed up, but also some of Spite's community has been rude to Cinder in chat or on YouTube comments on other people's clips on Cinder. I noticed her being friendly towards you, possibly with the intent of working with you. I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive. Of course, I protect my bibi, but I also noticed the Flame editions. It's a shame people that can't educate their community. Thank you, Nano. I feel really bad for asking you something like this. I really appreciate it, though. It's okay. There's no place for rude people. Mama, Nano, best mama. Mama protect, not the buff Doge. All right, Nano's forgiven. She used buff Doge in it was 2023, and yeah, I accept it. Still buff Doge. Red, but then I tell Nano I just wanted to ask if you're okay with being one Hellhound exclusive, and I feel really bad asking you something like this. Nano and I have never talked about Spite. Here's me searching Spite in our own DMs with Nano. Huh. Got you. Okay, well, there's really nothing to say for this. It kind of explains itself, but I will also say this. If you are new into VTubing, if you are looking to get into VTubing, or if you've ever seen VTubers that look a lot like other VTubers, that's just how it looks. A lot of artists really somehow magically accomplish to fail to find a style that doesn't quite sometimes look like somebody else's style, and then you end up with a lot of styles that look a lot same as somebody else's style, and then everybody looks a lot the same, and then people grab inspiration from other models. Either way, at the end of the day, you are going to have a comparison, or something's going to look similar to somebody else. So suck it up, Buttercup. You're going to have to get used to it, because I've seen a lot of motherfuckers that look a lot like me. I know that for a fact. So just thought I'd throw that out there. 12623, an example of the relationship Red had with Nano and how they would talk with each other. Nano told Red she wants to make my winter outfit after Red messaged her about it a few days earlier on. Hey, Nano, were you interested in designing Cinder's winter outfit? Not until a lot later this year. Wanted to ask in case we need to find someone else to design it for you to draw. Did I agree on doing Cinder Winter? Because I do. I just don't remember if I replied to that. You did not reply to that. Nano, I do want to them. Oh my gosh, you do. I do. Oh, it's not the double question marks. I do. I got to talk to someone. I got to talk to some people and change things around. Oh my god. Wait, if you already got someone for that, no need to change. No, I'm just kidding. Fuck you. Then I'm gonna go with that. Not the Club Penguin dance, brother. Yeah, you can do it if you want. I don't want to anymore. Just kidding. I love Cinder, but fuck you. Haha. Okay, they're pretty bantery. It's kind of it's a chuckle. Red asked about Nano's other work for us to plan around her, and Nano willingly shared. This was normal between them. Be confident, Nano. It's not. I'm not. It's my nature. If you expect low, anything is a win. Damn right, Nano's. Nano speaking fucking facts here. Speaking facts. If you set your expectations to get an F and you pull a C, that's a fucking win, ain't it? God damn, that's so depressing to say out loud, but it's not wrong, just not right. Well, I'm glad it's been going good for you. What does your art schedule look like right now? Demon Cinder, April, mid-April, and a few cup arts in between. Already have something for around June. I think that's it. Let me see what else Sinder and I had planned to work with you on this year. Oh yeah? Would be great to know everything. Also, is it okay to have Sinder arts for Patreon rewards? I didn't have much time for Patreon. They are starving. Kind of like my YouTube channel. I don't post enough content for them to be, hungry. They're always hungry. They're never satiated. That's my bad, Now we're working on it. Nano told Red she wouldn't be able to meet the deadline for 2 pieces of art she was doing for me. Red was sympathetic and extended the deadline for her. Nano implied that she's been taking on too many projects. Hey, Red, I'm feeling a bit concerned about deadlines for the 2.0 art. What's up? I think it would be better if you find someone else for 2.0 start screen. I didn't know they would be used the same day, but I can do work a bit harder to meet the dates if you really want me to work on it. Do you think you would be able to do it at the end of April? I know you have blank and blank in April too, right? So maybe mid-May? Oh, I thought it would be earlier. Well, ideally, we would have wanted arts within the next week or two, but if you can't do that, we're going to have to push back the debut for other things too. End of April, mid-May would be okay if you can manage that. I don't want to overload you too much. Yeah, the next 2 weeks would be very pushy on me, but end of April / mid-May is good. Okay, I will let Sinder know. If you can't push back the debut, I really recommend someone else. Don't want to delay things for you guys. And there's also the waifu cup art for Sinder. I don't know if they wanted to start that. Whatever's hiding behind that. And there's also the waifu cup art for Sinder. Oh, but just another thing they want to do at some point. Oh, okay. No, it's okay. We have to wait for blank anyways, and some other things being worked on. She'll only be starting the demon model in another weekish when she's back home. So the debut will be anywhere from end of May, mid-July, depending on when things are done and Sinder and I aren't traveling to cons instead of the end of April. People really didn't put together they were dating? I guess, okay. Kind of relieved. Besides delaying is sad. It's okay, Nano, but we have a lot of projects we want to work with you on if you're free this summer right now. I would love to if I have the time. I might stop taking big commissions for some time and only work with my current contacts. I'm kind of dying. I'm sorry we're giving you so much to do. It's okay. It's my fault. I decided to birth another baby. Don't say it that way. Especially not after we just had someone give birth on twitch.tv. I don't know if I like this birth. I don't like the word birth anymore. I'm removing it from it's no longer in the dictionary. Birth has been removed. I'm banning the word birth. After the 2.0 and demon arts, blank in your other projects, Patreon stuff, then we will take up all of your time. That's crazy. Gladly is mostly done. Just got to make some cuts for rigging, and at least the Sinder art can help out with your Patreon after they debut. Okay. Nano turned down artwork plans that were previously discussed for some time off. Eventually, Red told her we were able to find another artist for those plans. In between, Red praised Nano for her work on another VTuber's model. Okay, Red, we need to talk. Hi, Nano. What's up? Damn, really? That's the relationship they're in? They couldn't have been like, damn, okay, so it really do be making me look bad whenever I go. Somebody asks, hey, we need to talk, and then go, sup, bitch. I guess some of us are just born different. Whatever. I think I won't be possible to take Sinder's merch commissions. I really need some time off from commissions. Okay, thank you and sorry for this. No worry, Nano, you deserve a break. When you're ready to take on comms again, we'll have things for you to do if you want. I just need some time to breathe, but still would love to work with you guys. Great job with blank model, Nano. Aw, thank you. Hey Nano, we found an artist to do a Daki and Booba mouse pad for Sinder, but it's for her original design. We'll wait for you to do the 2.0 and Demon design Dakis and mouse pads. Wanted to let you know so you don't feel too bad about it. Hey, they do the same thing I do. Okay, well, I guess I got that manager mindset. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I messaged Nano about starting on some pose ideas for my first waifu cup when she was ready and available to. Hi, Nano. Blank was asking me when you'll have some time to work on the art for my Gamer Subs cup, and I said you were a little busy right now. Do you think we could come up with some pose ideas together when you have the chance? There's no rush. I know you're busy. Oh, of course, can do. You want it? Two-sided, right? That would be amazing. I told Nano I was trying to get her the okay to work on my waifu cup art on stream so it'd be easier for her, and I told her how much it meant to me to have the first waifu cup with her artwork on it. Nano, I hope you're having a good weekend. The starting screen you made looks so nice. I love them. I've been trying to see if it'll be okay. What's all the point of this is what I'm trying to figure out. Like I get we're trying to disprove the manipulation, the guilt tripping, we forced it, we were brainwashed. I get that's what we're at, but we are well into disproving this. Like, we get it. You're done. You don't need another 9 screenshots of this. I swear to God, if there's 9 more screenshots of this. I want to make things as easy as possible for you, and maybe if you don't want to stream collabs yet, we can hang out and work on it someday. No stream. That would be... would love to actually, get used first. Maybe we actually hate each other. No, don't say that. I could never. Not yet. I'm sure. Boy, that message did not age well, huh? That's tough. I'm sure about that, but would be hilarious. Damn. Really wasn't that funny when it happened, huh? I'm just going to start cracking jokes about this. I asked Nano about one of my then upcoming model sisters debuts when planning my demon debut so they wouldn't accidentally fall on the same day. Do you know about when blank plans on debuting your model, just so I can plan around it if it's near my debut? Let me check on that. I believe it was around June 22nd or July 2nd. How dare somebody share? You're not allowed to share. Oh, no, mine's April 22nd. Never mind. Blank said her debut will be around July, August. Shit. Can't say the exact day yet. Maybe I've been planning mine to be mid-July, but I'm trying to make sure I don't accidentally have it on the same day as anyone else. That would probably be a good idea so you don't take any publicity from them. Red asked about Nano's projects, about when Silver contacted her about her model made in 2022, encouraged her to set aside time for her own content. After the GG 2.0 and Demon Art edits will give you a break to focus on yourself for a while, do you still have a lot of other projects to do right now other than Sinder? Thank you. I need some break. Currently only blank. Silver seems to want another model though, brand new. Yep, she didn't reply to the model specification, so I'm just taking this as a chance to be free. Nano, you don't need to answer, but I'm just curious. When did Silver contact you about making her first model? Also, I feel like you should take until at least July off to focus on you and your streams. Nano deserves Nano time too. It was 2 weeks before her birthday. Ogie. At this point, I might just stick to Cinder, blank, and blank. Silver is not very responsive to me. Ouch. That's surprising. What the fuck? We love working with you, not just for your art. That's so sweet of you. I've been having fun with streaming lately. Hope I can keep up. You've been doing really good. Whenever I see you on Lurk for a little while, Cinder still really wants to collab with you. Maybe we can set up a drawing stream where you both draw VTubers in paint with 5-minute timer or something. Oh, that would be kind of funny. I want to. I'm just too pussy yet. This sounds fun, not gonna lie. Oogie. I asked Nano about when... Huh? I asked Nano about when she made Silver's first model from her because we grew suspicious of it. Had anything to do with Sinder and her debut about a couple of months earlier. Nano wasn't well known as a model artist in the summer of 2022 and had only done 3 models at that point, including Cinder's. More about this topic in Silver's section of the document. Oh. Okay. I thanked Nanu for the waifu cup artwork she gave me, and her scale figure was announced. Oh, hey. Nano, you did such an incredible job in your artwork. Thanks so much for the raid. I'm going to be the first one to get it. Sorry I didn't reply to you before. Oh, shit. I'm excited and a bit nervous. Hope it sells well. No, that's okay. I'm going to tell all my friends to buy. I appreciate, not going to lie, I'll shamelessly get all help I can. Get your bag, girl. Okay. Red talked to Nano about the situation with my first waifu cup, which led to him revealing our experience with Silvervale over the past 2 years. Spite was mentioned towards the end of their conversation and was the last time she was ever talked about between them. Before this, I was told that Silvervale had her own waifu cup with Nano's artwork on it and was already far into production. I was very excited and proud to have the first cup with Nano's art, and all of a sudden that wasn't going to be the case. Not only that, but if my cup was going to be released after Silver's, I would have been harassed for copying her again. Uh-oh. I did not lie to Nano about anything I said in this conversation, and I would have had no reason to. Everything I said was as I genuinely thought and experienced speaking to a friend I trusted. You're literally the best. Nah. The cup might be coming out a lot sooner than we were planning because of conflicts with another release. Oh no, what a disaster. Yeah, there's another creators thing coming out, and we wanted to make sure Cinders was released ASAP. Damn, do you know when it is? Or when is it? Not exactly. That's why we're rushing. Pretty hype having my art on a GG cup. Waiting to hear back about moving the release date up, though. Yeah, we're super excited to be the first with your art. How to move it up to make sure we have the first Nano cup. Gonna be big. I'm so excited. Let me know if you get dates. It was supposed to be towards the end of June. We're waiting on confirmation, but it could be within the next couple of weeks. Let's go. Eat. The other thing with your art on it could be coming out soon, so we're going Sonic speed on this bitch, okay? Other thing, but they still want the art at AX probably without cups being on sale. Yeah, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought you would have been told. Okay, so I'm probably not supposed to say anything, but you got to keep this between us. Of course, no leaks. I'm leaking excitement. No, you can't even do that, or I'll have to send the gorilla that beat me up that one time to your house. Huh? Okay. So Cinder has been super excited about having the first cup with your art, like super big deal with the cool double-sided 2-color effect. Yeah, I'm just as confused the moment I did fucking gorilla. Damn, apparently in 2023 we really were already having the 100-man versus 1 gorilla conversation. All right. She's a cutie. Oh my god. She was talking to Blank today about upcoming cups from other creators just because she was curious, and Blank was teasing a few to her. And he mentioned a new kind of cup he pitched to the heads at Gamer Subs. And they agreed after seeing a certain piece of art, and it'll be used on the first kind of this cup. This new cup, instead of the normal transparent waifu cup art, it's a full body color art piece. I don't know how the cup will end up looking though. Okay, and this is the top secret, and you can't say anything to anyone, not even Blank. What the fuck is that emote, bro? Because technically this was between him and Cinder, and I shouldn't know about it, but I'm the manager. It wasn't because you were just a manager. And I thought you knew. Blank, me, GG people were very interested on my work. Maybe it was a foreshadow. This new full body color art cup is of silver, and it's basically the same art as basically at the same part of production as Sinder, and it has your art. What Blank told Sinder is that it was something you drew for silver for Blank, and it was never used, so she's reusing it here after Blank pitched the idea to make it. Yeah, I read. Of course, I read the fucking the garble. I don't know. So Cinder I gotta make jokes about this somewhere. We've been reading about TLDR so far. Nano didn't portray her Google Doc even close to how it was truly shown. So we'll see. So Blank was doing overtime coordinating Blank to try and work out an emergency plan to get Cinder's cup out ASAP. There's just a lot of unspoken drama between Cinder and Silver. Only me and a couple other people know everything. Blank, it was important we get Cinder out before her. Yeah, this is just inconvenient timing, though. She had some extra art that she was able to throw onto something, and it worked out. So she has a drama with Silver. There's been a lot of misunderstandings and coincidences. The internet thinks Cinder copied everything about Cinder, and it's basically confirmed that Silver doesn't like Cinder because of it. Oh, it's kind of sad my baby's not getting really well together, not gonna lie. Woot. Cinder rated Silver multiple times, and she's the only one that Silver won't say her name. Huh. Okay, so not gonna lie, we're back on the name thing. One second. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter now. All right. Back we go. Silver didn't like Cinder, and how she would respond to Cinder's raids is the past experience we had to infer that Lily's reactions to her raids, along with her other behavior, signaled she had a problem with Cinder. What is this? Who is this? The pink OC, yeah, she's always loved wolves, and she's always loved the cherry blossom motif. So we were getting to turn her already successful existing character into her VTuber, but turn her into a wolf girl. We wrote lore for it and everything. The good old days of writing lore. She was a cherry blossom wolf girl who was the nature goddess / spirit of the forest. Oh shit. Okay. This was like October 2020. We were waiting. How did nobody make the connection they were dating? The more I read this, the more like, oh yeah, I hired my manager for my VTuber back in 2020 before I debuted. How did nobody catch on? We couldn't start with her until December, and 1 to 2 weeks before she was ready to work with us. The Shoujo debuted. To avoid copying her so we could stand out, we did basically the opposite of that design because of Cinder's love of metal music and Okami / Wolves, and the fact none of them at the time had fire. Since Western VTubing was so new, we came up with Cinder and told Blank we had to change direction last minute in order to stand out from Silver, and also that pink cherry blossom motif was super overdone. It ended up working out since no one else but Spite nowadays really has her theming. Yeah. Not wrong. Like, yeah, that's definitely the case, but seems weird. Okay. Oh shit, this is so tense. Ooh, not the. Where the fuck does where does Nano get these emotes, bro? And some people think that Cinder and Silver sounding similar, or their designs looking somewhat alike, as Wolf Girls or Cinder's model art and Silver's original blank 2D model looking alike, or the fact that they are both super similar personalities and have similar sounding laughs, must mean that Cinder copied everything. I wouldn't even be able to speak on even close how similar they both laughed, because I don't watch either of them. I'm gonna keep it a band. If I ain't watching, only big VTuber I'm watching is Project Melody, and that's about it. That's about it. That's it. Unless I know him personally. In that case, it's Project Melody. That's all you got from me. Occasionally Fillion. Maybe Silver don't talk too much with me because of Sinder. I mean, I'm not blaming Sinder, don't worry. Baggles, that's why. I don't know. I wouldn't think that's the case because she's worked with you for a long time before Sinder. You've done a lot of art of her. Yes, yes. This is kind of sad though. I think Sinder and Silver could be like sisters. I'm just wondering if she asked you for a new model because she caught wind of Cinder's upcoming debut and wants to one-up her. Like their personalities and their opposite designs, so they fit so well together. Cinder just feels like she's always in Silver's shadow because that's what people think. Nano, tell me this wouldn't work. Yeah, it would look pretty well, but like, you know, we've been here, we've read this. This is just a lot of build up to prove. Again, I'm getting so tired of these screenshots, bro. We could have summed out. Oh my God, it's like the last one I read. We don't need 72 pages of screenshots to prove whether or not you were innocent. Hire me. Hire me. I could have cut this down so many times and still got the same point across. Ugh. I feel just like Sinder with blank. People use / still compare us a lot, and I feel I'm always in his shadow. Ah, looky here, chat. Looky here. Nano Nihilus was having the same feelings. Now we know how it looks. And I feel I'm always in his shadow. Oh, and plus we didn't even give blank Silver as a design reference. We gave her blank lol. I completely understand that. I actually like both of your art from a long time ago. Blank, I've always thought of you as the bigger artist. Blank, thank you, what the fuck? Yep, yeah, and I like blank too. Blank. But you can't tell me that this is better than this. The Pyro Pups is pretty dope. God Artist Nano. Okay, I'm not supposed to have this image saved, but let me show you the cup arts. Uh-oh. Thank you, Red. On the hentai world, skill doesn't mean much, but booba. Nani? Nani? Okay. Yeah, but you draw the best booba. What the Nani? If Silver's cup comes out first, wow, Sinder even copied Silver's cup art and artist, and it's not even in color. Nani? Okay. I'm gonna drop that bit. I said it, you know, 1 too many times. Oh shit, they do be similar. What have I done? Oh, they actually are. Oh, they actually are. They are actually really similar. I can see why you would probably want to release this before the other one, because it would definitely look like copying. So at least if Cinder's cup comes out first, that we're trying to do, then Silver will be copying Sinder. But it won't matter, and no one will say that because she's massive and the full body color art won't take attention away from it anyways. But like I said, both Sinder and Silver are at the same point of production, so she could launch just as soon as us, but we don't know when. This could have honestly... This could have honestly been like, this could have been solved. This entire situation had they just found a way to, I don't know, put differences aside or something and just do a fucking collab release. Do like a silver cup, a spike, or not a spike cup, a cinder cup, and then do like a collab cup. And do like a big silver cinder collab, and it would have been actually a really cool thing and a great publicity stunt. But like, you know, whatever. What the fuck do I know? I'm just a small VTuber. So at least if Cinder's cup comes out first, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we read all that. If it wasn't so urgent, I could make a new art for this special cup. Nah, it's okay, Nano. We really love the cup art you made for it. Maybe if they want another cup, we can always do a double-sided full body color artwork. Jesus Christ. Mouthful. With 2.0 and Demon or something, okay? Who knows? But yeah, I really, with silver, could make up with... Okay, it's probably... but I really wish silver could make up with cinder. There's more drama that happened over the past couple of years, but it's all from silver's side. They'd go so well together. They would do so good together. That's a big L. Big L faux real. All right. I need you to never type faux again, please. All right. Next, that leads into a whole nother like faux schnizzle. You gotta stop right there. You ain't allowed to type faux no more. All right. That wasn't relevant in 2023 and ain't relevant now. I hope Cinder Cup comes first, though. I know the sad feeling. These girls, petty, mean girls, you know there's no compromising. Yeah, you would hope there would be some compromising at some point here, but like this is just fucking annoying. Oh, Cinder, because the cup cylinder. Aha, get it. Aha. Yeah, because cup's cylinder. Okay. Good job, chat. I'm glad y'all came up with that joke. Honestly, she could try to talk before doing this. What do you mean, like Cinder to Silver? Like talk and have things sorted out just before just ignoring and all. I don't think Silver is willing. Cinder DM'd Silver on Twitter before asking to play Minecraft together since they were both really into it and was never answered. And they're not Discord friends. Okay, let me explain the first interaction. Oh wait, it's late for you. You should sleep. Don't worry, I love gossips. Nano isn't it. 2 or 3 a.m. I believe it was the MSP Mine server. It is, but I'm very into it. Okay, let me get the deets. I'm trying to find the tweet. A little gift for Silvervale. I thought it would be cute to draw us together since we're opposites. You're such an inspiration to me. Thank you for bringing so much joy to this community. Okay. This was February 2021. Cinder was designed in December 2020. Cinder is a talented artist from high school and college. Wish it was me. And she didn't pick up art for a long time until she got a tablet laptop for working on the ASMR channel, like thumbnails. So when she became a VTuber, she wanted to draw fan art of herself with other big VTubers. Silver was the first one she did. She planned to do her and blank drinking tea, bow splashing water on her head, playing a guitar, hero guitar, bow splashing water on her head, and her getting upset, and blank playing drums while Cinder played a guitar, hero guitar. Okay. That's cute. I remember that art actually, but she never ended up doing any more, so only the silver one exists, and no one knows about the other one. So in isolation, it seems like she only ever meant to draw this one for silver. The problem is that the tweet Cinder said, "You're such an inspiration," when in reality, Silver was an inspiration for the design, but not wanting to be a cherry blossom wolf, but not by her streams or inside jokes or personality or anything because Cinder didn't watch Silver. So people look at this one fan art Cinder ever did, and the fact she said that she's an inspiration to the point to them having similar names, designs, and stream personas. They don't have similar names, but that's not all the drama with this post. Cinder tweeted the same thing a few days before, but there was also a hashtag Cindervale. You know, because it's cute art. Cindervale is actually pretty cute. There wasn't malicious intent or weird feeling behind it. Mama Vale retweeted the original post, then unretweeted it, and we were like, what happened? I wouldn't say their names are similar because one is Cinder, the other is Silver Vale. And it's not Cindervale. I don't know. It seems whatever. It's a weird comparison to make, I guess. People make too much fuzz out of nothing. Thank you, Nano. At the time, we were working with blank on Cinder's alerts and panel arts. Okay, we gotta, hold on. Okay, I'm on page 28 of 237. Holy shit. We have so many screenshots to go through. If they start getting repetitive, we'll kind of skim the screenshots. But Cylinder is better. Because we know about most of this. It's just that obviously Nano is a little more clear. Hey, she stole my emote. Get it? You get it, guys? I'm kidding. Okay. We know new blank was silver. Here was the problem, and that said silver was going to mess with silver. Cinder passed down, taking down the fans. She was the old problem. Cinder was really broken up about it because she didn't want to get off on the blank at the time. Also because since we redesigned into Cinder, I've always pushed for them to interact because their designs do so well together. Oh, it's right there. So she took down the tweet and reposted the one I sent you. Silver and Mama Vale commented, and that was it. Silver never followed Cinder, but I mean, at the time, Cinder was just a reference sheet. End of chapter, next chapter. Now we're on the model chapter, men. Still pretty mean from Silver side. Dude, also Cinder did art class. It explains why her eye for art is really good. She is artist. Is a design change that made you guys have issues with the first model artist? I remember y'all coming to me because y'all didn't like the other one. It's a long story. In between these screenshots, Red told Nano the story about the long process of getting my first model, but it's not relevant to show here. So then what's this? Is this that? No. Okay, so okay. And he got us with blank, and then the rest with the rigging, teaching you how to models and cuts. The swimsuit Cinder's debut last year, and the Cinder most likely would have debuted a lot sooner, but the model kept everything on hold. We should have never got tied up with blank, but in the end, we were super happy that you ended up being Cinder's artist. Now we can't imagine anyone else doing her stuff, and who knows if blank was influenced by Silver at all, either when she decided to get a model from blank or when blank canceled on Cinder. But like I was saying before, Cinder debuted and Cinder was there for like the first hour. Watching, never said anything. Then a few weeks later, goes to you for a model after we got you training lol. And your art had improved so much in such a small time. Even when Cinder debuted, people were saying she looked like Silver, sounded like Silver, acted like Silver. The name is like Silver, Silver and Cinder, Silver Veil. There's an entire name that you're missing at the part of that to make the joke, but people say these two look alike. Oh my god, there was a meme we made last fall. That was an inside joke between Cinder and I. Hold on. Okay, so we made this meme that was a really old joke between us October 8th last year. This was not like a meme going around trending or anything a week later on the 16th. Life of my one brain cell. Silver does not follow Cinder because she refuses to acknowledge her and validate her in any way, but she did this, so like she's watching what we're doing and we're like, are you kidding? So she replied with her own tweet. We have the same brain cell. Huh? Boing boing. Life with one brain cell. We have the same brain cell. Oh, I get it. So the first post and then copying and then not copying. And then copying the copy to copy because copy, petty. Honk shoe. Me. If this was this would be so much like legal jumbo Like legalese would be going fucking crazy just because if this was like an actual legal document of any sort, Jesus Christ, we'd be just throwing words in to add in words to like lose you in the conversation because holy shit, we did not need all of this. just to kind of be like, I'm not the one copying her. And this was around the time BSMP Minecraft server started, and they were both in it all the time. Blank introduced them to each other, and Sinder was super nice. Did I get Sol Goodman to read this shit? It grabs his Sol Goodman AI voice. Then at TwitchCon on October, Sinder went to Silver's meet and greet at the Shoujo booth with Aru because I guess her and Silver are friends, just to like introduce herself. Holy shit, this is a lot. You're telling me, Nano, the blank thing is so shit. Bruh. Aru wanted to ask Silver if the two of them and Sinder could do a Wolf Girl collab together. I've heard some issues about blank. Aru asked and Sinder never heard anything else about it. I have a friend that made a emote for her and wanted blank to give credits. She just ghosted and that's it. Blank really nice, but their management is really difficult to go through. Also, blank had an issue with blank too. Also, blank had an issue. We haven't worked with blank at all, so I don't know. We wanted an art piece from her for the 2.0 debut in summer, but we don't know if she's able to. Okay, back to the lore. Minecraft died in November, but there was a Christmas update coming out in December. So remember the Silver messaged Sinder on Twitter about the first art piece. We were like, fuck it, and Sinder sent Silver a message like, do you want to play the Christmas update together? It doesn't need to be on stream. I'd love to get to know you. Never heard back. And after Sinder, she recently got with GamerSupps and has probably been racing to get her super special full art cup out. Probably not related to Sinder, but I'd say after Shy Lily, Cinder's their next biggest VTuber. Or was before Silver. I don't know how much she does for them. I actually got surprised when Silver went to GamerSupps. Yeah, isn't the other one bigger? She got with blank, launched her shaker, then left. I think so. I wouldn't be surprised that if Silver Cups comes out soon, they'll also want to have their art on the AX booth. I mean, / don't mind if they advertise Sinder and Silver together. It'll just make Silver mad. Literally, if you advertise them together, you'll get 2 times the sales. At least we got soft confirmation Sinder would be on the booth. This is so sad because it is true. Like, Red isn't wrong here. If they would have advertised them two together, like imagine in 2023, you go to a con and there's like Artist Alley and like there's a VTuber section, and to enter the VTuber section, there's a big like poster of Sinder and a big poster of Silvervale on each side. That shit would look dope as fuck. So, like, this is just dumb. Like, they needed a... differences needed to be put aside here, but they... whatever. I'll advise the cup Sinder... I'll advise the cup Sinder versus Silver. I'm joking. So Nano was in on it the whole time, guys. What a shocker. When you told me she asked you to do about the... Okay, look, I know you said you're going to highlight, like, important things, but, like, come on. Why didn't we just post the things that were important to highlight? Like, 99% of this would be important to mention if it had, if it was to discredit Nano's position and really show that Nano is saying this type of shit. Or at least take your time and wouldn't be able to get Sinder to do what Sinder needed. I'll advise the cup Sinder versus Silver. I'm joking, lol. Like, honestly, it would benefit them both, but Silver seems like she has too much of an ego. She'll never give Sinder public validation as long as she believes Sinder is a copy. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. At this point, Sinder should just give up on that and keep walking. She's a big customer. True and real, it's just hard because it's hard for the public to separate the two, kind of like blank. I did this with blank and I'm living, but blank seems like a cool guy. He just feels like my Dinkelberg. We did not. Dinkelberg. That's fucking crazy. I don't understand Blank's issue. Cinder just trying to be nice and Silver hating her. Lol. Yes, exactly. Blank had beef with Blank debuted last year because she said on stream she was ripping off her voice. You know what solves that? As if everybody, instead of being fake ass bitches on the internet and putting on, oh my god, ooh voices, instead, I don't know, acted like regular, normal fucking people and used the voice that they were born with because it's genuinely unique, rather than trying to sit there and train it regularly, I guess. That's going to be the word, rigorously. Close enough, I guess. To try and come up with a fake voice so that, you know, oh my god, we wouldn't all sound the fucking same because it's like a trend and we're so cute and funny and oh my god, like Becky, no one gives a fuck. Like, shut up. Shit's annoying. Maybe use the voice you spawned with. It's typically a pretty solid voice. It works out usually, you know, pretty well, unless your voice is absolutely like just atrocious. I'd do voice training at that point, but most people's voices are generally fine. Whatever. Not everybody has to go fucking like, oh my god. Not everyone needs a fucking e-boy voice and just talk like this the entire time because no one gives a fuck. I don't really like, this is stupid. Why do people actually do this for entertainment purposes? Like, I'm not doing that. We're not doing the Valley Girl voice. I'm sorry, chat. All right, that's what you get. We'll refund that slime. But I'm just saying, spawn in with your voice. It's a good voice. And the voice you spawn with is a good voice. Just ignored it because she didn't want any fights. And I don't know what happened behind the scenes, but now they're fine and they interact on Twitter. But they're inseparable because they always associate them together from that, like Silver and Cinder. Wow, I never forgot it was something. I just called it the voice meta. Hey guys, look, a voice meta. Maybe we should, I don't know, be more real instead of fucking faking our entire existence on the internet. You know, because maybe if we were more real, we wouldn't have issues where people are showing off like, oh my god, I'm a perfect person. And then all of a sudden, when the fucking, like, when the facade breaks for 5 seconds, we all sit there behind the ooh woo e-girl voice and we're like, oh my god, they can't be that mean of a person. It's like, either way, you're both fucking cringe. Like, holy shit, bro. Just use your voice. You spawned with it, use it. It's not that big of a deal. You use it all the other time in your daily life. You don't need to change it. And unless you want to change it. But in that case, people in VTubing aren't doing it because they want to change it. They're doing it because it gets them fucking clicks and views. I don't give a fuck about no clicks and views. Okay, I do kind of give a fuck about clicks and views, but you get the idea. I'm not gonna fake no shit. Just you know, I don't clicks and views. That's not how this works around here. I listen to good music and do whatever the fuck we feel like. We're on page 35 of 237. So this chapter is the Nanolist chapter is 1/4 of all of it. So we'll see. This is going to be an interesting adventure, chat. We are far from the bottom of this. So, like, we're not, let's see, where were we? Well, I never thought, I just called it the voice meta, and the names being so similar doesn't help us either. Yeah, cute accents always do well. Are they really accents if they're faked? Change Sinder to Tinder. Follow me for more great tips. Actually, just buy Tinder. Quit VTuber, become dating app. So, like, we're not saying to stop working with Sinder, but like, we'll always have plenty of work for you if you're willing to take it. We really appreciate everything you do for us, and Sinder really wants to get closer with you. She's just learning to be more social. Yeah. That's a cute statement. Also, oh shit, my ass. Nani? Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Sinder rated Silver like 3 or 4 times with a blink bit of blink, 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 blink. Sinder on stream, she'll say thank you so much. Welcome raiders, go follow her every single time. Every single other raid, she'll call them their name. I'm using we're here because Sinder had no idea this conversation was happening until I told her about it later. I was speaking for both of us without her knowledge or consent. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Sinder rated Silver like 3 or 4 times with the fat raids, 1 to 2,000 people, and Silver refuses to say Sinder on stream. She'll say thank you so much. Welcome raiders, go follow her. I didn't realize this message was cut off when these screenshots were taken. Not gonna lie, if that's what's actually was being said, thank you so much. Welcome raiders, go follow her. That's kind of dismissive, so I can understand their position here. Dog just become an ooh femboy who's low-key a terrible person under their soft voice? No, because I'm just a terrible poison. I'm a terrible poison anyways. I'm always gonna be a terrible poison. I'm not a good poison. I'm a terrible poison. Haven't you seen my Twitter? I didn't realize this message was cut off when these screenshots were taken. They briefly talked about Silver leaving the shoujo between these screenshots. Every single other raid she'll call him by the name. What the fuck make more like the problem, Silver? She can't even hide it. So Nanolis was in on this. Can confirm dog is a terrible person since he's a dog. That's crazy. About to not be allowed on planes like a pit bull. By the way, about Silver's model, it's not here that wait. By the way, about Silver's model, it's not her that came to me. It was me. I wanted to ask her if she wanted a better model since that one was kind of made in a rush, but not gonna lie, I regret asking it because I'm not sure if I'm up to more model work, and all this talk makes me feel sus. She didn't give me a proper reply about the model yet anyways. So this is what it's like to have a good model mama. Okay, no worries, Nano. I'd rather it be you asking her than her asking you. Lol. Oh my god, I found it. That's wonderful. Brightness, and you deserve it for being cool and chill. I'm actually comfortably a truly good wolf girl. I'm sure that cosplay will be neat as fuck. Okay. Yeah, we just wanted to say that it's less weird. Still a lot on the bag though. It's okay. Damn, actually comfy. Nano clarified to me that she was the one who went to Silver about a new model when she told me about it on 5/4/2023, but was already regretting it due to not being up for more model work. And now taking on more models than she could handle will continue to happen over the next couple of years. Dog was a prom night baby. That's crazy. Raises hand. Will any of this be on this week's test? No. I wonder who that's about. It's just been crazy, Nano, and that's why we're rushing to the cup. Welcome to the inner circle. Only a few other people know the Silver Veil drama. That was like How I Met Your Mother, but cup. But cup. But cup. Maybe next cup. Chug off an asshole. I no longer want a butt cub. Chug off an asshole. Oh god, slime, no. This is give me a boob cup, please. But it's a great investment. No, see, they thought about this all wrong. See, if I was to be the real producer of the butt cup, it would be a butt plug with a cup on the end of it and you do shots from it. Big brain plays, $1,000 ideas. I can't wait for this to get removed off of fucking YouTube. All right, we'll let that slide though. But it's a great investment. Oh, really? Is that so? Believe me, I'm a professional. You're the professional. If you got a butt question, go to Nano. Oh, God. She can draw them, she can drink them, she can slap them, maybe kiss them. Who knows? This makes me salty. I have a bad butt history. Why is this included, bro? This doesn't. All right. No, I don't think I will. A few from my community know the tale. Nano, it's 5 a.m. for you, and you're about to talk. You're about to tell me about bad butt history. How am I supposed to take that? And don't say up the ass. Also, thank you for all the explanations. It was a ride. I do be a bit dead inside. Yes, it's nice to have you on the same page with everything, especially since I don't think this is going away soon. I appreciate you staying up to listen. Gonna have my Cinder figure and Nano figure right next to each other, and the silver figure will be in the box in the closet. I know it's kind of a different situation, but I do feel very similar between me and Blank, so it pains me a lot. Was Blank ever mean to you? No, that's why I said it's a bit different. I have no idea what any of this... I have no idea what any of this purpose is for. Oh yeah, Blank was... Like, I get it. Thank you, not gonna lie. Kind of reacted well out of spite. Recently, look at the difference. Cinder worked with them. They actually raided today. Buff Nano. When I get angry, I want to destroy. Look at how much you improved. A year and a half apart. Like, we're gonna start skimming a little bit here. I wanted to like really go through all of this, but so much of this is just emptiness. Like my VTubing arc, I'm being moved by spite and I enjoy it. Oh yes, that made me proud. Be careful with spite. I hear the copies of things. Also, we can't really say anything about spite because people will say, well, you copied silver, didn't you? Okay. Bro, I kind of thought about it, so we're stuck on both sides. As a plot twist, Cinder becomes the Two-Face 2, but on Spite, Cinder was literally designed to not copy silver, and the cycle never ends. Lol, Spite actually came into Cinder's chat last year. Tail said it was going to... Tail says it's going... turning people? When she said growing really fast and introduced herself, cheered 1500 bits too on. Then like a month later, unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's ideas, like the flames. I agree. This should have just been a PowerPoint reporting you for not committing. Look, as much as I would love to read more about Nano, that's why I say it's a bit different. Oh yeah, that was nice because Cinder worked with them and actually raided today. I just felt like being his shadow for so long. None of this carries any value because I don't know who you're talking about and I'm not supposed to know who you're talking about. So this has no... These two screenshots are literally not relevant. Like, these two screenshots could literally be removed and it would carry no weight. Like, this explains that at least explains Nano had everything. This and this has no weight. This has very little weight with the, well, we copied silver, didn't you? Like, this has so little weight. Like, I would love to dedicate to this entire thing, but so much of this is just filler text that there's almost no point in reading half of it. Like, want to hear more about that, but fine. You know what? If we're going to be, this is going to be a 12-hour recording on my fucking computer, chat. I hate all of you. We're going back. Nano, that's why I say it's a bit different. Oh, yeah, Blank was nice when Cinder worked with them. They actually raided today. I just felt being his shadow for so long, I still get the feeling back, but I bulk up. Hell yeah, buff Nano. Blank, you're out here doing full illustrations. Blank, thank you. Not gonna lie, I react kind of well out of spite. My phone fucking, I swear to God. Ugh. Especially looking at the difference. When I get angry, I want to destroy. Look at how much you improved. This is like a year and a half apart. Wait a minute. Wait, I can't find it. Bam. Bam. Look at it. Like my VTubing arc, I'm being moved by spite and I enjoy it. How long ago did I start this? You still on Ano's part? We've been recording for two and almost 3 hours. So, you know, we have been here a while. I am chat. This is awful. Why is this a thing? Why is this a thing? I don't get it. 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 It's like there's just no weight to like any of this, and that's the problem. There really just needed to be some fucking weight here. Like, please, for the love of all things holy. Right? Just 2 sentences per part. Yeah, but like people's interpretations of this are going to be incredibly different. I can already see it on Twitter. Like my VTubing arc, I'm being moved by spite and I enjoy it. Oh yes, this made me proud, not gonna lie. Be careful with spite, I hear she copies things. Teehee. Oh, also, we can't really say anything about spite because people will say, well, you copied Silver, didn't you? Bruh, I kind of thought about it, so we're stuck on both sides. The plot twist is Sinder becomes the Two-Face 2. But on spite, Sinder was literally designed to not copy Silver, and the cycle never ends. Lol, spite actually came into Silver's chat last year. Tails says it's still going, turning people. When she was growing really fast and introduced herself, cheered 1500 bits too. Aw. Then, like a month later, unfollowed her on Twitter and started taking her ideas, Cinder's ideas, like the flames. See, I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna advocate for anything crazy here, right? I'm not gonna make any crazy speculations, and I'm not gonna say it means anything, right? I'm not gonna say it has any direct meaning of any sort. I'm not gonna say there's any actual interpretation of this, right? I'm not gonna say anything, right? I'm totally not gonna say that this has any meaning, which it probably doesn't. It probably doesn't, and it won't. But yeah, it's remember, I'm blocked by spite. I'm legitimately blocked by spite on Twitter. I've never interacted with spite. Ever. I've never met, never talked, never conversed with spite. Anything. And I am blocked by her on Twitter. I don't know why. I just am. Does it have any meaning? Probably not. But you know, yeah, I've been blocked since I debuted. I don't want to, like, I'm not trying to be mean, and I'm not trying to raise speculation, but I have a hunch possibly somebody has a little bit of like self reflection they might need to like converse about, because if we're blocking people you've never met, let alone talk to, let alone, this is before I had like 200 tweets. This is before my first year, before my first month in VTubing. I've been blocked by Spite for literally nothing. Not a damn thing. I am nothing. I did nothing at all. This is before I could have even done anything. I was posting dorky art I got off of Fiverr. I have been blocked for so long. There's something more here with this. I don't know what it is. Would I love to have a conversation with Spite to figure it out? Yes. Mostly because I want to know why I'm blocked on Twitter. Who knows? Maybe I was copying her. I didn't even see her. I didn't even know she existed till after I debuted. That's the fucking crazy part. I can actually go back in my DMs with somebody, and I can actually I can show you when I found her for the first time on TikTok, and how literally like 3 minutes after on Discord, she has me blocked on Twitter. I don't know why, but somebody's got something they need to work through. I don't know what, but I don't know. A self-reflection would go crazy. But that's just me. All right. Let's continue, because we are far from done. This might be like a 2-part series or something. The unfollow is weird. All you got was unfollowed? I got blocked. Yeah, so it's like there was also unprovoked tweets from her side. I didn't copy anyone else for my design. My design is all me. This is who I am. Like, huh? Who are you saying that to? Oh, lol. On random Sinder clips on YouTube, there was one dedicated Spite fan or someone she knew, I don't know, that would comment on these clips saying, like, when are you going to clip Spite? Only on Cinder's clips. Honestly, Spite X Cinder design is much more sus than Cinder X Silver design. I could kind of agree with that. Or saying rude things about Cinder, always mentioning Spite. Yeah, okay, look. You have a Spite category. Why not just put this there? Whatever. All right. Let's try and get through this Nanolist part. Or something. I don't know. This is just getting absurd. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about any of this. Like, this is obviously super fucking silly, and it is very, very dumb. But like, I don't know. It's just so weird. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. We'll see. What the fuck? Oh, right. I forgot about this. Funny, I actually didn't like Spite until she turned blue. This was the original Spite. This was the Spite debut 2 to 3 months after Cinder. I actually preferred. Yeah, I remember this. I remember whenever she actually went to flesh skin. I preferred the blue. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I may have cracked the code. I may have figured out why we were... Hold on. Where's it at? What the fuck? Oh, shit. Hold on. Did I crack the code? Did I crack the code? Hold on. We gotta look at this. Hold on. Wait a minute, chat. Hold on. Wait a second. So if I take my tail, right? If I take my tail, hold on, I gotta move my leggies. All right. If I take my tail, right? I take my tail. All right, y'all see my tail? Y'all see her tail? Y'all see her tail and my tail? Chat, I think I know why she blocked me. Our tails are entirely fucking different. No, I wasn't blue at the time. I was also still red. So like it doesn't make any sense. But like it's so dumb. Yeah, the unfollow, it's random, I'm not copying tweet. I said some skulls, looks like PNGs. True, not Mama Nano art for real. Mama Nano makes best Hellhound. We must wait from Demon Sinder and see if Spite makes a move too. Even fucking Nano's in on the pettiness. This is so silly. Sinder is copying me. Not gonna lie though, Sinder has the best mascot. Animal VTubers usually goes for the same animals as pets. Mine's a ghost. But Sinder is a fireball. I mean, still the doggy, but fire. Red told me the gist of this conversation with Nano, and the next morning I messaged her about it. Red told me he was talking to you about the full story, LMAO. I haven't really told anyone else about all this except blank and blank last month. So I just haven't been eating. It's just been eating me alive since I received my design, and I can't escape. Been living with this for so long without anyone knowing the truth. But I also don't want to say anything or tell anyone because I hate drama and I just want everyone to be nice and happy. I also didn't want to tell you about the cup art being similar because I don't want you to feel bad or blame yourself for anything, but I'm glad and relieved you understand now. I also didn't want to tell you about the cup. I'm so thankful for you, and I want to get to know you more than just a business partner and have fun together and play games when you're ready to. I know you're gonna have so much fun. It do be a lot, not gonna lie. I just feel sad because I know how the being someone's shadow eats your sanity. It's time to be strong and forget about Silver. You're already so big and don't need any validation from her. Also, the blank stuff was very shocking, and yeah, the cup art is such a sad coincidence. I didn't know any of this. Damn, yeah, after staying up till 5 a.m. reading your deep lore, I do feel more part of the gang. Okay, it's okay. I'm gonna keep celebrating all the cool stuff I get to do and have fun with my friends. The lore, LMAO. I never read that much text in so long. I feel very cultured. I can imagine it's been a long time since this all started and so much happened. I could only imagine how much you molded over the first model. Damn, but I'm thankful it worked out this way because I wouldn't want to work with anyone else now. I think the same, not gonna lie. I molded a lot working on your first model, but it worth it so much. Second model was so much easier. You're cute. I know my model is really complicated, but I'm so happy it helped you improve so much and will be so good. I'm so hyped for your debut. By the way, Red showed me you're having the figure with my design. Cool. My dream was to have a figure of my art, and it ended. I got two. Oh, that makes me so happy. I'll show you the final sketch when it's ready. Yes, I would love to see. Later in our conversation, we were talking about my scale figure that was in pre-production. I could see that, and I laughed. I want to do a bikini instead. This is so good. Featuring chop 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 chop. We're gonna fight. Again, what does this have to do with anything? Laughed to say love. The fire on the base is a great addition. I'm gonna fight for this so hard. Try having good smile to make demon. But a good smile, did he even want silver? But good, oop, stop talking about silver. LMAO, I'm kidding. Good Smile is just really picky about who they work with. Yeah, I bet maybe one day, though. You never know what can happen. Right, for me to know, figure, huge deal. I can die in peace. I'm so proud of you now, and you're doing amazing things. When Nano suggested I have a good smile, make my demon figure, I said they didn't even want silver, which is something I heard from another friend. A good smile is very hard to get to work with. She was a much larger creator than me at the time, so I thought my chances of working with them were even smaller. I chose to keep this in, and I'm pointing this out because it's the only time I said anything mean about silver in any of my DMs with anyone. Dog versus popcorn reading. 5/15/2023. I messaged Jano to tell her we've needed to change the artwork on one side of my waifu cup because it's too similar to Silver's. I have to give you a heads up. GamerSets needs us to change the orange art. Is it because of the pose issue? I was just in a call with them to discuss when my cup was being released, along with the artwork similarity between mine and Silver's cups. Since her cup has been in development since December, plus the issue with them potentially releasing so close together, they suggested we change the pose with the new piece of artwork before the end of the week. So I wanted to ask you if you think you could do any time for that for me. Blank said he'd pay you an expedited fee on top of the commission price. The good news is that we'll still be able to use the first artwork on other kinds of merch and as banners for their booths, just not on the cup. They also wanted me to ask you if you were paid for the first two pieces of the artwork. Oh, I could try and change just the arm if can be an option, but I'm fine doing a new one too. They didn't pay anything yet. I just said that they prefer a brand new one, so 3 separate pieces, especially because they want 3 to fill a giant mouse pad. Ayo, I'll just let them know you haven't been paid and Blank should get on that ASAP today. Do you think you'll have the time this week to do it? I can do the rushies again. I'll be removing my wisdom teeth tomorrow, but I'm 80% sure I'll be good. Last time I was at least. Nano, don't die trying to do art. Nano suggested an artist for a reference sheet, and Red told her that we were holding onto my winter outfit for her to do since she was interested. You mentioned this previously. We would have the winter design found if you'd rather that. Oh, I don't know. I'd like to try. Yeah, we haven't asked for any new designs because we have the ones in mind with the winter one right now, and we knew you were interested. The rushies. Nano asked Red if we could pay for a commission for her and subtract the total from the work she did for us. We've done this multiple times over the years to help her when she needed it, and she'd take the difference of our commission. This was while we were at Anime Expo and had just bought a life-size standee of her. Neat. Can you pay me a little comm again? It's a $700 comm, but my shit card can't handle it. Huh? Little comment, it's a $700 comm. Nani? What do you mean 700? Nani? Okay. I ain't in the big leagues. I don't know how it works up there. That's my bad. I didn't know. $700 commissions. My bad. Didn't know. That's on me. I ain't been up there. I don't know how that works. That's my bad. My apologies. I ain't ever been in the big leagues. If $700 for a commission, you know I'm hiring the little guys to work on my art because I ain't paying $700 for a commission. $700 is life-changing right now. For real, for real. All right, that's a band, a buck, whatever you want to call it. Like, hell nah, a little $700 commission. So what's a big commission? God damn. I'm a shit. Can I just give the Gawk 9,000? Because I feel like that's probably worth a little bit more than, you know, I don't know, $700 commission. They're fucking crazy. All right, let me show you artwork with my mouth hole. Okay. God damn, this fucking thing has got me going fucking feral. All right. No, I didn't know you guys weren't home. It can wait until it's good for you. Paying the comm for me would be better if possible. My issue is that my card can't handle the numbers. Sinder sent the pic to me. I was like, wow, they got me taking some air and touch grass. but I was outside because Cinder kidnapped me. Yoink. Yeah, we were like, we need to nano home. Let's bid on her. Now we have to figure out how to ship you. Okay. And I think Sinder would be okay, but we just have to take it off our invoice later so it balances out. Gotta help Mama Nano when we can. Get yourself a friend that can provide you with $700 when you need it. Or a sugar daddy or sugar mama or somebody. Brother. I showed Nano that I included her eye symbol in the demon room after my debut, which I've been including in all of my major room backgrounds for years. Nano wasn't a tool for Red or I to use. She was someone we both cherished working with. She said she was planning to start on my winter design soon. And there's a photo of us. You're cute. I love including you in little pieces because you're a huge part of my journey. I also wanted to ask if you're still able to make a winter design and outfit on the base 2.0 model for the beginning of the next year. There was a full moon last night. Of course, I was planning on making on the design soon, actually. Red been telling me about it. You guys are amazing. Oh, Nano's model's cute. God, dude, this is so bright in comparison to... Oh, neat. Oh. Nano's eye symbols. Oh, look at that. That's kind of cute. Hey, that's also kind of cute. That's also kind of cute. That's cute. That's cute. Now just imagine, chat, a DOG plushie right there. Self-inserts. Let me crack open another water. Yeah, DOG plushie. I'll get my scissors. Oh, no-y. Nice AI symbol in my Heaven Hound room. Another Nano. Oh, that's kind of cute, too. These are all, like, kind of cute. Red messaged Nano about Silver asking about a model right after my Demon model day. Silver Cup out this Friday. Will post. Yes, she told me. At least Cinder came out first. Yes, and it's doing so well. Did she have you make a second art piece recently for it? Goal bar raising fast. Yeah, it is. We're going to get that flavor. I think I made last month or even before that. But man, Cinder's model called a lot of attention, and attention blank and blank messaged me for models. Did she ask you for a new model yet since Cinder's debut? She kind of did, actually, but I'm kind of excited for blank. Me and Cinder were like, she probably already asked Nano, are you planning to work on another model for her or just blank are new? I think she got upset about Cinder's figure stealing her figure's thunder. There's no, I mean, Cinder's been blasting. She's just got it all. Bro, the pants grab. Really? Really? The pants grab?
Driving in my car right after a beer. Hey, that bomb is shaped like a deer. DUI.
All right.
How about you die? I'll go 100 miles an hour.
Silver's been kind of missing, I think, and not yet. Actually, I know it's Cinder's enemy, but still my client. I'm sorry. It's okay, but keep in mind that I love Cinder so much. After I asked, Nano told me Silver already asked her for a model after Cinder's Demon debut, which was 3 days before this. When I enthusiastically said, wait, did you tell her no about the model? Nano had the ability to tell me no. Silver was still her client, regardless of how I felt about it, which I accepted. That's just business. Her calling Silver Cinder's enemy at the time were her words, not mine, and not how we viewed Silvervale at this time, just someone treating her unfairly. But keep in mind that I love Cinder so much. Is she rushing you for a birthday model again? Listen, I just wish she'd play nice, man. Like Cinder didn't copy you. Stop copying being like this. Oh no, it's just a new model with one of the contest outfits, right? I don't see the point. Like, wow, Wolf Girl. Please don't be bitch Silver. We just wanted Silver to get along with Cinder, but we could recognize that she'd always act. Bro, is this entire Nano part just dogging on Silver? Again, bro, you have Silvervale as its own area. So just Blank are the new babies right now. Blank isn't confirmed yet, but Blank is. Oh, okay, I thought Blank was working on her own new model. She is, but seems to be too busy to keep on that. Oh, I'm glad everyone's interested in working with you. You deserve the attention, and I hope your own VTubing is going good. Cinder still wants to collab. I'm having existential crisis over VTubing. You've been doing good, though. What the hell? I don't know. I'd just be like that. How is your new design coming? Oh, and I guess we can start working on Cinder's winter design whenever you want. Make sure you save the time for new Cinder stuff, too. When Blank and Silver and everything else you do. My new model going a bit slow, not gonna lie. Also, don't worry, didn't confirm anything with Silver yet. I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes. What's up with your new model? Oh, no big deal. I'm just taking my time to work on it. Can I post the 2.0 Cinder art too? I'm okay waiting the actual debut, though. I think better to wait on the 2.0 art. That's a good point. Me thinking, I think Cinder and Silver will always be fighting for your work behind the scenes is the first instance of me implying we will eventually be competing directly with anyone. Nano, may I know what's up? Kinda like to gossip. Nano's always been open to talking about drama and gossip with me. Yeah. And now Silver stuff getting to us since we didn't plan for her things to be releasing so close to ours, not the chancla. It's whatever, I guess. Forget about her, I swear. Please, for the love of God, I never want to see that gif again. Nano got tired of hearing about drama around Silvervale specifically. I was looking at numbers yesterday. Cinder literally has the same viewer numbers as Silver now. Nano got tired of hearing about the drama. Brings it back up. Almost as many, but it's not really that, I think. Like, really close. I think it's more wanting her to recognize Cinder, even though it literally doesn't matter. I feel like there's this unspoken competition between them, like they need to one-up each other because Silver can't get along, but I also understand her point of view. A new VTuber who people say looks, sounds, and acts like you becomes just as successful as you in a year. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal friend, then it would be like a blah, 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 blah replacement, then share a lot of the same audience too. I don't know what's even behind that. And then, again, I mentioned competition with Silver because of the fact she couldn't get along, leading to my thoughts about her being competition down the road, but I was sympathetic to Silver's point of view. The reason why I have the music playing, Boom, is because imagine if there wasn't music. AKA what I'm doing. I can't hear the music. If she did recognize Cinder as an equal or a friend, then it would be like she's endorsing her copy or has been like the replacement. They share a lot of the audience too. So this is the Nano section, but it's mainly about either Silver or Spite. Pretty much. It's how Nano's reacting to the Silver and Spite stuff. But like, I get it. It's I see what they're doing, and they're trying to use the situation to try and discredit Nano's entire twit longer by showing that she actually had a part in this. And so, like, I see what they're doing, but it just feels messy, but I also understand why. If she didn't recognize Cinder as an equal or friend, then it would be like she's endorsing a copy or that a replacement. They share a lot in the same audience too, so we had to fight for their wallets with our cups and figures. Lol. We did undercut Silver's figure though. I mean, I think Silver is winning considering her goal for the cosplay. True. And that was insane. Like, at the end of the day, it isn't about how much we make compared to her. We just want her to recognize Cinder's a big VTuber too. She's got there on her own merits, just like you did. Get along, and the marketing potential and money they could be teamed up. Okay, we've seen that, so we'll skip past that. I said we were fighting for Cinder and Silver's shared audiences wallets with our cups and figures because Cinder and Silver's first waifu cups dropped a week apart on 7/15/2022 and 7/21/2022, and their scale figures a month apart on 7/15 and 7/12. Or an 8/12. We undercut Silver's figure by having an earlier release date than her to avoid Cinder being accused of copying her again. We wanted Silver to at least be on good terms with Cinder. Anyone could see the potential success they'd have working together, including the money they could make. Well, yeah. But again, I don't understand why people would harass you over the wallets with our cups and figures, all considering because, you know, when you release merch, the intent is for people to buy those things. What time is lunch period? We'll get through this and we'll take like a little fiver. I don't see why not. Red complimented Nano's work she did for Silver, and I told her I wanted Nano everything. She got the personality, and I run the brand. Branding is important, and you did a good job with Silver's art. Every now and then I check on blank and see she's always dying. Oh, man, it's so good being right. It's so good being right. Remember when I said I feel like Nano had more involvement and understanding in this than she let on? Remember when I said Nano was deeper in this than whenever, you know, than everyone let on and said, and that Nano didn't know anything, and she was just the poor innocent girl who was getting manipulated and harassed by Cinder and Red and all of this. Remember whenever I said that? Remember whenever I said that everybody who's just sucking up to this entire thing and not looking at it unbiased is an absolute fool for thinking that Nano isn't right? DOG's right again. My bad. I'm right again. My bad. Didn't realize I needed to put my fucking winner's t-shirt on again. My bad. Didn't realize I was right again. How many more times do I need to be right before motherfuckers start listening? That's like, come on. I'm right all the damn time. How many more times I gotta be right about this? Most humble streamer on the motherfucking internet. She's lucky to have you. She's lucky to have you. Because she doesn't have a dude like you. I forgot the name, and I hope you can make color cups for Cinder one day. They did take a long time to render the art. I hope I can make color cups for Cinder one day. From what I remember, I don't think the Gamer Subs was too happy doing the full art cup. But if it sells, well, they'll absolutely do more. Cinder literally wants Nano everything. Clone yourself so we can have a Nano. Adopt me, please. Please. Did she ask you about illustrating a doujin? We were in talks with some people and we brought your name up to see if that will happen. She did mention it. If this ever happens, let me know, like ASAP, so I won't die doing it. But having another artist is fine. I know she'll pick a good one. Pants grab. I will. Rah, 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 rah. Maybe just for the cover, easier on you. I don't know. Yeah, it can be it too, but we can start working on anything when you have time. I can start design Winter Cinder. Is there any base ideas? We can send you some ideas in the server soon. Sure, love Nano. All right. we'll take a little 5 and we'll put all of our oopsies and we'll put all of our thoughts together and and see what's all going on, conversation wise, and really sign everything up and get the ideas, try and kind of put everything together, for this moment. We'll take a little fiver and, kind of think about this and, kind of put some stuff together, a little like a tidbit section. So far, everything I said was right. And that's the most important part. That's what matters the most, is that I was right again. And, everybody who doubted me whenever I made my posts, eat shit. That's all I care about. Thank you. Everybody put their tinfoils hat ons for me, but everybody didn't realize I was right. Damn right. My bad. It's hard being this right this often. It's just it's so difficult being just this good at what I do and understanding how pathetic people are. But I guess essentially to put it together is that so far we know that Nano's been deeper in this than was initially led on by the original video. Obviously, by this point, you would be blind or deaf if you're listening. For understanding that Nano obviously had more weight in this than was initially led on, and you would be absolutely crazy to defend Nano in this regards, because this is all this is. This is all this is literally just saying that Nano had more understanding of this. This was not manipulation. There's not any of this. This is all relatively respectable. Nobody's lying. Nobody's making tricks. Nobody's trying, sneaky little things. No one's manipulating anybody. They're all having fun, a good time. They're making jokes. They're actually just friends and artists. That's just what it is here. So, other than that, there's really nothing deeper going on to this. At this current point in time, we're on page 77 of 278. We're almost... Actually, no, we are on 278. We are 200 pages away from this one chapter's completion. And so we gotta understand too. Yeah, you gotta understand that there's a lot more to this too. Again, I will, as I iterate at the start of this, the reason why we actually care so much about this is because it sets a precedent. It sets a precedent that's dangerous in a community, and sets a precedent that's dangerous for people to cling on to. People need to understand that just because it's some silly drama, or it's high school, mean girls, petty bullshit, is that behind the smoke and mirrors, behind the ooh woo voices and the fake fucking e-boys out there, that this type of shit is something that needs to be kept an eye on. Otherwise, everyone will lose their individuality as they climb the ranks and they gain in popularity. So much so that they'll just all do this and nobody will acknowledge it, and nobody will be subject to scrutiny, and nobody will be treated how they need to be. Bad actors will get away, over and over and over again if this continues as a common practice in VTubing, and it is a common practice, using people to climb the ranks or, you know, taking advantage of other things to cut ranks down is a common practice in VTubing. And a part of it is just business. The other part of it is pettiness. And it's this pettiness is what all of this is. This pettiness is something that needs to be brought to light and is something that needs to be exposed. Failure to expose it is a dangerous rhetoric and not good. And everybody will stare at it, and you know, we've already all seen it on Twitter. You know, everybody's already picked sides. You know, halfway through, they're like, I can't believe this, or they've made it, you know, a quarter of the way through, I can't believe this. You know, or they skim and then they think they have an understanding of it. That's why I started skimming, and then y'all shot me down. Y'all stopped me in my tracks. I'm glad y'all did that. It's gonna take us a little longer to get through this. But there's obviously posts that are like on Twitter where people are saying just started the 1,000 pages, and then like an hour later it is, hey guys, Cinder's a piece of shit. Obviously, guys, as you can tell, I'm reading at an accelerated rate through some of this. Like, we are flying through some of this. We are flying through this at an accelerated rate. We are quick reading a lot of this. We are absolutely flying through a lot of this as fast as you can. And at a decent rate. Like, we are, with how fast we're reading, we're covering a lot of ground very quickly. But it takes longer because we're actually taking in the information. A lot of people that are reading this are not taking in the information, and they're not actually trying to read anything. And so it's not great. And so, you know, again, I guess to conclude most of this is like, hey guys, just because it seems kiddish and just because it's like little girl drama and high school bullshit doesn't necessarily mean that it's not important. Yeah, your waifu can be wrong. Obviously, people are going to support it regardless, but at the end of the day, just because your waifu's your waifu doesn't mean that she can't be wrong. All right, let's continue. By the time we get through this, it's going to be like 5 in the morning. We've been going for 3.5 hours. All right. Nano, Red, sorry, I know you're streaming. We're going to apply to get the winter outfit designed by blank. That way you're not going to have too much work on your plate if you're doing a lot. If it's accepted, we were thinking about doing a comfy gamer girl / pajama outfit design next that we can work on with you. Although we have a few more ideas we could go through, I just wanted to let you know since you were interested. It's okay, don't worry, does some great designs. You do great designs too. I'm fine working on the comfy gamers instead though, tiny emote. But if you were really excited to design the winter one, you can do it. We just didn't want to overwhelm you with the stuff if you're taking on a lot of work lately. I applied for them to design my character, so we figured while they were open, we should apply for them to do something for Sinder. See, you make a good point here, Slime. I've acquired green screen dog now. Oh no. I've seen enough so far to tell my thoughts at the end will be like, wow, everyone's involved in this, kind of sucks. I'm gonna be honest. This is just a takedown post. And by a takedown post, I mean, so far from what we've read, I could be wrong. But when I ever am I? This is 110%. You lit the flame under my ass. Well, I'm gonna light the flame under yours too. That's what this is. She says, it's not for doing that, but I'm sorry. You wouldn't need to include all this if it wasn't for that. This is a ignite the flame under everybody's ass. If I'm sinking, you're sinking with me. If I go low, if you go low, I go lower. We all drowning. Damn right. It is a 110%. Every motherfucker in this, at least everybody mentioned so far in this point, is a takedown. This right now for Nano completely has discredited her entire post. This has completely lit a fire under Nano. Nano should be receiving some sort of scrutiny for this, some sort of punishment for these actions, because it is clear-cut obvious that she had more involvement and was in support of the anti-silver rhetoric that Red was setting. Therefore, she should be just as much hot water as Red. To not notice that, you would have to be absolutely riding somebody as hard as you fucking could. The only thing preventing you from getting away from this bad ex is that his dick is that good. That is all this is. That's all this is. There's an unrelated conversation between these messages, okay? I'll hold a bit on the winter Cinder for a bit since we will wait for what? He wasn't going to make the winter fit. We didn't apply for it, so you can do it. That's why I said there's any other outfits in that list that you'd want to do, then blank. You'd want to do, then tell me so we can have him make something else. Go apply. I thought you did already. No, you're Pika Loco. No, dummy. I was talking to Nanoless. Okay, I'm good working on it anyway, but still, feel free to have blank work on anything. I don't mind. I'm just one little guy anyways. I think you'll do a really good job with it. Almost 3 weeks later, Red checked with Nano on my winter outfit since she was working on a new model, but assured her it was okay that she hadn't started yet. Hey Nano, also doing a good model now. Sorry I didn't start yet. That's why I told you I was okay with it. I'll see if I can get the first sketches this week. If you don't have time right now, don't worry about getting to it yet. We haven't started anything with blank yet and are waiting for him to be done with other things too, so maybe whoever's ready first. About a month later, Nano asked Red for us to find someone else to do my winter model art due to her workload. Red offered to push the model art back since we had no one else in mind to do it. We wanted to prioritize model work with Nano over the Gamer Subs artwork Red asked her about. Nano did the artwork in October and started my winter model in November. I see. Nano, do you still want to do Cinder's Gamer Subs flavor art? They wanted to make a group chat with us and start it soon, so it's ready to go. And they want to start on a second cup idea. Oh, nice. I do need some info on that. By the way, wanted to ask you something, not to sweat. Do you guys mind calling someone else for the winter outfit? I mean, for the model art. If you guys prefer having me do it, it's fine too. It's okay. Obviously not, if that's what you're... Not the design. I can talk to Sinder about it. We can make you work on it if you don't. We can't make you work on it if you don't want to. No, it's not like I don't want to. It would just be ease. It would just ease my work a bit. That's why I don't mind doing it if she prefers me. I don't think we have anyone else to do it, but if we need to push it back further for you, that's okay. I can make this work out. Nano, if you think you're taking on too much work, we can give you new Gamer Subs project to someone else. No, I want to make the tub art. Okay, you can just... Okay, you can. Just don't want you to overload yourself with projects. I know it's probably hard to turn down working on everything you get approached about. What chapter are we in? 4? I messaged Nano about my projects and tried to make them easier for her to do. Hey, Nano, I haven't heard from you in a bit. I just wanted to see if you still wanted to work on my winter design, Gamer Subs flavor art, and Next Cup artwork. If you have too much on your plate, I can always find someone else to do them. I just need to know soon because I really want to get these done as soon as I can. I really want to work on the flavor art, though. I wanted to work on all of it, not gonna lie. I could do the Gamer Subs stuff if we can have the winter fit for someone else. And chapter Nano. I like what you have. I like what you have for the winter design so far, so I wouldn't want someone else to change it and finish it for you. I just haven't had any updates from you in a while, so I wasn't sure you still wanted to work on it. I can have Red send you his ideas for the flavor art, though, if you wanted to start that. I think he said he had something in mind already, but I'd want to get both of these done ASAP. Sorry I wasn't home in the past few days. Honestly, my biggest issue with winter fit is you'll want all arm toggles to work with it. I think I have 6 right now. Would I have to get rid of some? Yeah, especially because there's the coat, and no coat would be 12 arms. What if we get rid of the crossed arms, arms on hips, and hands on face toggles with the coat on? That would bring it down to 9 arms. I would have appreciated it. If that works for you, it works for me. All right. I'm two bottles of water deep and half a monster. We got this, chat. If that works for you, it works for me. I'll finish my current model and work on your stuff right after. Sounds good. Finish my current work. We'll start yours next week. I'll be away this weekend. By the way, any of these work can be streamed. Oh, thank you, Nano. I'd rather you not stream the winter outfit, but you can stream the Gamer Subs art as long as it doesn't say Gamer Subs anywhere and you don't say what exactly it's for. Red asked Nano about her current projects. We were thinking about model plans with another artist at this time because of Nano's busy schedule lately. Although nothing ended up coming of it, this is when Red allegedly manipulated Nano and forced her to cancel Silvervale's model. Hey, Nano, do you have a lot of models lined up still? Hey, that wasn't in the original post. Interesting. Quite a few. Is it for the project? Also need feedback on the outfit changes so I might change the toggles too. No, not for the child. I was wondering. I know you were working on Blank and Silver, and Blank said you would be working with Blank soon. I'll go good to the. It's pretty much like this for now. Silvervale starts January, February, March. Blank. Cottontail is April. Bow is in June. Cinder's winter design is in December. Okay. I'm sure I'll microwave. Not the microwaved hot dogs. Chat, go away. Okay. My oof reaction to the screenshot was due to the number of projects she had on her do list, not about who was on it. This is the first time I had seen Nano would be working with Bao on a model. But this is pretty much one comm every month, which means I can always put Sinder stuff in between easy. Okay. Do you know what kind of model Bao wanted from you yet? Like, is it normal whale or is there some theme? And I thought we were talking to, and I thought you were talking to Blank about a model. She wants a big mommy Bao like Blank. I was about to say, not the Bao berry, like like a lore outfit. Model is done for a while too. People do lore outfits. Oh, I mean, maybe it's good that we ended up reaching out to another artist about a model with how many you'll be doing. Starting the rigging. I was asking questions about Bao's design here to find out if it would be compatible with Boss Rush's theme like a lore outfit. Boss Rush was the only idea between me and Sinder at the time, but we knew what the concept would eventually be, just not who would be included. Who's rigging? Gonna be Blank. Nice. Yeah, who's the first? Oh, Blank. Oh, Blank is real good. Yeah, I don't feel super great about going with someone other than you, but I don't know. It feels like an arms race sometimes with new models and more people wanting to be best mama Nano babies. Bro, can we normalize not having 10 bajillion models? Like maybe like 4 models, you know, maybe one for each season. And then like just like an outfit for that, and then just change the outfit like once every year. I'm sure Blank's model will be even better, to be honest. His art is really clean and yummy. We'll have to see. Like I said before, I feel like my models are too overrated. There are so many goods out there. We were very loyal to Nano when it came to our models. This was during a time where there were significant upgrades in overall model art and rigging quality in the VTuber sphere, and more people were going to Nano for models, taking up more of her time. Like I said, I feel like my models are too overrated. There's so many goods out there, Nano. You're like the most desirable model artist out there. Look who's trying to commission you. It's like big brands. It's just name, not to discredit any work, because anything you work on is top of the line incredible, but when everyone's a Nano baby, it feels less special to be one, if that makes sense. Kind of been getting on the same feeling from GamerSubs lately too. Oh, hey, I don't remember that being there. I think it's just a difficult situation with everything we have ideas for. Our original plan was to work with you on a bunch of 2.0 outfits this year, but because of GamerSubs projects, the possible game project or schedule may be a blank model. I'm not sure what we're doing with it now, to be honest. I need a week of knowing what's happening, anywhere to catch up and organize the things. Of course, we can still do outfits if you have time in between. It's not like we don't want you to work. We don't want to work with you. I can understand if you want to go for more blank stuff, considering he might be cheaper too. I'm pretty sure my work is expensive right now. Also, you can ask other artists to make outfits for the model if my schedule is your concern. No, cost doesn't factor. We want to work with who we work with because we like them and we like their work. That's why we keep working with you. After the winter outfit, we were thinking Pirate Summer / maybe bring the bikini back, Ghost Halloween, and Angel for Christmas. But I don't know where a possible blank model would go, because I wouldn't consider that 3.0 would be like a spin-off birthday. Maybe what kind of design would it be? Thinking about something comfy, gamer, alt girl, possibly with arcade skin-like toggles. Wait. Could be Tashi. We had the idea, but we think it'd be best to invest in Sinder model and keep Tashi as a toggle. Since Tashi is like only for longtime fans and not really part of the main brand. Oh, I see. How will they feel if they're better than us if they can't lord their huge model collections over us smaller tubers who can afford one model every year or two? Yeah, I know, right? Because that's how you become a bigger streamer, or bigger VTuber. You just stream with more models, and then you're so cool. Oh, I see. Would it be weird to go full Tashi mode on twitch.tv/Sinder because it's not Sinder lol? Yeah, I guess. Also, potentially phasing out Tashi within the next year, but we'll see. It's on live support, to be honest. But yeah, Blank would do something like e-girl gamer / arcade skin. Is supposed to design an angel outfit at some point, and Cinder really wants a pirate outfit, and I think a ghost outfit would go hard with the fire theming. But planning on all this next year will be a nightmare with any other projects. Gotta do what you gotta do to stay relevant. People say whatever they say, but Blank raised the line too much. I really hate that relevancy is based on models and not actual character. If the models are good, I don't have to be funny. Sounds like a crutch. I still think you should do a 3.0 next fall / winter for 2025. People stay in line too much. Yeah, now that's expected. I still think you should do a 3.0 next fall, blah, blah, blah. Gotta do what you gotta do to stay relevant or staying competitive in the VTuber sphere in a general sense. Just an idea, if we want it ready for late spring / early summer 2025, would be an honor to keep being Cinder's mama. 2.0 outfits and maybe Blank will ride out next year, but there's needs to be a plan after that, and you're only gonna keep getting better at models, and we love you. It just sucks everyone wants a nano model. I mean, it's good. For real, because you make a lot of money and you gotta eat, but it sucks because it's not special. I'm actually hard grinding because next year I might get my own house. Damn. We'll definitely do for BR friends? What the fuck is a BR friend? This fucking lingos, bro. I don't know what these Gen Zers be talking about. Getting more settled, I might try to travel a bit and do more cool stuff. Also, since I'm booked till June so far, let me know whenever it's possible to confirm the new model. So I'll stop the models a bit for real. Imagine a house in 2025. This is 2023. But bite right, friend? What? I have no idea what that means. Okay, I'll have to talk to Cinder and talk to Blank again. Of course, like I said, it would be an honor to keep Cinder's mama, but if she wants to go for Blank, it is what it is. Won't take it personal or anything. Do you think you would still be available from art from now until June, or are you focusing on the models only? Can do art for sure. Okay, besides gamer subs, I think there's something a big art project that we have in mind. Red. Nano said it's an honor to keep making Cinder's models, but if she chose to work with someone else, she said it is what it is, almost like it was just business. I see. Besides Gamers Up, I think there might be one big art project we have in mind, but I need to talk to some people first, and of course the game, but you probably wouldn't be able to contribute much with how much would be needing from each artist. I don't know what plan is with that yet, and I mean, there's always the Cinder Dujin idea too. Damn, that still hasn't happened? It's been months. Dude, being so close to Cinder's plans makes me kind of scared of being a content creator, like not just art, you know? I don't have the energy. It's 24/7. I don't have energy anymore. I'd love to see you do more content creator stuff, but beware, it might be easier to stay in the art world. Yeah. I'm kind of happy with my small fan base. I don't feel too pressured, and I just do whatever I like to do. And I don't mind telling you because we trust you and like including you in our projects. We take pride in calling you her artist. This is a big thing too. There's a lot of pressure of constantly doing more new and exciting things as you get bigger, and we had to learn that fast. To be clear, my comment above saying we take pride in calling you her artist was not about owning Nano or keeping her from working with anyone else. It was because Nano's art and the style had become synonymous with Cinder and her brand. She was the artist we personally prioritized and supported over all others. I also mentioned to Nano the pressure Cinder and I felt back then to constantly be doing more and new exciting things, which led to how unhealthy our work-life balance eventually became. And we had to learn fast. Dude, you make me rethink about my current wait list, huh? Why? You gotta buy a house. You and your husband need a house. I don't know, Cinder is just the best baby I got, to be honest. Buy a house, Nano, buy a house. We're not living in the road, don't worry. Nano, how do you work in the jungles of Brazil? Here we need to make a capybara plus crocodile energy trap to run the PC, dude. Oh. Why are we trapping capybaras? You leave the capybaras. Is your Wi-Fi router a coconut? Is the bird from Rio there? With hedgehog spikes. They do this dancing session every day. It's so loud. Just by talking about our plans, Nano said said I was making her rethink her current waitlist, calling Cinder the best baby I got. To be honest, above Red said to Nano, you and your husband need a house. Before I'm accused of not censoring that personal information and outing her, it's public on Nano's Twitter profile that Mio is her husband. He is also her manager. Nani? I'm kidding. Not the bird from Rio. But I mean, if you want to clear up the schedule for more work with us, I'm not going to stop you. Yeah, thinking on cleaning the most later ones. I don't know for sure right now, but think you maybe should keep Bao. Big maybe. And that's all I'll say. Oh yeah, I really want to work with Bao. Are you designing Bao? I need to get into rigging, bro. After Nano said she was rethinking her waitlist, I said I won't stop her if she wanted to make more time for us. She responded saying she was thinking about getting rid of these later ones. I thought Nano should keep Bao on her list because she was Cinder's friend, but I didn't want to take a solid stance on it if Nano was thinking about removing herself. Nano said, here, she really wanted to work with Bao. Wrong rigging. Tee hee hee. Are you designing Bao's? Not sure. We didn't get into specifics yet since it's planned in for June. So what's on that list can you get rid of? Might have it like this. Blank, Bao, blank, Sinder, blank, blank. So no Silver Veil. Are people promised to model so I can't cancel? I'll just tell them my manager told me to get rid of some comms because I'm dying, so Mio gets the fault. Damn, putting your blame on your husband is crazy. Nano told me Bao's model was planned for June. Then 2 minutes after I asked her what she should get rid of, she showed me she removed Silver Veil's and Cotton's model from the waitlist. I forgot Cotton was on there. Then she said she was going to blame it on Mio, her manager and husband, because she's dying with her commissions. Yo, you just scrapped Silver Veil? I just talked to Sinder just now about this, and she said she absolutely would love to work with you more to help pay for your house. I mean, didn't you already start Silver on your stream, though? Yeah, but I'll cancel anyways. Kind of feeling more light, and I didn't even send the messages yet. I mean, regardless of how I feel, you should do what's best for you. We definitely want to calm you for more art so you can do the stream too, but not just NDA models. I think we have a plan for how much we can work with both of you, and blank models too, and 3D model we're getting. Ugh. I think it's not race car taking the BDSM test and seeing rigging and thinking it meant ships. Poor race car. I didn't ask Nano to cancel anyone's models. She chose to cancel Cotton's and Silver's models herself. Even though I was biased about Silver, I had nothing against Cotton back then and didn't even say anything once to Nano about her. Yet she chose to cancel her model too. She said she was feeling more light, implying that she was really dying with her commissions. I told her she should do what's best for herself. After Nano first showed me her waitlist, I told Cinder she canceled Silverveil's model. She was trying to buy a house and that we could give her more work to help her. She was excited to do as much as we could for Nano. Nano told me about Silver's model in July, but it was only canceled here in November. If I was the one who had Silver's model canceled, why did I tell her it was okay and then wait 4 months to force and manipulate Nano to cancel it? Why would Nano have been able to tell me no in July about Silver Veil and then never again, or about anyone else? And she asked you for the new model yet since Cinder's debut. She kind of did, actually. Oh yeah, this. Okay. Here's Nano's canceling the model with Silver in their DMs, blaming Mio and her workload. This screenshot is from Silver's document. So, I'm sorry. Okay. I was looking forward to so much. I love your art. We remember this. I just wish I could do anything, but I believe I can still go for him sometime next year. Yeah, that's okay. Have a ton to play and stressful must be it. Do you think you can still do the Gamer Subs tub art? Oh yeah, illustrations are okay. Here's my message to Silver 2 days before Red's conversation with Nano even happened on 11/15/2023. This message was framed in Silver's document as me taunting her while Red and I were supposedly plotting against her, which is completely untrue. My message to her was genuine. The full context of my DMs with Silver Veil are in her section of the document. Why are we talking about Silver in the Nano section of the document? Anyways, just it's not that it's poorly put together, it's just that like it's nano relevant, but it's also not nano relevant at the same time. Like, this would have probably carried a little more weight in the Silver docket or the Silver section than the Nano section. You're telling me the Silver chapter's 300 pages? Oh, fuck me. I'm at 101 of 278 on just the fucking Nano part. Oh, God. And we're 4 hours in. At this fucking rate, it's going to take me like another 4 hours to get halfway through this. All right. Well, ain't going to read itself. I got to pick myself up by my bootstraps. The full contact Dylan CMs in the section of the document. Hey Silver, I just got the GamerSup stuff in the mail and it looks amazing. It's so cute that we both have Nano's art on our merch since she's both of our model mamas. I hope your flavor development is going well. Can't wait to try it. They're sending me samples of mine soon. Professor Webb, this book is everywhere for no reason. All right, just sit down, students. All right, y'all gotta lower your hands. The more delays, the less we get this done. This book goes nowhere, bro. I replied to Nano's tweet showing off mine and Silver's merch the night before Red had this conversation with her too. Got my art merch from GamerSups. They ended absolutely beautiful. I'm so happy. Oh, they're actually really good. Professor DOG, can I go to the bathroom? Yes. I'm so glad I got to work with this on you. You made us both look amazing. I love you, Nano. As you read from the conversation above, Red didn't ask or make Nano cancel Silver's model's image from Silver's document. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Sinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art, despite the fact that at the same time she and Redacted were actively working to take the potential for more away. This is what Red told Nano in May about working with Silver. Now listen, I don't want you to think we're telling you not to work with her. In July, Nano told Red and Silver that Silver was still her client no matter. Chat. You can't see it. My fucking hands are just on my face right now. You go through 70 pages to sum it up at the end? If you were just going to sum it up, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm calm. I'm cool. I'm collected. Woosaba. Woosaba. In July, Nano told Red and Silver that she was her client, no matter how she would have felt by that. She kind of did, actually. Wait, did you tell her? No. And here's Nano in her own public Discord server the very next day on November 18th saying she's healthier and less stressed after choosing to remove Silver and Cotton from her commission waitlist. There is no war in Bossing, say. I had to take some action about my calm waitlist, but I'm healthier and less stressed. Nano streams return soon, TM. But here's Nano's reaction on 4/26/25 to finding out about my messages to Silver and the image of how it was portrayed on Silver's document. Nano would have known exactly what happened with Silver's model. Hello, I'm here to share something that has affected me personally and hurt others. This is very hard for me. I feel necessary. Please do not send hate to anyone on my behalf. This is all I wanted to say. I literally can't believe this. I didn't think much of it at the time, but Sinder messaged me on Discord right before my model was canceled. She celebrated that we shared art despite the fact that at the time she and Redacted were actively trying... Oh, shit. Caught red-handed. I love being right, chat. I love when I'm right. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love being right, baby. Nothing feels better in this world. Nano told Red that Geary approached her. Choo-choo! What's my train doing here? Why is my train here? What are you doing? Why are you here? Bad train, bad. There we go. Nano told Red and Geary approached her about a model. I chose to have her name uncensored here since I mentioned her in my apology after finding out about it. And I was never even aware Nano was ever planning to work on a model for another of my friends, Geary. Also, Geary contacted me for a possible model. She's browsing artists, so it's not confirmed yet. Like in the past day, yesterday. Ain't no way. She's gonna want you for sure. Hold on, it's not like this. Not yet. Oh, another project I was talking about was maybe a big art piece for WeebCon in March. Red talked about another project with Nano between these screenshots. Would it be evil to pay you a model price to not work with Silver Model? I'm only half kidding a bit, but she was even aware. We remember this. This was caught in that other thing that was posted by those other people. Nano house fund business expense. It feels kind of bad to rely on Sinder for that, though. I don't think we'll run out of work for you. Like, there's always just general artwork, too. Silver can get a model from someone else. She has connections. You're right. This is business word. World? Okay. I was half kidding when I told Nano about paying for her to not work with Silver on the model because she had just canceled her model 2 days earlier. Nano then said I was right. This is business world, in reference to what I said about paying her not to work with Silver, which is the exact opposite to what mine and Cinder's later comment about business meant. Ooh, that's a punch at what's her face. Unrelated conversation continues again between these screenshots. Well, let's see if Geary wants a nano model or not, and hope Silver finds someone else. On the next 7K, I want to save for blank rigging, though. My house can wait. Brother, I need to get in rigging with these prices. 7K? I need to get into rigging, bro. My reaction towards Geary inquiring about a model had nothing to do with Geary at all, and I've never had anything against her. It was all about more and more people wanting Nano's model in general. Not anyone in particular, and this was right after Nano had just removed 2 models from her schedule. I never told Sinder about Geary because it never went anywhere and there was no reason to. I hoped Silver would find someone else to do her model so she wouldn't come back to Nano for one. Unlike Sinder, by this point in time, I had already basically written off Silvervale because of the undeserved way she treated her. By the way, since you got plans, do you think would be best for me to have Bow's modeled done sooner or around June is okay? I really don't know at the moment. We're working on the winter model now and finishing the Gamer Subs art. Then the next thing might be the WeebCon thing. If we get the okay for it, then we got to talk to the Gamer Subs about Cinder's next product launch. So there's no plans for that right now. Then Cinder did want to do a 2.0 pirate / bikini model for the summer. So I don't know when that be the best to start so I can be done in the rig in time and 2.0 model updates. We are hauling ass through pages, by the way. We have gone 30 pages like that. All right, we're going to keep up this speed reading. We're going to keep zooming. We're going to go vroom, 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 vroom. My voice is going to give out. I'm so excited. Nano asked me when she should have Bow's models done. Nowhere do I say she should cancel it. Nano suggested she may get it done sooner than June. True, we could start the 2.0 updates pirate design after the winter model is done, and then that can be off stream. And if we can do that in WeebCon art, that'll be on stream, and also finishing the flavor art when the drink is done. Thanks for the drink and health check. Cool, appreciated. I still got the changes in mind, don't worry. I don't know if you saw, but we were talking about adding butt fangs to the winter model and having the sweater flip up when Cinder moves like blank new models have been. Oopsies. How did that happen? Gotta make the coochie yummy looking like... Gotta make the coochie yummy looking. Brother. Whatever. Okay. Oh, I forgot. We can also work on the base 2.0 models after the winter update is done. Just like the updated Booba, Pyropup, etc. So every outfit going forward can have the new stuff. I do appreciate a yummy coochie. Of course, let me know all changes and if there's a deadline for it. It'll be quite busy until mid-December, until the current projects I already started. After that, I'll be pretty open. Yeah. Let's go, Nano on Team Sinder. By the way, even I'm dedicated Sinder slave. I'll need to make Patreon content too. That's fine with us. We still want you to do your thing and art. That would be the dark place without nano art. And if we come to you for normal art, you can use NSFW versions of that art for Patreon too. This would mean the world to me. We are nano believers. Also, I'm working with U2s for Nano Mono Plush. I'm so excited. Nana refers to herself as a dedicated Cinder slave after our conversation, which isn't something I ever implied she'd be or what I wanted her to only work with us. Someone I work with asked me about how I was working with Nano since one of their friends was commissioning her for a model. A few days after the message, I responded praising Nano. Hi, Cinder, I have a question. I'm looking for friends with the voice actor for blank, and she is about to commission Nanolist for a VTuber model. Since this is the first time working together, Nanolist recommended that they reach out to you and get the idea on what it's like to work with them. Overall, what was working with Nanolist like for you? Sorry I missed this. I've been working with Nano since she first started making models, and she's the sweetest. She's so kind. She's so nice to work with. Read message Nano about me and one of my model sisters. We didn't have a problem with sharing Nano as a model mama with anyone. I've always supported them. This is my favorite artist. I don't know what to do with her, but I love her. My favorite artist is Nanolist. I don't know if you've heard of them, but they are pretty dope. These two. Nano voiced her concerns to Red about their previous conversations, where she got the impression Red wanted her to only work models for me, and the confusion about it is cleared up between them. The situation shows that Nano was capable of putting her foot down and making decisions for herself despite any accused manipulation. I didn't yet because Blank said they could get one for me. By the way, we need to talk later. What's up, Nano? So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me that it's a bit unfair for me to stop other models, so I do more for Cinder, which I agree with them. So it's about working with Cinder. My friends told me it's a bit unfair working on this, which I agree with them. I'm a free artist and I should do whatever I want to do. I don't want to take sides on any drama or situations. I will always have a way to open slots for Cinder, but I won't be having her as my only customer. I agree, you're a free artist and you should do what you want, but I was under the impression that taking on more Cinder work is what you want to do. I didn't think it was like we were making you do that. Guess we got to misunderstand on both sides. It's more about this. Discredit anything on top of the incredible, but when everyone is a nano baby, it feels less special. That was fucking ages ago, wasn't it? Oh, I see. I mean, what I said is still true about how we feel, but I wasn't saying that you only had to do Cinder work from now on. That's with anything, though, not just your work. If you have something special and then everyone wants to... If you have something special and then everyone wants and gets that thing, it makes it less special. I'm sorry we're under the impression we were trying to make you the only one doing work for us. I will keep things more business talk and less emotional lol. Just let me know how this will affect your schedule so I can tell Cinder after. Sorry for the stress, Nano. But every single model I do is unique and I make them in a special way. It's not like I'm selling Cinder to everyone. Please don't say this why, but every single model I do is unique and I make them in a special way. Is that why whenever you made them in such a special way, you ended up creating two images for the GamerSup stuff that was damn near pretty much the fucking same? And even you commented on it that even though it was unique, you did pretty much the same pose twice. So much so that it actually had to get redone. Who said that? No, I know you pour your heart and soul into your models and they're all incredible. I'm sorry I made you feel this way too. I was confused because I never told Nano she should only be working with Cinder from now on, and I didn't ask her to cancel anything either. I stated I thought that the more she made, the less special they were, and talked about Cinder's plans. Then she canceled 2 models. I thought this was because she wanted to do more work with us. To be fair to Nano, I didn't explain my point of view about her models at all, but I didn't bring it up to somehow manipulate her. It came down to a conflict of interest from my client perspective and her artist perspective. First of all, this is This way of thinking about the value of Nano's models was my thought process, and Sinder understood and went along with it because it does make sense. It does have a position. Granted, it sounds bad, but it is true. Not everyone will feel or see the way I did here, and that's okay because I don't think this is the right or wrong issue. It just comes down to what each person values as a VTuber artist or a viewer. This shows just how much we admired Nano and her work. We were putting her on a pedestal. This had nothing to do with the idea that other people with her models would be Cinder clones or that her work was less incredible because there was more of it. To me, it was a matter of supply and demand, just like a rare trading card. The more models Nano made and the more often she could, the less valuable they'd become for people who have them. Nano's models are all of incredible quality, extremely unique, and highly sought after. But they'd each individually be less special or valuable if there were 100 of them rather than only 10. From a VTuber's perspective, your visual identity is extremely important. A model isn't just any other asset. Your design, your model, and its art style are a huge part of what makes them who they are and how they are represented and recognized. It is an extension of yourself. The fewer VTubers with their model art style, the more unique it is to have it. They stand out more and it becomes more personal, defining feature of and to that VTuber representing that artist. We all know of at least one VTuber who has the only model from a certain artist or one of a handful of models from them. The more models that artist makes, the easier it is to get one. I'll inherently lessen the perceived value of the VTubers' visual identities who have those models. I only thought this was way over models because of a role of an importance that they played as a VTuber and the importance Nano's art was to our brand. It was never about who was taking Nano for a model, just that more and more people were. More new model clients meant more recurring model clients, meaning less time for anything we wanted to do with Nano, which is why we considered an exclusivity deal in January 2025. My priority has always been our plans and our schedule. Everything a VTuber does revolves around a new model debut, merch, music events, and more are all planned around a new model or outfit as a centerpiece. That's why I always ask Nano about her schedule and where she could fit in our plans at the consistent pace we've always. Okay. That way we could keep up with the pressure to always do bigger and better things all around the new models. On the other hand, as you'll read, I could also completely sympathize with Nano's perspective as an artist and the artist's view that they want their art to be everywhere and seen by as many people as possible and have more and more people appreciate their craft, hard work, and love that they put into what they do. More artwork for more clients means more of their work will be seen by more people, leading more and new clients and more new opportunities to sustain themselves financially. New ideas and new concepts that come in keep work exciting and prevent creativity burning out from doing the same thing over and over again with the same older clients. When Nano told me how she felt, I was 100% on board with that. With what she was saying and had no reason to argue against her. Even if my priority has always been Cinder's projects, I also cared about and prioritized Nano as my friend and what she wanted to do for herself. I apologized to Nano for the confusion and accepted her decision without any pushback. When I said business is business in these messages, I was referring to the fact that Nano made a business decision that was best for her, even if it wasn't necessarily what I wanted, and I respected it, didn't hold it against her, and worked around it with her. Whew. Speed reading, baby. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna step away for half a second, grab another water. So now's a good time to get more popcorn. All right. Hello. Dog's gone. Throw the house party. That's crazy. All right. I grabbed me another cold hot dog to gnaw on while we go through this. Don't worry, chat. We're goated. Too late. I've already eaten half of it. Now YouTube knows one of my biggest secrets. I don't care if food's cold or hot. I'll eat it regardless. I'm hungry. It was referring to the fact that Nell made a decision, respected it, and didn't hold it against her or worked around with her. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it, shall we? It's okay, Nano. You're making a living and making a name for yourself, and I can't blame you for accepting work from other big names in the industry and having very desirable content. If you end up filling your model schedule again like it was, let me know. We'll have to replan some things, and depending on that. Thank you for understanding my side. We all trying to have our name somewhere. Just don't take this personal or anything. I still love working with you guys. And again, apologize for the trouble on your plans. I'll still revisit my list and see what I got. Business is business. If you want to go through the projects we talked about and let me know which ones you'd want to do too. Oh, I'll just wait to hear from you about your model list and what you want to do to work on, or what you want model list and what you want to work on before we set anything in stone. Of course, I'll be away today, so I'll give an update later. I don't want to take any sides on drama or situations. This is about Silver's model Nano. Yeah, I want to take it, but I don't want to disrespect Sinder. I just want to do pretty models, no hurt feelings. I was completely understanding and sympathetic to Nano's side of things and working with Silvervale. The drama she was talking about with Silvervale, I never asked her not to or to cancel her model, but if she wanted to work with Silver, then there was nothing I was going to say to stop her. It was her business decision, and I respected it just like I always had. Business is business. Remember when I said, guys, this just sounds like fucking Nano was coming up with excuses to not do shit because she was overworking herself? This is the vibe I get. This also is just completely unprofessional because, like, had this just, what this is that Nano couldn't, when Nano picked Cottontail and Silver, she picked Cotton out of, I don't know, either personal bias or picked Silver because of Cinder. And she thought she was doing something for a friend when really at the end of the day she wasn't. And in Red's message at the bottom, he was joking. Of course, I was only okay with Nano's decision, and my conversation with Nano about this is below. Business is business. Nano, you're a freelance artist, and Silver is a longtime client, so it makes sense to continue doing work for her, and I understand the logistics of it. At the end of the day, you need to do what's best for you. I really appreciate for understanding my side. I do understand your side too, but sadly, it's something between you two, not me. I shouldn't get involved in this fight. I just go Art Bird. They never actually put you into that fight, Nano. You inserted yourself too. They were just telling you about the drama. You inserted yourself into the fight. You didn't have to. Right now, I just didn't think our other conversation sounded like I was just trying to make you not work with her on a model like Silver, especially. Maybe I just considered the situation too much. My mistake for thinking this way. It's okay, but are we good for real? This feels like a weird breakup. I'm stressing. Me and you are good, but I still have to tell this all to Cinder. It'll be fine. Just like before, I told Nano she needs to do what's best for her. I didn't say anything about Silver in our conversation where Nano canceled her model. It'll be fine. Don't worry. I think she's still sleeping. Oh God, it'll be her first news. I'll let you know when I talk to her. Don't worry. Please have mercy. I will go over a list of things we talked to you about with her, and we'll write them out for you, and we can find time for things. If you don't don't still want to do the pirate outfit, we may start any model projects until 3.0, but that's not the only thing we had in mind. Like we were talking about, I might be able to, considering I'll only take Silver back. Oh, I thought you were going to take everyone back. I still need to talk to them. Nano, I might be able to, considering I'll only take Silver back again. I did not say anything about Cotton, but Nano canceled her model anyway and never took it. Never took it back. I still need to talk to them. Did you end up doing the Geary model? No, not yet. Oh, not yet. She was just browsing. No worries. Business is business. I'll message you when I talk to Sinder. Let her have breakfast at least. Thanks for getting this out of the way now, Nano, instead of waiting a while. I try to be transparent as much as possible. I think it's more fair for both sides. Anyways, apparently you're very bad at being transparent. You didn't tell Silver you canceled because of Sinder. Did you know? I told them all it was a health issue. The irony, chat. I try to be as transparent as possible. I told them it was a health issue. I'm not lying, guys. No worry, guys. I'm not lying. I'm not a liar. I'm just this poor, innocent model artist and rigger. Don't worry, guys. I'm just poor and innocent, and I was used and abused like a fucking freshly used sock. Just the first time someone figures out they can use a sock. That's exactly what it's doing. Pathetic. Once again, saying business to business here is me telling Nana that no matter what, you is crazy. No matter what her decision on Geary model was, I would accept whatever outcome she chose, and I didn't want to have the affect her decision about it, and Geary never came up between us again. I asked Nana if she told Silver she canceled her model because of Cinder. Told her model because of Cinder, because before this, Nana was under the impression I asked her only to work with us when I didn't. She canceled Silver's model at the end of the same conversation. I didn't know what she might have told Silver, but Cinder had nothing to do with it. I would never blame anyone besides me. Oh, lol, we never want to make you feel like we're making you or forcing you to work on / not work on something, especially if that's something you want to / don't want to do. And our conversation the other day wasn't meant to convince you of only doing Cinder work. Again, sorry if it sounded like that. I was telling you to only do Cinder work. I'll message you later. It's okay. We settled things up. I apologize to Nano for all of this again. And both her and I were satisfied. Here are my own DMs with Nano about what happened, where I say it's just business. Red told me about his conversation with Nano before she messaged me, and my use of the phrase had the same meaning as his since Nano just heard it from him. In my apology, I said, me saying it's just business was referring to my acceptance of Nano's business decisions, whether she chose to work with me or not. This was not in reference to anyone's model being canceled, further explaining to her that it's okay if she chooses to not work with me, and I can understand where the next part can sound manipulative, but my intention was to reminisce about the journey we had together up to this point, since at this time I wasn't sure if this is where Nano and I would stop working together as frequently as we had been, and I'd have to look for a new model artist. And I then encouraged her to work on projects she's excited about while I talked to Red and find a project that would work with her schedule. Hey, Sinder, hope you're doing okay. I talked with Red, and I believe he already talked to you and thought it'd be best if I checked with you personally. Actually, I wanted to better your thoughts because Red tried to talk to me, and I think I misunderstood things. I'm doing good. What's up, Nano? This is the redacted thing. I thought I'm canceling some models, but I realized it didn't really seem fair to me. I understand what he means, but at the end of the day, it's just business. So of course, we love working with you, and you want to keep working together. But if you prefer to work with other clients instead of me, I know it's for a reason, for you to help grow, and not because you don't like me. Being one of the very first model babies was so amazing. I was happy to be able to find somebody to help with the live 2D cutting to improve your skills, and I think that's a big part of why everyone loved the 1.0 model and then started asking you for them. I can have Ren send you a list of our plans for the future and estimated due dates. So just let us know if you actually want to work, or just let us know what you actually want to work on. That way I have time to look for somebody else or for someone else if you don't have time for my projects or don't want to do them. It feels special to only have your model art for all my outfits, but just let me know if you don't have time for me to be an exclusive nano art baby anymore. There's no personal reason I would never do something like this to you or anyone, but yeah, it's important for my job to reach far, and I like working on different projects and people. I never said I didn't want to work with you anymore. I told Red that even though I have my other works, I will always have a way to get you a priority spot when possible. You will always be my special baby. I also think it's important for you to work on projects that you're excited about, so I'll go through my plans with Red and send you the ideas to see if it's possible with your schedule. I know he can be a little pushy sometimes, but it's because he's just doing business for me to grow too, and he absolutely loves your work just as much as I do. It's okay, we'll update you guys ASAP, sounds good to me. When she came to me about what they've been talking about, Nano told me she thought and chose to cancel models because what Red said. Red only expressed his opinion to her. He didn't ask or imply for her to cancel anything on anyone. And when she came to him about it, he understood and sympathized with her view. It's mostly about this. I thought I'd cancel them all because I realized it was fair to me. I understood what Red's reasoning was in the screenshots Nano sent, but no matter what she chooses to do, it was just business. Since it's already completely ignored by my apology, deceptively misinterpreted and turned into a meme, let me explain again what I meant by it's just business. When I used the phrase myself, if Nano had chose to pause, delay, or cancel any planned or future work with me for any reason, she would give me whether due to other clients, burnout, or any other reason, then it was just business. Both Red and I repeatedly reassured Nano over the years that there was nothing she could say or do to make us choose to stop working with her, and nothing about our work together would ever make me rethink our friendship I had with her. Our friends did not dictate Nano's business and commission decisions. We always made accommodations for her to be able to work with us when she could, and she was always willing and excited to do things with us. If she had come to us herself saying she didn't want to work with us ever again, then that was just business. Neither of our comments were made trying to convince her to sabotage or cancel any project for anyone else using business to justify it. It's just business was used in this conversation about the situation alone to tell Nano we accepted what she wanted to do. I don't remember using the phrase anywhere else again, but it has been turned into this catchphrase I've allegedly had all along to sabotage people. This is such a WWE storyline. It's just good for business. You're so right. All right. If you were to present my conversation with Nano first without any of the context of Red discussions with her happening just before this, it could look like I was directly responding to Nano's messages about canceling other people's models as just business. This is how it was presented in Nano's document. You'd also have to ignore everything else I said in that same message to Nano and everything else from this conversation that referenced what Red had told Nano the day before. When you have the full context of the situation in order it happened in my it's just business comment means something completely different than what it was deceptively portrayed to as the public, or portrayed as to the public. See, this is the juice. This is the juice. This is juicy. This is the flavor that we've been looking for, because this sounds like a DOG argument. Because if I was trying to discredit what people have been saying about me, this is what I would say. I would lead up all of this to this particular moment and really explain that this is how it would look, because this creates an argument that you cannot refute. This is irrefutable. There is no way to refute this, because with the evidence presented and the stuff that we have gone through individually, piece by piece, this makes a ton of sense. This is completely irrefutable evidence, and there is no way you could actually make a comeback argument, because the evidence does support this closing statement 110%. This is the juice. This is what we needed. This is what she needed to say way long ago. It took way too long to get this out. I would have much preferred if somehow she released this in 250 pages at a time or something. I don't know. It's fucking holy shit. My eyes hurt. But this is good. This is very good because she's not wrong. This is irrefutable. There is no way to come back from this in terms of, hey, you're a piece of shit. Everything you said is wrong. No. If you actually read through all 124 pages leading up to this point, you can't argue this. The best argument you would be able to make on this is, well, she's just manipulating again, which is a completely baseless fucking argument. I don't argue from this fucking, it's a fucking, I argue from what's presented in front of me, and this is all factual. Everything else leading up to this exact point is chronological, it's in order, and it's accurate. I can't complain. This is a defense. Your Honor, this is what we defend. Your Honor, we win. Like, this is huge. For people to like not see this is massive. People who skimmed through this and don't see this is massive. This is incredibly important information. This is a very big like closing argument. This is very good. Nano told Red she was going to take Silver's model back. 2 days later, she told him that Silver might have found another artist and was waiting for confirmation. Nano had plenty of time to tell Silver she'd take back the model if she wanted to, but never did. Nano and Silver blamed us for her model being canceled. Oh, actually, Silver might have found another artist just waiting for her confirmation. So far, I have only December full, but normal illustrations can be added. Also, if you guys want to schedule your stuff before I get new comms, just let me know. See, something feels off about this. Not screenshot wise, but like something about this, right? Like the Nano and Silver blamed us for the models being canceled. I don't want to say anything. Mostly because it would be all speculation here. But I think I could make a reasonable speculation that Nano was probably talking to Silver. Or Nano's like friends were like biased towards Silver or something. Or they preferred Silver over Sinder. There's something here that... Like, obviously, you don't cancel something and then blame somebody for your own decision. That would be fucking silly. You did it yourself, therefore it happens. You were influenced by your own thoughts. You gaslit yourself into thinking that you wanted Red and Sinder to cancel their commissions. You gaslit yourself. That's just the truth of it. You gaslit yourself, and this is where you came up. You gaslit, overthought, and bam, this is what happened. You paid the price for your own mistakes. This is what this is. You needed to not do this, and it wouldn't have happened in the first place. So this is important. Something about this has an odd feeling to it. Like there's, as I said in the first reading, something about it has a weird feeling. I want to know who's the friends that Nano was talking to, because I definitely feel like there was some Silver bias in that regards, because she also never went back to Cottontail, meaning that there was something here that kept her from going back to Cottontail, which is interesting. So that needs to be, that doesn't need to be addressed, but that you could make a reasonable speculation on that. Yeah, like there's something here that that needed to be addressed or brought up that is completely being ignored by Nano. So who knows? We'll probably never get to the bottom of that one, but I could speculate. I could make a reasonable speculation on that. I'd be willing to bet money that there was somebody that was talking. There was some sort of speculation. If anything, I could also make the reasonable argument that this is actually more manipulative than everything that's going around. Because if you put it in this perspective, right? If you look at it in this light, if you look at it from a third-party perspective, somebody cancels your commission, or somebody, you and somebody are really close and y'all are working together, y'all are kind of talking buddy-buddy as friends now, and you want to make space for them, so you willingly make the decision to remove 2 people out of your list, Silverveil and Cottontail in this regards. And then you go back later and you want to go back to that. You want to bring back, you mentioned that you want to bring people back, but you never bring back one of them. You never bring back Cottontail, but you only bring back Silver. Then you go back to those people that you said you're going to come back to, and then all of a sudden, because the original plans didn't work out with Silverveil, you now go back to that person looking for money. I could make a reasonable argument here on a third party perspective, no bias here, that Nanoless is technically more manipulative in this situation, because you could make the argument that she's using Sinder and Red as a cash cow. As a, things went wrong, I need money, goes to Sinder. Oh, they're giving me money. Oh, they're giving me money. Oh, they're giving me money, but never actually giving a shit about working. Especially after the whole Silver and all this, because it seems, just a little $700 commission. Exactly. It seems like you could make a reasonable argument for this. I think that there is, whoever Nano's friend is close to Silver or is biased towards Silver and really wanted Nano to work on Silver, because obviously working on Nano and Silver are 2 very broad ranges, but we cannot deny the growth of Cottontail. Cottontail has been climbing in popularity with collabs, people she's been meeting, cons she's been going to, her extra content, and so on and so forth. So you cannot deny the growth of Cottontail, meaning that if you looked at this also in a perspective of who is popular, Cottontail should have been something somebody goes back to, because of the massive amount of potential growth, especially in Cottontail. Silver would have been instantaneous growth, because you would have already you would have grabbed an established brand. Cottontail would have been a little more of a gamble on growth, but you can't deny that that growth is there. Currently, that growth is climbing. Silver, on the other hand, is already established. He's in place. Another Nano model would be guaranteed outcome. There is something here, and some little bird was telling her to go back to Silver. I am willing to bet money that somebody was talking to her about going back to Silver, which is why she never went back to Cottontail. I'm thinking it. I'm thinking it. All right. Speculation, but I'm thinking it, in my humble opinion, right? Nano told Red she wouldn't be taking any commissions until February for a break. Red asked her when she'd be able to start my winter outfit starting screen, and she told him mid-January. You didn't take any commissions until February. Red, I won't be able to take any comms until February. I'm taking December comms to January so I can have some rest. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Okay, thank you, Nano. Do you know when, if you were to do it, you'd be able for a winter starting art piece? And are you interested in doing a pirate/bikini outfit in the spring? And when needed, will you be able to finish the flavor art for us? I can have winter art started mid-January. Would love to do the pirate fit. For flavor, I'm only waiting for the color. Red told Nano that one of the future model sisters showed me her model Nano was working on. We were on an IRL trip in February 2024 when this new sister first told Red and I that we're working with her. We were both excited for them and expressed how wonderful it was to work with Nano. Redacted, oh, I love them so much I get hyped when Blank contacted me. They're super nice. Red moving projects around to accommodate Nano. We preferred all of my model artwork to be done by her. Red. I have bad news. I don't think I can make PPs for March, but I can recommend people to make them. Fuck do you mean PPs? What about April? April is 100% doable. Okay, we can do that. In the case you want them early, we got the same people who made silvers. If we do all the 2.0 art updates in April while blank, she should be able to do them in May. Probably. I think it's okay to wait since we gotta wait until blank is ready anyways. Again, seeing a lot of silver here. Something about silver. Some little bird is on Nano's ear here. There's a little bird sitting on Nano's shoulder. Okay, sounds good. PPs are the biggest addition, so I'm pretty sure we're good. So we gotta wait on the Pirate 2, like the design. What the fuck are PPs? It's February. Hopefully after that I'll be much less busy. Okay, just let me know when your schedule will be free. Big PPs will be free ASAP. Sorry for the inconvenience, Red. It is what it is. We just prefer you to do all the model work. So if we have to get someone else to do the pirate design, let me know. Only if you need to only if you need the design before April. I guess we don't, since it'd be you and blank doing the model again. Messages I had with Nana showing I was happy for her projects she was working on. Hi, Nano. I can't really thank you enough for working on my special gamer subs card. I started crying when I saw the full finished art. You always make the most beautiful things, and thank you for dealing with Red. I'm sorry things have been so crazy for me lately. I love you with my whole heart. Sinder, oh, Jesus Christ, that emote is AIDS. Sinder, I thank you for the opportunity. Always a pleasure to work with you and your projects. You're such a busy bean. You've been working on so many cool projects lately. I'm so happy for you. This art gonna be my new PFP when it's public. Hee, it's too cute. You've been working on many cool projects. I'm happy for I'm so happy you like it. I also hope your move was okay. I know you just got to be so much work. We didn't move yet, got a bit delayed. Every day is a good day to mold. Oh no, I hope you can start moving soon. I know how long you've been waiting for this. Sending good vibes to you always. Hopefully still this month. I don't know. I'm kind of happy we're delaying the move because it's so stressing, but I also want to move. Wish I could just leave it all behind. I wish I could start fresh on all my work too. I feel that one step at a time. Nano told Red she was feeling burnt out, and he said we'd delay my next model for when she was ready for it. We wanted Nano to be the only one who made all of the major models and outfits. We had no problem waiting for her like we had in the past. What do you mean we only halfway? Dog, we ain't even halfway. We halfway on this one, brother. We got much more to go through. Like we had in the past. Red, do you think we can get someone else to make Angel Sinder? Why? What happened? I'm having a small burnout feeling. I mean, we would get someone else to do it. We'd just delay, but I don't know. We want you to be comfortable. No, I'll make it them. Nano, we can worry about the Angel later when we have to time frame it for the next couple of months. Are you able to do the 2.0 update and bikini outfit? Oh no, I'm positive I'm fine for the summer outfit. Oh no, I'm positive I'm fine for the summer outfit. By the way, I can still thank you enough for keeping me as a Cinders artist. Red asked Nano about a merch artwork commission, giving her the opportunity before anyone else. Nano, how busy are the comms right now? Quite a bit. Okay, never mind. It was the Gamer Sup standees. Our first two artists couldn't do it, but I got another to ask. Our first two artists couldn't do it, but I got another to ask. Oh, okay. What's the deadline though? ASAP, no deadline. I'm kind of scared to change for this kind of comic, or to charge for this kind of karma again. Blah, 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 blah. If it's nothing too complicated, I can try. In case you're already asked the other artist, I'm fine. I think on top, I think Nano was experiencing burnout with Sinder. I told you that artist I was waiting for the artist was you to reply. When I sent you this, I brought up a possible project to the other artist, but waiting for the first artist to reply that was you, and then you replied, and now we're talking LOL. Anyways, he said the first artist and it me. Yeah, it's you. It's always you. But first artist is busy. Lol. I always get a way to have it done. Usually, yeah. Okay. Anyways, this is the standee pose more or less. But okay, but the tail's gonna be like this. It's gonna be double sided. One side 2.0, other side demon. The tail gonna wag. Yeah. Now, Nano, I don't want to take this on the bikini outfit, but if not, then I think you can do it. It's got to be done ASAP. No deadline. No set deadline. So I got to say no this time. I might have to say no then, and I need a quote to give Gigi first. Okay, no worries. For the sake of bikini. For the bikini. See, I think she was experiencing burnout working with Red and Cinder. That's all. Thank you, Nano. Because no problem. I'm happy to ask for. Happy with Nano. Just a reminder that blank is still available to start the bikini on the second half of June. Give me a toggle list. What? Okay, fine, wise guy. I'll do that today too, Mr. Toggle List. Okay, stop. The sticker scares me. Oh no. Do you think if we did a Pyro Pup inflatable tube, it'd be too much like Lily? Don't want any small drama. I think it's a bit too close from the current drama. True, that's what I was thinking, although this wouldn't debut until August, but still in terms of toggles, that's the only idea we could think of. We could do that. We could do like the gotcha game. We left out the Power Pup floaty toggle from Cinder's Bikini Mode, not to couple of Lilies, which had debuted earlier in that year. Infrared, hello. Now, the reason why I think she was kind of experiencing some Cinder burnout, and the reason why she was so, like, I don't want to say pushy, but she was so adamant on working on new models was because, she was getting tired of working with Cinder in them, because the attitude from working with Cinder in 2023 to 2024 is two very different attitudes. In 2023, she was all over every model, right? If there was work, she wanted it. If there was stuff, she wanted it. In 2024, she's more willing to put aside Cinder work and work with like other people. Like, she says priority list, but it seems like, you know, they've mentioned this pirate bikini like 4 times. You know, it gets, you know, it's yes and then gets shot down. It's yes and then gets shot down. Then it gets shot down again. Or it's just a no. Or it's I can do it. Then it's a no. Something was keeping her from wanting to work with Cinder, I think. Cinder or Red. Something out here. Yeah, it's been like a year for the gamer sub. Yeah, like... she wasn't experiencing, I don't think she was just experiencing burnout. I think she was wanting a way to stop working with Cinder, but couldn't find a way to get out of working with Cinder because Cinder was a large, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. Cinder was a very large cash cow for Nano. Don't want to say that she was using her for money, but it has that vibe. Like, so much work with Cinder isn't getting done, but she's very adamant on doing other people's works, even though she's constantly mentioning and like kind of leading on Cinder with, oh, we have priority. Oh, I can make priority and make room for you, and so on and so forth. Like, there's something here that is anti-Cinder, and I don't know where it's coming from, but it's in here. I can feel it in my fucking bones. My own messages with Nano, where I helped her with an audio question. I was willing to help Nano or any of my friends when I was asked for advice. Help. Cinder can answer your question mic/audio in general. I struggle with the audio so much. Of course, I have to share SM7B mic and the Wave LXR interface for it, and some filters to make it sound better. I even get rid of the background noise. Thank you. I always like the XLR. It's so fucking good, but Jesus Christ, it's so expensive. Ugh. Always happy to help. Me angry because I can't afford any of that. Yeah, she seems very friendly towards Cinder, but the red combos are getting very direct and dry. Yeah. And it's different being friendly, but also most of the work being done isn't through Cinder. When she talks to Cinder, she's talking to a friend. When she's talking to Red, she's talking for work. There is some friendly there, but it is mostly work conversation, right? She's getting tired of the work, but she wants to keep the friendship. Nano told Red that she may be looking to focus on more projects with me because she was getting fewer commissions. And would be taking less too. We were her most loyal and repetitious client. You were also the biggest money bag. Don't mean to say anything, but... see if you can find you like again, she tries to branch out, things don't land, she comes crawling back. It's so, I'm trying to see if I can find you. I'm trying to find you got it. Figure looks cool. She is my design mom. Daughter-in-law, you the mom. I'm like on my TV, mom. Oh, lol. Yes, I want one ass soon. There's also something else we're doing with this, but I can't tell you what. Also, I'm getting less comms. I was thinking to maybe stay more on Cinder work. How suspicious. Given the instance on going back to Silver, the known hate Silver has for Cinder, and the avoidance of Cinder work, I'm smelling a few cherry blossoms on the work dodging. Yeah. It's very interesting here. Let's fucking go. I told you like a year ago, we'll keep giving you work if you want it. And did she ever finish your GamerSup stuff? I know, but you were for real. I'm like preparing myself to give full-time love to 3 point. No more nanocoms, or are you just taking less so you can do more streaming? Taking less, I would never say no for a good offer. I would never say no for a good offer. Oh, suspicious. She's suddenly driven to work with this for a sudden money. She's all of a sudden the drive is back. Okay, just let me know when you're able to take on Win. I have Heaven Hound outfit at 3.0, and the only things we have scheduled, but we can give you general art, NSFW art, merch art, gamer subs art, more model designs and outfits if you want them. Just let me know whatever you guys want. I always get a way to work on it. Yeah, it took you a year to do gamer subs. Even if it got done. Heaven Hound next, please, Mother Nano. And art to go with it for starting screen only if you have the time. Nano delivered a project to Reb, and a collab with her comes up again. Thank you. No, thank you. You come with a pre-starter. Thank you for I thank you and Cinder for keeping me. We're going to work on big things. I'm excited. PayPal payments. And when are you and Cinder collabing? I'm getting back to streaming. Hopefully, I'll be ready soon. While at Anime Expo, Red and I made sure we were there to see Nano at her first ever meet and greet. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry I said your name. It's okay. Don't worry. I hope you had fun meeting everyone. It was fun and an experience for sure. One of my friends messaged me asking about working with Nano. I've never dissuaded anyone from working with Nano or said anything bad about her. Angel, will you be coming to also, I want to ask you about who? Okay, Cinder's replied to as Angel at some point. IRL name drop, question mark. Also, I wanted to ask you about how you like having Nano as a mom. I was considering applying for their comp since they rigged a lot of models I loved. I sure am, and Nano is absolutely fantastic. What she's life to do, rig, not rigging, but every model of me minus chibis were drawn by her. Red asked Nano if she knew when Bal's model was going to debut so we could plan our schedule around it, like we've done in the past with other people she's worked with. It was the end of July, and he thought her model was already finished. The last time Nano had mentioned it to him was in November, and she told him she planned to have it done in June. We saw the design at WeebCon in March when Bao showed us. Thank you, Nano. I'll let you know if she asks for anything else. I'll ask you if you knew around when Bao was planning to debut her model from you. She planned for Valentine's. Thanks. Just want to check your schedule for an Angel model, maybe Angel starting screen art and 3.0 model. Do you have any ideas for 3.0 release date? At least the earliest April of next year, but probably May/June, April. Dude, she's given like she's given year out like dates. Year out dates. Dude, that's insane. Angel will be late November or December this year. Dates are good then. I would hope so. Do you know when you're starting the Angel art? Ooh, art probably right after this model is done. Oh no, I meant model, like art for the model. Angel Sinder is booked for start in October. Anything cool you working on lately? Flavor art and model starting this week. You're doing a blank model? No. Model not for blank. Cinder's Angel model was booked for October. I was also excited for what I thought was a model she was making for someone else. Nano, could you give me updated PNGs of these with all the fixes you've done? It's no rush. Okay, I might take any comms from that form. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. No one cool applied? But yeah, I think you should do this, especially in Brazil where there isn't a big market. Always here to with advice. Got a few cool ones, but I guess I want to move on with my own brand, but I'll work with Sinder until she dumps me. Yeah. Sure. Do you have any tips on popping the bubble? The fuck does that mean? Nana told me she didn't want to take anyone from her public commissions form so she can do more streaming herself, saying she wanted to move on with her own brand and work with Cinder until we chose not to anymore. I encouraged her and offered my help. Yeah, actually, I want to talk to you about that. Am I fired? Nah, I'm just kidding. Don't play with my emotions. Not yet. Anyone you can share? Also, what do you mean? I agree. The ones I'm interested in are blank, but I'll think a little better about it. Like what would make a small community get people's eyes? Oh, that's honestly, I'm surprised there wasn't bigger names that applied. Like you mean what it takes for a small community to get a lot of eyes on them. That's kind of my specialty. I did that. Pretty much I got friends that are studying in the BR market and planning things for a far future. Maybe, well, the advantage you have is that you have a brand, you have a well-known art style, and you have a lot of kids to promote you, and you don't have a small following. The challenge is that I can't really pick out of the Brazilian market since I'm completely outside that demographic, but a good VTuber debut and advertising plan should work regardless of location. That's for sure. Advertising is really huge. That's such a pain in the ass to do. What I can say is that as long as you're still drawing for Cinder, I don't mind helping you with advice and plans and stuff. Mio messaged me asking for some guidance, and he said he wants to help you out more if he can too. So cute. What can I say? I'll work with Cinder until she dumps me. Until she dumps me, you'll be working forever. Har 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 har. Not the SpongeBob. Be on my 80-year-old doing the 40th model. Nah, I'd probably be like 150th model by then. Jesus Christ. I'm doomed. It's so weird. I'm doomed. I love it. Honestly, I could cancel my next models if I didn't feel already so committed to them. Dude, I'm telling you. All of a sudden, she's looking for money again. And these conversations are back to like the beginning of this. All of a sudden, she's looking for work. She's looking for more money. All of a sudden, these conversations are fun. They're entertaining. She's trying to like actually talk a dude up and have some conversation. They're cracking jokes, laughing. They're acting like friends again. We haven't seen this in like 3-4 months since she originally said she was having burnout. Health officials. No, but don't worry, it's all very well calculated. By the way, Angel model will be a skin on 2.0. Yeah, the last 2.0 outfit that we can do 3.0, which will hit harder if you're having less babies. How many new models have you done that haven't debuted? And Anna brings up the idea of canceling models first after expressing she wanted to do her own thing and that she honestly would if she didn't feel committed to them. There's like 4 models I think. Seems to debut around October. I have no idea what the one's for. Is that Bao 2? Didn't start Bao yet. So 4 models that haven't debuted and 3 you still need to do, not including blank. Yeah, I swear these are the last models for a while. Okay, we'll find a new mama. I'll kill myself in front of Sinder. Jesus Christ. Okay, calm down. Minecraft goes a little too hard. Y'all abandoned the Minecraft server like 2 years ago. All right, y'all need to calm down. It's not that crazy. I asked about Bao being one of the finished models that hadn't debuted yet because I was under the impression Bao was already done. Natal told me her model wasn't even started. Me saying to her that we'll find a new mama for being busy was a joke, like earlier in a conversation when I joke about firing her. Do you have like a time frame that you want to start doing your own thing, or just as soon as you don't have model work and want to do on stream? I think it would be as soon as I don't have model work, but I would take quite the time. Actually, I was thinking of doing proper debut for the model. Just tell chat to pretend they never saw the model before. You could just not use the model for a long time, then come back and pretend it's new. Then after the reveal, you could be like, this is the same model. Do you think Bao would kill me if I cancel with her? No, but she'd guilt trip you 100%. But if that's best for you, then I think you should. I'm very guiltable. I mean, the sooner you don't have model work, the model work you can work on your own debut and stream stuff, and Cinder and I can help you out. So I'm not telling you to cancel your model, but it sounds like that'd be best for what you want to do. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Is Bao the last of the 3, or do you still have them? Yep, I got Blink 2, which I'm considering cancel. Why is there another train? Okay, way to interrupt me. The other one I can't cancel because I set it to start right now. So I unmuted because I thought the train was done. It is not done. Settle to start right now. Oh, you mean start the model now? Yep. Was it supposed to be further in the future and they wanted it sooner? Out of nowhere, and Nano asked me, do you think Bao would kill me if I counter her with her? She was considering canceling it on her own. This was a huge difference from how she felt about Bao's model last November. Oh yeah, I really want to work with Bao. I told Nano I thought she should do what was best for her, that less model work would mean she could do what she wanted to sooner. We'd help with her streaming. From my own experience with Bao, I thought she could be whiny and pushy when things didn't go her way, so I thought she'd complain and guilt trip Nano. I was being honest with my friend about another friend. I never asked her to cancel Bao's model or any other model. Nano told me she was already thinking about it, plus canceling another VTuber's model, so this wasn't just Bao. Nano could have said anyone's model, and I would have said the same thing if that's what she thought was best for her, and her doing so agreed with how I thought about more Nano models. She told me Bao's model hadn't even been started either, and I assumed all that was done must have been the design. I was closer to Nano than I was to Bao, so I was for supporting Nano with what she wanted to do over telling her to keep any project she was already considering canceling. None of this context was shown in Nano's and Bao's documents. Yeah, that's true. I'll be a better mom to Cinder. I swear, Nano, you're fine. This is so... Yeah, this level of dick riding to fuck you in the end. Yeah. Like, this is so... No, the angel model and the art is the last big project we're doing for this. So right after we can help in getting you before we start 3.9, I can help with me. Like, dude... It's so easy to be an artist and rigger. You get paid and then you take 2 years for work to be done. Nano's involved in drama with a live 2D rigger. I thought it was important to bring up how Nano reacted and responded to the situation. Nano made a public call-out post about this live 2D rigger she worked with in the past after seeing someone else post about them. Hi? I fucking hate this because this should be the original chest and he modified it without my knowledge. I clearly state that I offer free fixing for the rigger until model is done and good. Necklace template needs some work. Nano admitted she never communicated with the person she publicly called out. There were no communications between me and Blank, but surely this is not minor visual difference. So you jump to conclusions? Okay. Nano said she could stand up to clients and refuse to work with them if they were having their model rigged by this person. Yeah, I learned to stand up and tell clients that I won't work with them if it's rigger X. It's kind of douchey, but feel like it's needed. Here are Red's DMs with Nano the day this happened. He talked to Nano about 2 new models she made and showed her support over this drama. Nano had no problems with gossiping with Red. I'm going to be, oh, did she announce something? No, but Blank is working on art of her in that outfit on her stream, and it looks like she could be a mouse pad like she did for Blank. Not very professional of you, Nano. So next couple of months, if not sooner. Ah, yes, true. I've been waiting for so long. I just thought she hated it. It's that one of the last few debuts you're waiting on. Crying face. No one can hate on Nanolith's original. Yep, I might know someone now. What? No. I don't even know what the fuck he wants from me at this point. I wouldn't care, leave it be. He probably wants you to publicly forgive him so his image stops burning. Yeah, the small PP ego is too hurt. Shouldn't be conning people out of money for a reskinned rig. I'm so tired of him in so many ways, but yeah, I made the message I wanted to share to people. I don't care about anything else. Hell yeah, Nano Streamer Arc. Oh my god, this was... They're giving my art life again. It's looking so good. If I burn down an artist right now, guess I'll just go for stream. Good idea. Yeah, he's stupid. Savage. Yeah, I just want to apologize in case this dirts my name. Holy shit. Okay. I got your back, you to leave it. Wow, must be getting backlash when someone calls you out for your BS. You don't deserve an apology no matter how much you whine about it on Twitter. It's kind of scared, but I think I did the right thing. You did. Someone with influence had to say something like he was doing this for years. Oh yeah, you are working on a new Blank model with Blank. Yeah, and it's done on my side, so now it's all on Blank. The rigging looks really nice so far. I saved the clip for reference for Blank. Nice, not gonna lie, I keep thinking about Sinder 3.0 all the time. I'm so hyped. You still haven't even touched on that. Some of my messages here aged really well. I was going to say the same thing. Thanks, Red. As stated in this rigger's now deleted tweet, Nano removed herself from direct conversation and used emotional language to attack and rally rather than actually caring about fixing the problem. Red asked Nano if she decided to cancel any model projects like they had talked about before. He did not name anyone. Hey, Nano, do you know if you're able to start the Heavenbound outfit early or not? Also, just wondering if you decided to cancel any other model projects. Yeah, checked out with other clients and can't delay them. Didn't cancel anything yet. Actually, give me another moment. Blank needs some more things for the summer model. Nanolus. She said she'd added annotations to the PSD for you. Sinder also wanted me to ask if you have time to add new dance animation to the summer model. We asked Blank too and are waiting to see what she says. We'll do what kind of dancing. The reason why I followed up and asked Nano if she canceled anything yet was because I could possibly affect our project schedule with her. Nano said she didn't cancel anything yet. She did not tell me she decided not to cancel anything yet. Then she told me to give her a moment about it. She told me previously there were at least 2 models she was considering canceling. There were unrelated messages about my own project they were talking about between these screenshots. Oh, dang, Sinder can make some crazy mesh up with that. Sure, I'll do summer first right now, then some other arms. Yeah, she did say there's edits for you listed in the PSD. Thank you, Nano. Love you. Yep, no problem. Did you check up on this yet? They are replying right now. Just give me another moment. By the way, meanwhile, could you give me a full list for the Angel model? Oh my god, guys, are we finally on the Angel model? I bumped Nano again about 6 hours later. She said someone was replying to her now. Meanwhile, could you give me a full list for Angel model? Sigh, yeah, I can ASAP. It's not you, Nano. I'm just between like 20 projects and IRL things right now. I'll give you a list when I talk to Sinder. Let me go do that for you. It's okay. I know you're just in a rush. Did you cancel models? I did not. Nano arc delayed to 2026. Bro, yo fucking art has been delayed from 2022 to 2026. It really feels like your ass is getting played at this point. Another 20 minutes later is when I say to Nano, did you cancel models? It was all in caps because of the previous messages sent and the fact I still hadn't heard anything from her about it. She said she didn't, and I said her arc of doing what she wanted to do would be delayed far into the future, joking with her like I always had. Or video games at this point. Dude, Nano arc delayed. I'm scared to cancel with Bao. You shouldn't be. She has so many connections. She'll find someone super fast. Did you already design her outfit? I remember her showing it to us at WeebCon. Yeah, I can give her the design for free as an apology gift. Don't sell yourself short. I think she'd be fine with taking the design and finding someone else. I wouldn't offer it for free, maybe half price if she starts shit. Yeah, you're right. I'll talk to her today. We'll also close the model inquiry today. Opening that up was a mistake. Yeah, I just close it and then close it and say nothing about it besides thanking for applying or something like that. Don't announce, yeah, no one's getting picked. I changed my mind because blank. For Doc's mental health, if he tries to finish this tonight, don't worry. Nano brought up Bao again, saying she's scared to cancel with her. She didn't say she chose not to cancel any of the projects or that she didn't want to cancel with Bao anymore, only that she was scared to do it, which explained why she hadn't canceled anything yet. It was not the one to bring up Bao again, and I didn't specify anyone we had previously talked about. I reassured Nano about it and told her I thought she should be at least somewhat paid for the design she made and the work she put into it. My thought that Bao could possibly start shit over this was the same as I said before, where I thought she'd complain or guilt trip Nano over it. Nano agreed with me, and then she regretted opening her other model applications in the first place. All of the lead up to this conversation was left out of Nano and Bao's documents. Fact. Like, don't announce, yeah, no one's getting picked. I changed my mind because people will get mad. True, feels like company auditions. Or just close the forum and never say anything about it again. That'll work too. Just engagement bait. Might just close silently. Yeah, okay, I can start Cinders right now. Huh? So I'll ask to rush the list if possible. But the summer and dance stuff first. What did you do, though? Just ask my current model timeline and safe to delay it a bit. Okay, we'll get you the list of the server ASAP. 45 minutes later, Nano said she was able to start on Cinder's Angel model right away, when earlier she said she wasn't able to and planned to start in October. This was all Red told me in her DMs after he talked to Nano. Nano was able to start on the Angel model right after the summer fixes and dances. Yay! Thanks for the drink, Bunny. Appreciate it. All right. We got this. Later that night, Red told me Nano was going to cancel Bao's model because she wanted to stream more and focus on her own VTubing career. He said we would help her out and that Nano was able to start on my Heaven Hound model early now. I felt bad for Bao because I saw how excited she was about the design she showed us in person, but I was under the impression that this was what Nano wanted. She was my friend too, and I wasn't going to pressure her to do something she didn't want to do. I didn't see Red's messages and only knew what he told me. If I really wanted Nano to cancel Belle's model for some malicious reason, I knew I could make her do it through some kind of manipulation. Why would I have waited 8 months after I first found out about it in November of 2023 and told Nano she shouldn't? Why did I wait 4 months after WeebCon in March 2024 when Bao showed it to us? Why when I thought Bao's model was already finished in June like she told me it was planned for, would I have gone out of my way to make Nano cancel it now? Although I was closer with Nano, Bao was still a friend and I didn't have any problems with her back then. My opinion of how she should respond to Nano canceling on her doesn't change that. Nano has worked with multiple friends of ours in the past and it wasn't a problem, including Bao in the situation. I was supporting what Nano expressed to me. She wanted to do it herself, and as a friend, I reassured her it would be okay. This wasn't fair. This wasn't for Nano to have more time for us instead of anything she had planned. The only projects we had upcoming with Nano at this time was Sinder's Angel model and starting screen art, which we were content with being started in October, like Nano told me before. It was only after all of this Nano told me she could start it earlier, which affected her project timeline. That's why I asked if she decided to cancel anything, but I didn't expect her to move our project up. So who did she push down to pick up Nano or to pick up Sinder? This can. Red messaged Nano and asked how her conversation with Bao went. Hey, Nano, checking on the arm stuff. Also, I told Sinder to take the PNGs to match Blank's ref sheet for each model. And if you want an expression or toggles or poses or something, just let me know. I had to talking to Bao go, I'm finishing arms right now. I will talk to Bao right now too. She replied to my I post, I got a bit, I'll wait a bit. I don't know if she will hate me forever after this. Also, thank you. She won't hate you forever just for the next few days, but if she still has the design, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Nano said she was scared to talk to Bao, so being her friend, I asked her how it went. If Bao's design was done and the model wasn't even started, like Nano told me it wasn't, then I didn't think it was that big of a problem. If Bao could just take the design to another model artist. Hypothetically, I thought there still would have been time to hit her planned Valentine's debut window Nano told me about. But if she still has the design, I don't think it's that big of a deal. Okay, it's sent. I'm here for emotional support. Thank you. It hurts my soul. The whole situation was wrong of both of us. Nano shouldn't have asked me about what she wanted to do with her other commissions, and I shouldn't have weighed in on what I thought. I'm sorry to Bao for my actions and that this has happened at all. It was after this when Bao messaged our group with our friends and said that Nano dropped her as a client. I felt guilty knowing about this before Bao had told us. I didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything. I was the one who was known to always work with Nano, but if this was her decision, I didn't want to get involved. I should have been a better friend to Bao and at least tried doing something for her, but I didn't. After I posted my apology on 4/27/2025, Bao tweeted this, talking about her model being canceled last August, asking how I didn't know about it. It was a standalone tweet, not as a reply for my apology, and not quoting it either. How can you say you didn't know? I showed you both my base model sketch from Nano at WeebCon. We talked on stage and performed together. You were in the group chat where I shared my sadness over Nano suddenly canceling my model after we were so close to begin live 2D and rigging, and to now find out that just the day before I shared my sadness, this is the conversation that happened and ruined months of debut prep, planning, merch preparation. If you want to apologize to me, please do it properly and stop hiding behind Red. Well, stop making fucking Twitter posts and maybe the person you want to have a conversation about, you fucking asshole. Jesus. I forgot she said that. Stop hiding behind Red. Stop hiding behind Twitter. Y'all have each other. Y'all have a fucking group chat. Maybe message the person in the fucking group chat. Stop hiding behind Red. Stop hiding behind Twitter. Stop hiding behind your 4 other bitch buddies on Twitter. Maybe somehow you'd fucking get something done without having to make a twit longer about every other fucking person every other fucking day. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Stop hiding behind Red. Stop hiding behind Twitter. Holy fuck. I was aware that this instant Bao's model was canceled, and before she said anything, I haven't claimed otherwise anywhere, and I didn't say anything about it in my apology. I was not aware of Red giving Bao's name to Nano in his exclusivity negotiations in January 2025. This is what I said. Regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of the eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have said something to put a stop to it. After Bao posted, I messaged the one friend that could get a message to her since she had already unfriended me, and I had no way to contact her. Oh, maybe that's why you couldn't fucking message her. Oh, okay. You wanted a direct message. Oh, please do it properly and stop hiding behind Red, but you unfriended. How are you supposed to do it? Oh, I want you to drive me to the store. I need to go pick up a fucking soda. Meanwhile, I'm going to cut your brake lines. Biggest fucking brain play. Great job. Holy shit, that is some 4-year-old behavior bullshit. I expect an apology, silent treatments, and locks the door. Where's my apology? Grow the fuck up. Red and I had a falling out of the night of the documents dropped, and we didn't live together anymore, so I had no way to access his DMs myself to go back and see everything he was saying and doing to make sure it was right. All I had to go off was what Red told me in August about this. That was posted in Nano and Bao's documents, and now Bao tweets after my apology. I don't know if she ever got this message, but she never reached out to talk, and I told this friend that I didn't know the model was canceled because of Red's conversation with Nano, and not that I didn't know it was canceled at all. I saw Bao's tweet. I have no way of contacting her. No, yeah, how dare you fucking... Jesus Christ. Pathetic. If you could please have her reach out and talk, it would mean a lot. I didn't know her model was canceled due to Red's conversation with Nano. I know it's hard to believe I wasn't informed on every conversation he was having, but he had a lot of control over comms without constant approval because I trusted him. We don't live together for me to make sure everything he was doing was all right. I'm so sorry to you and all the girls. Let me ask her if it's all right for me to pass the message forward, and if so, I'll copy paste this directly. Is that all right? I'm so sorry I'm trying to collect myself for Red. I'm speaking right now, and I'm so upset about it. In Bao's tweet, she said that before her model was canceled, they were so close and began live 2D rigging. Yeah, I was also about to point this out because it didn't make sense that they would mention that if things got pushed down. And in Nano's document, it said that Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, followed by Red contacting me specifically to check on me canceling the model I had planned with Bao. Neither of which were actually shown or true. Red asked me to cancel on one of their closest friends, Bao, by asking me to cancel my work mid-progress, manipulating me to thinking it's okay since she has so many connections. That's a bit out of context. And she'll be fine anyway, so I wouldn't feel guilty about worrying it too much. It was and is upsetting me that Red contacted me specifically to check on me canceling that model I had planned with Bao. A little over a week before Bao's model was canceled, Nano told Red that Bao's model hadn't even been started. Yeah. And as you've seen, Red never asked Nano to cancel Bao's model. How could it have been canceled mid-progress and close to being rigged if it wasn't started? And if it was so close to rigging, why would Nano have even considered canceling it instead of just finishing it? I think Bao would have said if her model was canceled mid-progress in her messages to me and our friends if it was, instead of just that she dropped it as a client. In Bao's document, she said there was suddenly back and forth on whether or not Nano had the physical and mental capacity to continue her model. Going to be live 2D Illustrator after she finished both designs and base model sketch, there was a suddenly back and forth on whether or not she had the physical and mental capacity to continue my model. I was very sad, and I had not only teased and a screenshot of the model sketch. Model sketch halfway done. That would be silly to say, but maybe. Which lines up with what Nano said to Red and how Nano repeatedly overbooked herself but was never shown anywhere. Nano, I might be taking on the community to that forum. I might want to be in the movie too. I feel like I want to be more into VTubing. I'm doomed. I love it. Honestly, I would cancel all my next monsters. I feel so committed to them. Do you think Bao would kill me if I canceled her? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Bao saying there was a back and forth also could imply that Nano already approached her saying she may not continue her model before August 5th when Red messaged Nano. Also, Red didn't contact Nano to specifically check on Nano canceling Bao's model like was claimed. He was messaging to see if she canceled any other projects and expressed interest in canceling that Nano previously mentioned. If he decided to cancel any other mod projects, he didn't cancel anything yet. Another conversation between Red and Nano to show how Nano was treated, trying to plan my collab with her, and Red complimenting Art Nano for something else. Nano, are you planning on doing a collab with Sinder on your birthday? I don't know. That's Mio's idea. I know you've been talking to him about it and want to make sure you know. Lol, is there anything you want to do? And would you be streaming or just be on Cinder's stream? We can plan on a different day. Make it a different day, please. Okay, what day? I don't know. You just don't want to do it. I get mad anxiety. It's okay if you want to cancel it. You can head out and skin your bikini in your bikinis. In your bikini. Oh my god, I forgot to ask how Blank Art is coming. She showed us the work in progress when we saw the work a few years ago. Yeah, I finished the art last week. Let me see. Blank. Good lord, the cooking. Thank you. When Nano available for some NSFW side projects. It's just illustrations I can always find and check my schedule. It doesn't sound great. It's don't ask why it's worded that way. It just is. I don't know. It's please. He mentioned fucking gotta make the coochie eat or some shit. Whatever the fuck he said earlier. I don't know. The Gen Z slang. Okay, but after Angel, unless you want to make tan lines Cinder art right now, everyone likes the tan lines, and we didn't even ask you for that. I hope you guys didn't mind an unsolicited addition, by the way. I just thought tan lines are great. We don't mind. It came out super good, and everyone likes it. You can go for more suggestions, things we don't mention in the future. By the way, did you guys decide something about your flames on Angel? After over a year of Red and encouraging Nano to come on my stream, we finally had our first collab together. It was on her birthday by Mio's suggestion to Red. What's your favorite model I've drawn? Cinder does a Q&A with her model artist, Nanoless. We can just hang in your bikini. Yeah, it just sounds very weird. Thank you, Nano. I had so much fun yapping. Have a good night. Thank you. It was so much fun. I have a sore throat already. Oh no, get lots of rest. Red, good morning. We were watching some VODs from Sinder. She said that she wanted to collab with Nano. Yeah, whenever Nano is ready to. I was actually thinking on making a surprise for Nano, if that would be okay with Sinder. She wouldn't be opposed, but in the past, she hasn't wanted to because she didn't feel comfortable doing that yet. So I don't know if the surprise is the best way to go. Just let me know if she decides to, and we can get something set up. She's always able to message me or her too. No problem. We are just getting ready for the event. What event? Oh, the anime friends thinking we are going. Oh yeah, I hope that goes well. Okay. What about Nano's birthday? We could do her birthday. She is okay with it too. Do you want to do on her birthday, the 28th? Yep, 8/28. That's a wild fucking birthday. My DMs with Nano after she was on stream celebrating another one of her models debuting are messages around my birthday. I actually really like, sorry, I'm kind of stuck on this. Nano's model is really good. It's actually really cute. I like it. Celebrating another one of her models during our messages around my birthday. Want to thank you again. Talking to her for some reason that makes you happy. Anytime you want to play games or yap, I'll always be free for you. Wanted to show you this. Finally, another baby. Finally, I thought she hated it and just discarded. Finally, I thought she thanks for letting me know. I didn't think anyone could ever dislike your works. In her happy birthday, Mulu. Thank you, Nano. I love you. Sorry I couldn't make anything special for you. Oh, no, don't be. I was able to hang out with you earlier, and that felt like the best gift ever. Nano told Red she was up to take on more of our work, followed by another instance that shows how Nano was treated. Okay. So with the cafe idea, we're open to it, but we need more details and dates to discuss. My concern is that if it's based around our brand, then we standard, followed by another instance shows it. From all the way over to the Gamer Subs label and maybe a Docky, I would definitely keep an eye on the quality. You know what's always up to. I'll tell you what the interest check for info. I'll tell you the interest and check for more info. I'll tell you anything I can get. You are involved with the Maid Cafe thing, or did you just hear about it? And I don't want to get in on this in any way. The Angel model and Angel art, I think only the Docky would, though. I'm not really involved, but I do be getting contacts that would definitely be somehow like a rep or quality ensuring stuff. I would never want big names like Sinder have something cheap. Or big names like Nanolist. Oh, how is your new mic? Oh, fancy stuff. I think it's better. Yes. Mio asked me what Sinder uses. You have the Sinder VTuber official mic setup. We don't have room isolation or anything much like the opposite, but works really well. I love Elgato products. Eek. If you don't have a Stream Deck, get one. I do. Okay, good. Thank you for your help, Red. You're on Team Sinder, which means I'm on Team Nano. That's why I rip your shirt at every con. I still cry about it. It's so cute. It goes well with my Gamer Sup shorts. Yes. About Gamer Subs, do we need art soon? Okay. You know what's tiring about this? Is that at every fucking corner, we're still talking about Gamer Subs. It's been 2 months. That's crazy, Malk. It's been 2 months, dude. And we're still talking about these fucking Gamer Subs that need to get done, dude. She's still talking about it. It's still getting like, it's so much like we like. I'm so mad. I rep my DOG hat. Thank you for repping my hat, Malk. About 2 months after canceling Bal's model, Nano asked Red about us paying for her to cancel her project. She brought up the possibility of some kind of exclusivity deal to Red for the first time, saying she just wants to do Cinder stuff. This is what I said about Nano accepting my projects in my apology. Every time I had been told that Nano had agreed to work on a new commission to me, had been willingly and with excitement. From my point of view, it was that she genuinely wanted to be working on these things. I wanted to work with Nano as much as I possibly could, making her art the face of my brand. This was followed by her canceling the long list of model projects herself for a bunch of different VTubers after filling up on her waitlist for more projects that she could reasonably take on again. Of her own volition, Nano canceled a large portion of her model commissions last September. The entire conversation was left out of Nano's document, and all of the blame for these model cancellations was put on me and Red. If you were one of the 6 VTubers who had a project with Nano canceled around this time, this is what happened. Once again, I have no involvement in this conversation, and I was only told about what happened afterwards. Nano, are you free tomorrow? Monday, September 30th, 2024 at 5 p.m. Sure, okay. As for the GS labels, I really hope these aren't the same thing from like 2 years ago. I really hope. Hypothetically, if I accept to be paid to cancel every commission that's not Cinder related, would you pay it? Nano asked me if we would be willing... Remember when people who were really big, people who were massive, people who have hundreds of thousands of more viewers than me, people who have hundreds of thousands of more followers than me, remember when you all jumped her fucking case? You straight jumped down her throat and said everything that had ever happened was all Cinder's fucking fault? Remember whenever I didn't say that? And remember, because I'm smaller, my voice carries less weight than yours. Remember whenever I say things with nuance because I didn't know all the facts, and you went off of the emotional feelings of fucking VTubers that you like Bao? Because Bao cried on stream, you decided that you were gonna take her side regardless of the truth? Remember when y'all fucking did that? Y'all must be feeling really fucking dumb now, huh? Remember when y'all must be feeling really fucking stupid, huh? Remember whenever, you know, we don't have all the facts with something that I said? Remember all the facts coming out now? I do. You want to know who doesn't look like the dipshit right now? Who doesn't look like the asshole on the internet? Want to know who doesn't look like the piece of shit? Who got involved in a fucking witch hunt for nothing? Remember who was right again? I'm batting 100 right now. Fucking crazy. Why is there a pickle on my merch? Because pickle sucks. But also, pickle. Like, holy shit, dude. All these people who were bigger than me that jumped down somebody's fucking case because of fucking emotions, bro. It's a 1,000 for batting average. Thanks, Malk. Thank you, Malk. Batting 1,000. I needed you, Malk. Thank you. If you're batting 100, it's bad. Tough. Okay, well, I'm batting 1,000. Appreciate it. Dog is surprisingly pretty smart and good. It's because I'm not a fool. I didn't hop on the fucking bandwagon of hating somebody because they hurt the feelings of a few other fucking people. I immediately knew that this was completely suspicious. I immediately knew. I called it out when it happened. I called it the fuck out. You can go to my replies. When I reply to that fucking VTuber that does YouTube content, they're like fucking, they wear like a black t-shirt, they have black hair, like red eyes and like pink hair bands in their hair, whatever the fuck their name is. They do news shit and drama stuff on YouTube too. You can go to my replies and find a tweet to them that actually says I don't believe in any of this content. You can find that on my Twitter today, unless that post is gone. In that case, never mind. But I'm 99% sure that post is still there. I was right. Fucking again. My bad, guys. Sorry that I don't control fucking the narrative. My bad. You know, sorry that I don't fix all the fucking problems. Sorry that my voice isn't fucking louder to be able to fix all these dumb fucks out here on the internet. My bad. My bad. That's on me. That's on me. My bad. Let me just put all the VTuber community on my motherfucking shoulders right now, because I'm about to carry y'all bitches to the finish line so long as you listen to me. God damn. We're gonna be carrying this shit like a fucking game. Let me put you on my backpack. Shit. How many more times I gotta be right? Fucking shit, dude. I don't understand. I'm freaking out with my comms and I think I'm just going to do my Sinder stuff. I'm dying inside. I want to do my own shit too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask such a weird question. No, it's okay. I just don't want to know. I just don't know what you meant. Do you mean you cancel your current commissions that aren't Sinders and then we pay you for? Like, we'll pay you for the work you do for us. And if you want more to do to replace your other comms, we can do that. Exclusivity? I mean, it depends how you're thinking about it. I'm just thinking out loud. Nana told me she's freaking out with her commissions because she accepted too many and just wants to do Cinder stuff plus her own things, exactly like she's been telling me for months. Jesus Christ. What it sounds like is somebody needed a fucking therapist. What happened with the Bowles models was a precursor to this. She's the first one to suggest the possibility of exclusivity to me, showing she had interest in making an exclusivity deal with Cinder and I as far back as September 2024. But if you want to do stuff, yeah, I just might stick with a few clients. If you're worried about the lack of work from canceling things, we'll just give you more work to do. New comms are exciting, but I'm so tired. Man, that sounds a little bit like I have burnout from working with Cinder, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Doesn't that sound a little bit like, hey, I'm kind of tired of working with you. I want to work on a different commission. Squints. Odd. DOG will remember this. If you want to think over more what you're looking for, we can talk about it. By this, did you mean for us to pay you to cancel other projects? Yeah, just a silly thought. I mean, how many projects are there? If you were to cancel those projects, we'd probably just pay you for other things to do instead, but not like just pay you to cancel them. Unless it was silver. That's really funny. I was open to the idea of exclusivity, but with the details needed to be figured out. If Nano chose to keep working with us, we'd always have commissions for something to do. I asked Nano to clarify, and yes, she suggested we pay her to cancel on 6 other VTubers. Jesus Christ. I was going to pay Nano just to cancel other projects except Silvervale, who I said as a joke. But if she chose to cancel them herself, we'd help replace the income with our own stuff. I chose to leave the list of names uncensored here so people know exactly how and why their models were canceled, since it was falsely blamed on me and Red. Unless it's silver, fair, honestly. Blah, 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 blah. I think I'll just freak out and cancel all my shit. How much do you have besides our stuff? Opkari, Mousy, Giga, Mousy again, Zen, Fufu, and Megalodon. I remember talking so much shit. Oh, I remember talking so much shit about all these motherfuckers. Sorry. I gotta calm down. I gotta calm down. My ego's getting too inflated. I gotta fucking stop eating these airheads right now, bro. I'm getting too big for my britches. Damn, I'm getting fattened up by all this success, all this rightness I have, all this correctness, all this greatness in my pantaloons right now. I'm erect. It just pants tight right now, bro. Tight. Fucking, I talked so much shit about this. God damn. How much did you want us to pay to cancel everything? Besides blank, they're all fairly enough far to don't screw with any of my plans, so I'm pretty sure it's okay to cancel all of them. And I can cancel blank, but I think she's gonna get pretty upset. Redeems thigh cam is crazy. Nana wanted us to pay for her to cancel these 7 commissions for other people. If we were to pay for her the price of them just to cancel them, it would have cost us 40 to 50K. Nani? Nani? Holy shit. God damn. To be honest, I think if you were just to be focusing on Cinder and your own content plus drawing art again for Twitter/Patreon would be good. That's my dream. Then just do it. I just don't know if you'd be making the same money doing all these model comms. I miss doing illustrations. I can always cry on blank for extra cash, I guess. What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? That she's going back to people for money. What did I say? What did I say? What I say? She confirms it. That she has people that she goes back to for money. What did I say? How many more times, bro? How many more times? She has people in obvious consideration here for going back to when money starts getting tight. She has names on lock to go back to when money starts getting fucking tight. When that wallet starts getting flies in it, she's got names to go back to that will always take their money. That will always give her her money. I fucking knew it, bro. I fucking knew it. I can always cry on blank shoulder, which, by the way, wouldn't that be fucking manipulation if you're intentionally going in fucking, oh man, I don't have enough money. I need money for comms. Isn't that just what that is? Guys, I need more money. She has people on lock for making money. She has a list of names. When I'm getting low, people I can guarantee with a paycheck. She has motherfuckers by name by guaranteed paycheck. I motherfucking knew it. God damn. God, I wish I was an IRL tuber right now. Y'all motherfuckers be seeing me. Oh, I'd be my fucking face right now, bro. My hands are up in the fucking ooh. Ooh. Fuck yes. God, it feels good to be right. Like, we'll give you all the work that we can. Oh no, I don't mean to monopolize Cinder. There's so many good artists too. That's not what I meant. But we still try to give you all the work that we can plan/afford. Like, yes, we'll still work with other artists on things. This is hard to explain. For instance, we won't just do models and starting screen artwork. We can do more art or other things, merch, art, gamer subs works. Obviously, don't worry, I get it. Focusing on Cinder and her own content was Nano's dream. I told her we'd give her everything we could, but warned I didn't know she'd be making the same money as she would from these model commissions. Don't worry, I get it. Okay, good. Oh, yeah, I'll keep the gamer sup stuff too. You can make the Cinder Doujin. I forgot that was a thing. Yeah, it's been mentioned to you like every month for 2 years. So let's see. Is blank the only one on your list that you haven't started already? Just blank, but just did the sketch and didn't even decide it yet. But she's been calling me mom publicly already. That's tough. So what do you want to work on? I'm canceling shit. I need my freedom. I asked Nano what she wanted to work on, and then she decided to cancel everything herself. Got to put myself at first. People say Red should I cancel? Blank say yes or no, and I'll do it. I just need a voice. Won't blame you for anything. Yep. That aged really fucking well, didn't it? Yeah, but I'll have to live with that. Fuck, okay, I will. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. That's my own response, not yours. That sure aged fucking well, didn't it? Hold on, before I continue on with this, I mean, I gotta put a motherfucker on blast real quick. I gotta put some motherfucker on blast real quick. Give me a second. Give me a second. Hey, give me a second. Hey, fucking. Hey. Let me just put a motherfucker on blast real quick. My bad. Yeah. I guess somebody didn't read anything. My bad. I wonder why you're actually diabolically cooked. Who wrote this? I don't know. Who wrote this? Oh no. It moved my nano yet burb. There's a lot. It's a lot. It's a breakdown. It's going to take a very long time. I also hope this video goes nuts on YouTube. Putting effort here, all right? Work, dedication. I need to get paid for this time. Yeah, we still on Nano. Or Nano asked Red if she should cancel. He's always, I don't know. And then she just tells him, tell me to so I can, every time. You don't say what I gotta do. I'm a free woman. Yeah, you definitely abused that fucking power, didn't you, Nano, huh? Yeah, you sure used your free woman, huh? You sure used it to fucking ruin someone's career, didn't you? In a perfect world, that would be you working on Nano. Hashtag side note, collab tomorrow, waiting to hear from blank, but everyone else is down. Okay, I'm free. I canceled so many stuff. What did you cancel? I was gonna say you should at least keep blank because that's good advertising for you. The rest could go. No, I'm so done for now. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Wow. Did you cancel this whole list? Nano canceled everything because she accepted too much, saying she was thinking about doing this for a long time. She told me 2 months earlier, leading up to canceling with Bao. Guys. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I got blank too much, which I'm considering canceling too. No regrets, honestly. I feel so light. Wow. No regrets. Yeah, only animosity that you channeled later into a cancellation post. Good job. Nano was more than able to make her business decisions and cancel projects herself, just like in November of 2023, all without me allegedly manipulating her. In her own TOS, Nano states that she can cancel anything she's already agreed to or stated on at any time for any reason. She still lied that these cancellations were all because of us. Yeah, that's tough, ain't it? A month after my one-on-one collab with Nano, I plan to collab with her, my model rigger, and 2 of my model sisters, Buff Pup, and I don't know who the rest of these people are. I just know who that is. And that's Nano, and that's Buff Pup. I don't know who this is, and I don't know who that is, and honestly, I don't think I cared all that much right now, to be honest. My model sisters were my friends, and not just the ones shown here. The claims that I tried to sabotage them or had anything against them or any of my other friends due to the working with Nano or having her art is blatantly untrue. In my apology, I said Nano has an amazing skill where she's able to draw each of her VTuber children uniquely, so I was never upset seeing new model siblings. In many cases, I was there cheering them on at their debuts and looking to collab with them as sisters when I could. Here are another 2 collabs I planned with my 2 model sisters above. The fact that we had Nano models was celebrated between us. Wow. Wolf Sisters collab. Yes. Damn, that was a 7-hour stream. Looks at how long I've been recording. Fuck. We're 6 hours into this, by the way. Sinder and Yoki? Yeah. It's like Pocky, but I don't know. Draw One Piece characters from memory. Yeah, imagine watching One Piece. Here are my conversations with each of them about their new models with Nano. I left these conversations uncensored. I'm so excited she was the one working on yours earlier. So siblings, hell yeah, she made art for my current model too. She's so nice to work with. I'm so happy to see more from her. All cute. I'm excited to see more from her too. She has been a pleasure. Did you have a date planned for your debut yet? Not yet. I'm thinking about late July/August, but depending on when things get done, Sam, I'm aiming for mine to be mid to late July. But I'm doing a lot of traveling before that, so I'm rushing to get things ready right now. Thanks for the drink, cool, and the health check. You're a big yapper, but this is even more yapping than normal. I got this. Don't worry about it. I got this. This is the Soldier Boy's playing right now to spike my spirits. I got this. All right. Same, I'm aiming for mine to be mid to late July, but without a lot of things. Right now, you got this. I'll let you know what day we aren't, so we aren't on top of each other. But honestly, it's looking more August for me. Likewise, I have heard a lot of potential July debuts, so maybe August is a good choice. I'd also love to plan something fun after where we're done being busy with debut stuff and we can show off our models together. Oh my god, yes, that would be so cute. Nano Sisters, can't wait to see everything your model can do at your debut. Oh my god, thank you. I can't wait to see yours too. It's top secret, but here's a teaser. Whoa. Bless you, girl. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate it so much. WWDB heart. There's some really good ideas. You literally fueling my brain right now. I'm gonna see what I can do, and hopefully I can do cute, artsy shorts. Maybe, damn, she's gonna make so many motherfuckers look pissed. She's about to make, this is gonna make so many VTubers look bad. And markers and clips are such a good idea. Why did I ever think of that? You literally giving me the creative consult for free right now. I PayPal you later, although I can pay you in spoilers instead. Maybe I will be your sister. Nano baby, even more hype, but for real, we gotta look out for each other. This job is tough, man. I'm just happy to help when I can. And if you want to chill out and vibe again, I'm always down, BB. I love sharing my knowledge. It is your baby sister. This is so gorgeous. I'm so hyped. Thank you, baby girl. You're so damn sweet. I'm always down to chill. Damn. I'm gonna be honest, right? What was it that Silver said? She always got a bad vibe from Sinder, and that she always had this premonition that she was a shitty person. Dude, she's nothing but a sweetheart in these to her VTube siblings. Shit, she's nicer to her VTube siblings than I am. I don't even talk to any of my VTube siblings. I talk to two of the ex-VTube siblings, but that's it. I don't talk to any of them. Like, she's fucking 10 times better than I am. I'm gonna get them to write 1K. You're right. I'm gonna write 1,000 pages. 10,000% full blood sisters. Honestly, thank you. I'm happy. Honestly, this is going to be my very first new model since my debut back in 2021. Damn, dude. That's tough. Whatever. Thank you. What is the point of this? There's literally no point to this. I'm going to skip through this. This is just her being a sweetheart. Like, this literally has no flavor. It's just, you deserve the world. I'll be a happy, hype gal any day. I love you so much. Like, there's literally, like, she doesn't even have a fucking context here to say what any of this purpose is. There's so little purpose other than I'm hanging out with my VTube siblings. Good on you. Yeah, this is just showing her friends. Yeah, that she has friends. Good on her. I'm glad she has friends. Unlike all of my friends who are going to disappear after I post this video on YouTube. And here's 2 streams where I supported my model sister Buff Pup's game development endeavors by playing her game on my stream, telling my fans to support her too because she was my friend. Aww. Red message Nano to support her about her stream that day and about our projects. Okay, and we're back. Little Tommy is so good. So good. So glad I have you doing art with almost 1,000 viewers. Now you just have to use your mic. Team Sinder is Team Nano. If you want to draw just Sinder art, if you want to draw just general art of Sinder, on stream and use it for Patreon, you can. We'll definitely help advertise. Got rated by blank and others too. Still, you're keeping people there. Hell yeah. If you want to draw just general art of Sinder on stream and use it for Patreon, you can. Will definitely help advertise. Good. Doesn't matter if you got rated. What matters is how many people stay, and just putting a light deadline on the angel model plus angel talk. That is so hard. That is so factual. It is very hard to keep people to stay after a raid. And the Demon Power logo on October 14th. I'm not sure how raid numbers work. Okay. I will have them done by there. As for the model, I pretty much just need the arm toggles to be done. Don't forget the mask too, and if you have these done sooner, then great. Maybe we can fit in Cinder Halloween thing you can stream just for fun art, not for gamer subs or a debut. I would need to finish the comms first though, right? That's what I said. Like if the comm stuff is done, my brain is limited. The angel art plus blank could wait until November, like start of the month. Oogie. We love nano art. I love you guys. Me when Jesus Christ, that is feral. Holy shit, that fucking emote is absolutely diabolical. I need one of those. I really feel involved with you guys. Also, the gamer subs. This blank scares me. Well, get used to it. All right, well. Red worked with Nano to make sure our projects are spaced to accommodate her. Hey Red, I'm blank and I wanted to focus on my well-being, so just wanted to you want to focus on your well-being a lot. So I just wanted to know in case I don't handle things. Thank you for the heads up, Nano. Do you think you're still able to do projects we have? I might be fine if we get 1 per month, 2 at max. Okay, so this month we can do angel art, and then next month the label art, and then 3.0 whenever you're ready, if that works for you. Invoices sent. Thank you. One of my brand new model sisters organized a nano model sister collab with me and another one of our model sisters. Huh. I'm going to keep that opinion to myself. Thank you very much. Yeah, 4 days from invoice is wild. Okay, one of our brand new model sisters organized a nano sister, Red and Nano picture us together. This was what they found out in February on our IRL trip. And I was just going to say it's about their chin. Their faces look very, very similar. But I'll I'm keeping that to myself. I didn't say that out loud. Who said that? Weird. Man, I can't believe chat would mention same face syndrome. Can't believe you, chat. What the fuck? Their faces don't look the same, we swear. Another example of how Nano was treated by Red. Red, I don't think I can do the hair. Yeah, I can't believe you, Boom. What the hell? Shadows are being opinionated. You're so right. I don't think I can do the hair. What happened? We're doing preps for moving next week, then Christmas prep. Well, that sounds good. Congrats. Thank you. We'll send pics whenever we're done. Y'all have been a huge part of it. Anyways, do you think you'll have time to do the sketch for the short hair so we can figure out a design for it? Oh, another thing, Nano, when do you think you could start and finish blank after you move? I'll say the 16th. I can start earlier if I get the time for it. Cinder 3.0 will be in DA. Yeah, I think all of the projects on the list are. Okay, I'm sorry. Nano, you won. You a superstar. I never followed up with Nano about the short hair design I was talking about since it wasn't a big deal. If you didn't win, I was going to riot. I mean, all nominees were huge. Who are the secret models? After Nano won her VTuber award, she posted an image of her current upcoming model. She told me who these 3 models were, with one being for one of the people Cinder praised in Nano to. Damn! Just, damn! Holy shit, damn! We all see it. We all see it. I'm gonna let that slide. Also, I have an opinion on this, but I ain't gonna say it. That's for a different video. I'll leave. I'll be quiet on this one. Actually quiet on this one. I won't say anything. Here are my own messages with Nano after she won VTuber Parent of the Year. Nice. Sinder, thank you. I'm so proud of Mama. Thank you for Sinder. I was an incredible babies. I would never win. Yeah, I would have picked to come back to. Yeah, that's fine. Damn. I always vouch for you, Nano to the moon. Dinner's on you today. Fine, I guess. Another conversation between Red and Nano. As you can see over the course of these messages, Nano worked with many other people besides us, and it was never a problem. Red often praised her work regardless of who was getting worked on. The shadows are trying to strike again. Merry Christmas, Nano. I hope you're feeling better. I want to check in on your work and stuff. Hello, Merry Christmas. I'm still working on the Sinder label. All right, give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, but hey guys, she still hasn't done that label. It's been like 4 months. Another conversation between Red and Nano. As you can see over the course of their messages, Nano's worked with many other people besides us, and it was never a problem. Red often praised her work regardless of who she worked with. Hey, still working on the label, getting a few days rest after moving in sickness. No worries, not a big rush. We got lots of other things that we can start working on after you're feeling better. Do you have a lot of work outside of Sinder work at the moment? 2 projects, nothing that will slow me down, I believe. What are they? Are you working on your own stuff again? And yeah, my personal stuff, but this can just be done whenever I have time. Okay, cool. Work in progress. So cool. Good luck on working with blank. She didn't message me. My message wishing Nano luck was about this. Looking for outfit designers. Please link your portfolio below. Not the Mori. These are some designs I worked on. It would be a huge honor to work with you, Callie. I doubt she messaged anyone yet. I'm saying good luck on her picking you up. Okay, thank you, Nano. Besides the NSFW model stuff, how do you feel about drawing hentai? I guess just NSFW art. I'm pretty normal about it, as in you're okay with it, or like you would, like, would you want us to give you that kind of calm over something like merch? Yeah, I used to draw a lot. Gotta use our nano time wisely. Models are priority, though. I'm fine with any of them. I trust you guys using me. That sounds... the wordage there. We can start on the next outfit once the blank is done, and after that, 3.0. The next event in the timeline with Nano was when she and Red made the exclusivity deal, but before we go over that, I want to address why we thought to ask her about the exclusivity deal in the first place. There was another person we were constantly working with, and that was artist number 1. They wanted to discuss a permanent paid position with us and suggested some kind of exclusivity for the work they did. Just like with Nano, Red handled any business-related discussions with them. There is more happened with artist number 1 in Bowles and Silvervale section of this document. Fuck me. Oh, chat, remember how many pages we got left to Nano Lesses? We're almost 50, we're 51 pages away, chat. Also, when you get some time, got some business talked about, okay, so in the given past month, finished stuff, upcoming plan, all kinds in mind, the general forecast. It's got me thinking I wanted to pitch an idea your way. Is this that's just the exclusivity deal pitch. So they got pitched by somebody else, and then I personally would have, like, this is just a pitch for exclusivity deal. I would have probably shot this down if I was so dedicated to keeping on working with Nano. But at this point, if it's taking you months to get a fucking label, I wouldn't blame you for actually taking this. Message Reg the next morning about our video editor, and then said that they can be willing to offer some kind of exclusivity due to competitiveness in the field. In the brief conversation Red and I had about it, we agreed that if we're going to pay them consistently for their work, like my video editor, we'd want to work out some kind of exclusivity with them. I was wondering, the editor you have on payroll, do you have some sort of non-compete exclusivity agreement with them. For example, assuming it blank, he can only edit for you and Bow or something. It is blank, and with him, it's kind of an unspoken agreement thing. We offered him to be exclusive, but he didn't take us up on it. But yeah, he's just us and Bow. Okay, I was asking, I had some time to think about our convo yesterday, reflecting on competitiveness in the field. And staying at the top, brought on by the blank bit, and thought that was the event we do work something out. I'd be willing to offer some sort of VTube or non-compete exclusivity policy on some type of work I do. So for example, things that get pretty unique to Sinder, such as model visual effects work, or the blank I'd only do for Sinder. That's something Sinder and I were thinking about too. We didn't really get to talk about it much though. Next time Red and I talked about this, he said we should ask Nano for some kind of exclusivity too. Nano has suggested exclusivity to him in September, and talking to artist number one gave him the idea to ask her again. In my apologies, that we had come to the conclusion that it'd be best interest to talk with Nano about making more time for projects by negotiating her to cut out other work. This was wrong for us to push her onto it, and she was trying to do this herself. She was pretty much trying. Again, we're apologizing for shit that Nano was doing. Nano was actively herself getting rid of fucking commissions and work, and was pretty much making Sinder exclusive by getting rid of 7 other fucking model commissions just to work on Sinder. She was essentially she was making herself exclusive on her damn self, on her own. What I should have said was negotiating with her to take on less work. We were never thinking about asking her to cut out or cancel anything she already had planned. You're right, because she was probably going to ask you to do that. She was going to ask you if she should do it again. Right now, I agree we should ask Nano to not accept any more brand new model clients and to not make it models or outfits or Silver Veil anymore. Nano would have more time to work on my projects, and Silver wouldn't be able to get another model from Nano, and I wouldn't be compared to her if she chose to get a new one from someone else. Her artwork commissions and projects with her current model clients would be touched. This is what I said about Silver Veil in my apology in regards to the exclusivity deal. So at this point, I was working with Nano consistently. We brought up not making any more models for her. If a VTuber model is how everyone recognizes you, then it'd be harder to compare us directly if we no longer look alike or have that shared similarity. It was a wrong and selfish decision, but it made me feel better, and that's why it was a constant topic with Nano. Red pushed for this harder than I ever did because he knew how it affected me for years, but no matter what the outcome was, I wasn't going to walk away from working with Nano. I don't know why I said it was a constant topic with Nano, or that Red pushed harder for this, other than being overly apologetic. Red only had any meaningful conversation with Silver and Nano in May and July of 2023, and 2 situations that involved her in November of 2023 and January of 2025. I would say that's pretty constant. There was only one specific creator we were responsible for naming and pursuing Nano into reconsidering projects with, not an entire list. It was overly apologetic here, and saying we were pressuring her was false. Red and I agreed to ask Nano about Silver when talking about exclusivity, which he did. The only project Nano would have reconsidered would have been future ones. Hers was the only name Red and I discussed. As for the exclusivity with artist number one, Red and I only agreed that we want to have it for their work, and didn't talk about naming anyone to them. This was when Nano and Red made their exclusivity deal. I didn't know Red was planning to talk about it that day, or even knew he had it until they had already come to an agreement. Without my involvement, Red brought this up to Nano in their private DMs, and not in our project server chat where all 3 of us were. The quotes from my apology above referred to this deal they made. In Nano and Bao's documents, this document was presented out of order and purposely left out information. This was the second of 4 total times with 3 different artists I had ever specifically asked anyone to not work with anyone else, which are all presented in this document. In this instance, it was in negotiations for an exclusivity deal. Nano, would you be open to some? I don't mind taking it, but I'm not sure how to make it a fair deal. You have an idea of the situation. I mean, if you wanted to make some kind of exclusivity, what would be sustainable for you? Maybe you can just share one of the ideas. Okay, so I got some ideas for this. I guess I was driving. What are you thinking? Okay, so I asked my friends monthly fee, calculating my monthly earnings, also how long this would be, and if it counts for models I already worked on. Well, I think the main things we're looking for is you not take any brand new model clients and not to make any new model outfits with Silver Veil again. You'd still be able to work on models / outfits with all your other existing babies. Whew. What I told Nano we were looking for was exactly what Sinder and I agreed to, not taking on any brand new model clients and not to make any more models or outfits with Silver Veil. Existing model clients and artwork commissions wouldn't be affected. This was so Nano would have more time to focus on our project, and was the only time since November 2023 that I ever mentioned anything about the value of Nano's models for the more there were. I wanted to preserve the value of existing Nano models like Cinder's, and the more models Nano accepted, the more recurring clients she'd have, meaning she had less time for any projects we may ask her to for. We may ask her to for. We may ask her to for. All right, what a great stroke. My favorite stroke. Thanks for the drink quick. Models were the most time-consuming thing she did. We never considered including and cutting off any of Nano's existing model clients, since many of them were our friends besides Silver. Sinder has always been supportive of anyone who debuted a model by Nano. Not to make any outfits with Silver Veil again, we do remember this. It's okay, Nano, you don't need to make any changes. Are you sure? I'm not really down on working with people who Sinder don't want to. Yeah, but wouldn't this be the second time you're canceling on her? Plus, oh. Yeah, that's true. I chose to include Bao's name to get even with her for what I thought she did, which is explained in her section. I threw Cotton's name in there for hurting a friend, and because I knew she was on Nano's waitlist in the past. Neither of them were ever discussed with Sinder, and Sinder strongly disagreed with what I thought about Bao, but it was going to make a deal with Nano. Then I wanted to try and include Bao at the very least. Including their names here was entirely on me. I didn't want them to be able to get a model from Nano, but I wasn't looking to have her cancel anything on anyone. I knew Nano didn't have anything lined up with Silver. The last time I heard she had Cotton down for a model, was when she canceled in 2023, and I was under the impression that Bao moved on to another artist after Nano canceled on her the first time in August, since that was the last time Nano mentioned it. I had no idea Nano even had Bao on her to-do list again, so I said it was fine to leave things as they were when Nano revealed it to me. I did feel bad about the idea of Nano canceling on Bao a second time, even if I didn't want her to work with Nano, and I would have left it there. Nano asked me if I was sure and said she's not down to work with people Sinder didn't want her to. Sinder only agreed to ask Nano about Silver Veil and did not agree with me about Bao. Before this, I was using we and our like I would any other conversation with anyone above our partners. But if Nano was okay with what she wanted, I would make sure to tell her how we both felt in an overzealous attempt to get even with Bao. I took advantage of that and made it sound like Sinder agreed with my feelings and about her when I knew it wasn't true. It was only the time I lied about anything to Nano, and it was wrong for me to do this. Everything I said in this conversation were my own thoughts and feelings. My hesitancy and Nano's reinsurance were both left out of Nano's and Bao's documents. All right. I wish I had another haul. Darn. They were like the really good honey ones. That sucks. Well, it is what it is. I'll manage. All right. I knew about what happened with Cotton and a friend, and I distanced myself from her because of it, because I absolutely do not agree that it was a good reason for Red to involve her. What happened had nothing to do with me, and it wasn't our place to do anything like this because of it. What Red described to Nano below was his incorrect theory about Bao making her editor Sacramore go exclusive because Bao's Boss Rush music video he made. I knew he thought this way in December, but I never agreed with him, and he held it against her and was completely unaware that any of this was told to Nano. I should have talked to Bao about it, but I never did. Plus, none of this can leave our chat. Of course, I want to understand it better. Well, with Silver, she's giving the bias towards GS, sometimes over Sinder, blah, blah, blah. Rubs us the wrong way. Want an important artist. I'd rather work with Sinder than Bao. Don't worry, being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Okay, so... yeah, we remember this. Okay. Well, comment about Silver Veil and Gamer Subs was based on our personal opinion about things we saw. Silver using her 3D model predominantly at the time was one way we justified asking Nano this. I didn't say anything about Cinder's insecurities about comparisons between them, but Cinder talked to Nano about it when Nano went to her about canceling our agreement. And a little from the others. So far, we'll find out as time goes on. My message about Cotton was cut out of the screenshot in Nano's document, but not in Bao's document. I don't know why Nano would do that herself and would later say to me. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano's message is saying, I'd rather work with Cinder than Bao. Don't worry. Being Cinder's mom means a lot to me. Were removed as well, and this was framed as me showering her with love to manipulate her, instead of it being me responding to what she said, like what actually happened. When I told Nano that Bao's song flopped, I was referring to how Bao thought of them, implying that I thought it was motivation for her to do what I was telling Nano. This wasn't explained to Nano at the time, but it's explained in Bao's section. Plus, none of this can leave our chat, and again, this is all secret talk, was to keep this from everyone, including Cinder. Hey guys, remember? Every relationship couple tells everyone everything. They totally don't have their own secrets. Wild, right? Of course, I wanted to understand it better, specifically if I want to cancel on it the second time. Oh, this is just the thing from earlier. The image from the chat of Bao's document containing the message about Cotton. Okay. All of a sudden he changes his mind to work with Bao going forward. No explanation. Yeah, we remember this. This is that Sacramore breakdown. I'll skip past that. We've covered that 3 times now. I was mad about for what I thought was her gatekeeping her music video editor Sacramore from working with us in any other music videos. The other thing I said about Bao here were all non-issues that became a list of grievances after what I thought she did. There are more details about this in Bao's section of the document. It sounds so harsh because I was angry about it and I was venting to someone I trusted about something I genuinely believed happened. I thought that if she was going to gatekeep her editor, then I was going to try gatekeeping our artist. I couldn't see what I thought happened making sense any other way. Everything I said here I believed and was true to my own observations and experiences. They were not lies I was making up just because. I now know I was wrong. Nano was the only person I told my feelings and theory about Bao to other than Cinder. Okay. I asked to be anonymous since I'd like to separate from being known as a freelancer. No one does this. No one decides to do this on their own. This was 2 weeks after Boss Rush came out. Yeah, that's pretty weird. And now she's been barking up the tree of the light to the animator. So like in you and a Nano model. Again, Nano said, wait, she has a way of guilt tripping people to get her way. We can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. People defended this woman, by the way. Just a quick reminder. People defended Nano. people were on Nano's side and told everyone that if you disagreed and if you weren't a Nano defender, you were a piece of shit scum. They called you scum for not defending Nano. I expect an apology in my DMs from everybody else that I blocked. Just like Bao. I'm going to bark up so many trees today. Nana said, oh, we can do a deal. I'll cancel my model with Bao like forever. And then suggested I pay her own model rigging in return below, which she discounted from her next project payment. Nano made me an offer to cancel Bao's model that benefited her and was okay with doing it for what ultimately zero out to nothing. This was not shown in Nano or Bao's document. About new babies, that would be another deal. How much is... Wait. I'll have a mono rigging with blank again, so paying for me and a discount from the next payment. I also would cry if you pay for me. Thanks for the help, Chick Bessie. How much is the blank rigging and when do you need it? I think I will need around 2 to 3K. She will start later this month, I guess. Is it through PayPal? Yep. Or about new babies? That would be another deal. What about we can pay blank for you and you don't have to discount it from the next payment, and we'll start giving you lots of work, I think, for this year right now, but you don't work with Bao, Cotton, or Silver at all again, models or art. I don't think you've done anything with Bao or Cotton before. We also have another GS label for you to do. Oh, they did another Gamer Subs label. Okay, so maybe we actually have completed some Gamer Subs labels. It's really hard to tell. They never mention completion of the Gamer Subs labels, and that really bothers me more than anything. Nano told me we'd have to make a separate deal for now for new model clients, separate from her proposed idea about Bao's cancellation and her model rigging payment. That deal is what she earlier said. She'd want some kind of payment for instead of focusing on new model clients. I chose to focus on the people I listed to her and offered the deal above. She said she wanted some kind of payment agreement for new model exclusivity, which would be another deal, but I didn't refuse to pay her for it like was claimed. The original proposition was only over models, but since I pivoted and new model clients were off the table and we were just talking about these three, I suggested that it include all work. I told her she wouldn't have to pay us the few thousand for her rigging back from her offer, and I'd guarantee her as many projects as she wanted. She worked with Silver occasionally, never with Cotton, and only with Bao on her model. So she wouldn't be missing out on income. We wouldn't be ready to replace. We could do it like when Silver asks for art. You tell her no, and then you tell us to buy another art piece. It do be fair, but... Okay, can I ask for a Demon Sinder figure? I'll ask about it right now if you want one. Yay, deal. Let me see what Blank says. Shit. I don't think they're shipping internationally to customers for this one, but I'm going to tell him to get one to you. What the fuck is this chat? You're getting a demon figure. Then we have a deal. Okay, just to make sure. No work. All right. Well, there's the deal. So we just saw the details of it. Hi, Lynn. And I went back and forth and negotiated a deal we both agreed to. It was a deal made on each other's words, and there was no contract involved. She had equal say in what she'd want or need out of our deal before agreeing to it. She was fully aware of what she was agreeing to and was completely capable of turning me down if she had chosen to, and I would have accepted that like always. But if I knew all along I could have just manipulated Nano to do whatever I wanted, like I had allegedly done before, including canceling models, why didn't I just do that instead of making any kind of deal with her in the first place. This was a mutual agreement made between the both of us. She made the offer to cancel Bao's model. We negotiated and both of us agreed to the deal we made. But the end of this conversation and the final terms of our deal were never shown in Nano's documents, and I didn't refuse to pay for exclusivity like it was falsely claimed in her document. It was about open to exclusivity payments, just like I was to artist number 1, our video editor, shown in Bao's section, and artist number 2 in Silverveil section. Nano suggested it for model exclusivity, but like she said, that would be another deal. I moved on from that to focus on 3 people I brought up, and both sides agreeing to this deal without revisiting the idea of payments again, other than us paying for her model rigging. She was so into demon figuring, she agreed to exclusivity from those 3 on it. Well, because the demon figuring was her art, so it makes sense. There was no manipulation. I didn't lie to her about what I actually believed at the time. I did and always have cared about our friends. I was under the impression that what Bao did was against me, Sinder, Tricky, and Vienna, and Cotton, hurt another one of our friends I cared about. I made this mistake in trying to do what I thought was right by them at the time without considering the people it would affect. How are there still fucking 30 more pages? Brother. Oh. Okay. After this happened, I was told Nano agreed she wouldn't work with Silverveil at all anymore. We'd continue working with Nano on lots of projects like we've always done. We'd fully pay Nano's new model rigging, and she'd be sent a free demon figure. Red never told me that Bao and Cotton were ever talked about or included in their agreement, or that Bao had another model that was canceled. Their deal didn't include the part about Nano not taking any new model clients we had talked about before, but I was okay with leaving it as I was told it was. Like I said in my apology regarding the exclusivity deal made between them, I had no part in the direct negotiations of their eventual agreement. I had no knowledge of Bao and Cotton being included in this list. If I had known my friends were included, I would have done something to put a stop to it. I was only aware of it being about one person who I was unfairly pursuing. There is nothing tangible I can show to prove that I didn't know what happened between them. I can't prove I didn't know something. I didn't tell Sinder everything because I knew she disagreed with me about Bao, and she'd get pissed. I was confident she wouldn't figure out about it, though, with how all the business discussions with Nano were through me, and even if she did later, then it would already be long done. Sinder wouldn't have told Bao about it after the fact either. I was stubborn and wanted to get back at the kind of person I thought Bao was, more than keeping Sinder's feelings in mind. I didn't mention Cotton's name to Sinder either, since I didn't know how she'd react, and I didn't want her to find out about Bao. She only agreed to Silver, and that's all I told her. A permanent team member, however, we're concerned we don't get the full use of these services, since things like project management, graphic design, IT, and web development may not be or always be applicable. And I'll put project management here because as of right now, it wouldn't be like full project management, but more so help with animation and comms with artists like we've been doing. We're 6 hours into this and we haven't even completed Nanos. This is tough. Sinder and I both agree that we have some exclusivity, not a complete agreement, and important to do, which with how much you're working with us, you have to complete the model VFX. Oh, this is this guy. When I said there's a few people we compete with, I'd rather be withhold your work from. I'm gonna be honest. Artist number 1 about our thoughts on their agreement, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if this is entirely relevant unless this artist gets brought up. We can come back to this at some point. If this artist gets brought back up, we can come back to this and give it a look. Because they really don't have, like, this doesn't carry any weight anywhere other than, and they've worked with Silver in the past. Sinder and I didn't talk about any names given to the artist number one. Yeah, this really doesn't do much. There's a few people we compete with that we'd rather withhold your work from if it's, yeah, this doesn't. You're gonna need a break. Please play a not League of Legends game at some point. Because Silver didn't like Sinder and I had something against Bao, now I considered Bao and Silvervale competition. Artist number one didn't know either of our thoughts on Silvervale or Bao, unlike what I told Nano. I didn't bother to bring up Cotton's name since she never interacted with artist number one. This is the third of 4 total times with 3 different artists that I specifically asked anyone not to work with someone else, which are all presented in this document. The next day, artist number one sent read a document and laid out everything in the agreement. This is, again, is this... What are you defending? Silver and Bao, I didn't push for changes. Yeah, it's just, yeah, it's more Silver and Bao hate. It's just, I don't want you to work at Silver and Bao. Okay. We'll just skip past all that. Unless artist one gets brought back up, there's really no point in us fucking reading that. It's all it establishes is what Red has already told us, and that he hated Silver and Bao. Nano canceled the exclusivity deal she made with Red about a month after it was made so she could work with Silver. This conversation with Red wasn't included in all of Nano's documents, only my DMs with her. Nano faced no repercussions from either of us for going back on her word, and Silvervale didn't lose out in the projects Nano agreed with because Red. I'm fine with the meanwhile. It's about the exclusivity thing. I don't really care about the Bao and Cotton. I don't think I can do this to Silver. Remember what I fucking said, bro? Again, I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. It's always about Silver, bro. It's always about Silver, bro. She is riding Silver to the moon right now. She is taking that shit and riding it hard. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. So I was wondering if I could pay back the figure and the rigging with our current comms. I'll understand if you think that's unfair from my side. Bold move, Cotton. Bold move. Let's see if it plays out. Yeah, my voice acting kind of kicked in right there. I don't know. That skill was pretty good. I'm gonna feel myself up on that. That was solid. I like the way that came out. I'll take it. All right. So we'll still send you the figure. You can just discount the cost. Finally, is wild. We'll think about the plans are after the first 2 projects. Would you agree to not do models at least, or was that thinking, okay, I appreciate the figure, but I'll think about it. Talk about the models just in case. I don't really care about Bao and Cotton. Nano couldn't keep her word on the deal she agreed to because Silvervale asked her for a commission. Silver lost no work with Nano, and just like in November of 2023, Silver was the tipping point for her. Telling you, something about Silver, bro. Something about Silver. I don't know what it is, but she's in a bed with Silver somewhere. I don't know what type of bed it is, but it's a bed. Just like in November of 2020, Silver is a tipping point for her, so I don't know why she agreed to our deal to begin with. Nano still had no problem sharing with me exactly what she was doing for Silver over a week later. I never got confirmation from Nano that she canceled Bao's model a second time before or after she walked back on our agreement, and I never asked. I had mostly moved on from my volatile feelings towards Bao, and I no longer considered her competition, even if I didn't have a favorable opinion of her. She was still Cinder's friend. Hi. Nano went back on our agreement only a week after we paid her for her model rigging in 2/3/2025, the one thing she asked for out of our deal. Hey, chat. She got money and then skedaddled. I wonder if that has anything to what I was saying earlier, or she has people down as a list that would just give her money to get money. It's a plenty of digits. It's a lot. I'm sure it's a lot of digits. That's like a digit there, a digit there, a digit there, a digit there, and a digit there. Like that's a lot of digits. That's a lot of digits. That's a digit. That's a couple bands. That's a couple bands right there, buddies. Played like a fiddle for money. Can't believe that. Can't believe that. God damn. What if this entire thing, this is just speculation, doesn't have any actual meaning, right? What if this entire thing, right? Because you, like, chat made a good point, you know, cool made a good point. We are getting really close. We are a few months out from the big tweet, from the big bomb that dropped, from the big bang, right? What if this was a way to get out of just fucking doing this fucking model, dude? What if that's the big ass fucking play here? What if the bold move was that we're gonna start some drama so I don't have to do this work for Sinder anymore? Bold move, Cotton. Let's see how this plays out. What if that was the big play? What if that was the big circle? That would be fucking crazy. To take the money and run. That shit would go crazy. Nano messaged me back the next day about walking back with Red. He had already talked with me about her canceling on the agreement and specifically to work with Silver on something. She didn't mention Bow or Cotton to me at all. And Silver didn't lose out on any opportunity with Nano due to this deal. Nano got tired of hearing about Silvervale and didn't want to be involved in any issues regarding her, but didn't say anything about keeping her out of the drama to Red. She faced no backlash from Red and or I from going back to on her word, even though I was upset because this was my last resort to try ending the comparisons between Silver and I was content with Nano working on what she wanted to and didn't hold it against her like always. That's just payment for Nano's rigging. Insanely disgusting. Yep. Really high. It's a lot of zeros. I wish I made those zeros. Need to get into rigging. Undercut all these bitches. Nano message, let's see. Like I would only need like for me, if I learned rigging, like I'd put like a 1 and then a couple of zeros. Like 3 zeros right there. And that would be good enough for me. I would be more than successful. I need to learn how to rig. Sinder just wanted to say sorry for stepping back on the exclusivity deal. Wanted to apologize personally to you since I've only talked about this with Red. Oh, it's this. Oh, okay. We remember this. Again, if you've already seen it and broke it down, search for Bow and Cotton in my own DMs with Nano. Yeah, nothing. We'll skip past it because 1, I need to get through more of this fucking doc, and 2, we've talked about it 3 times. I don't feel like doing it a 4th. In our project server, Red was telling Nano about our next model plans after my sleepy outfit debut. Nano, we're thinking about a big update in the D model next plus new outfit, big update like we did in 2.5 and the 2.0 with the new boobas and Charlie. We'd update some things and add some toggles to it. Didn't want to redo the demon before we started the angel. Lol. I'll do whatever you guys want to. What outfit would it be? We want to update the normal model outfit first and the normal demon model and be still worked on, but here's the work in progress designs. Dayan. Nano, we just got an update. I love it so much. Red saw Nano working on a new model for Shy Lily for the first time. Getting spicy. Yeah, the angel was like October 2024. I think this is updating the angel. I think it I fucking hope. The new outfit would be on the demon model instead of the 2.0. New boob, Charlie's. Yeah, this is. He messaged her and asked questions about the timeline of the model. Grats on the Lily model Nano. Hey, thank you. She did. Wait, when did she ask you about doing one? And do you have a lot of other models lined up besides ours? Oh no, it's just hers and finishing up on a few things. I'll probably stop taking new models after Lily and work with current clients. Gotcha. Was it recently Lily messaged you, or had it been in the plan for a while? Since February or March. As Nano about Lily and her projects just like I would any other time, and Nano gave me the information just like she would any other time. I thought that Lily getting a model from Nano could possibly be related to how she was treating Sinder lately. That night I saw Red and he told me. So here's the thing that gets interesting. We know through Buff Pup that, like, this is 4/11/2025. We know from Buff Pup they had information like months in advance. Like 2 months, I believe is what Buff Pup said. And Shy Lily said a week, right? Shy Lily said all this came up in a week. Buff Pup said they knew for a couple of months. So it's possible that at this point, it's already being talked about. It's completely possible here. So, who knows? That night I saw Red and he told me Nano was working on a model for Shy Lily, but didn't say anything about him asking Nano about it or that he would. I was happy with the idea that Shy Lily and I were going to be model sisters, especially since we're both part owners of the same company. Red thought we might have to consider that we'd be competing with Shy Lily with the way she was treating me and the fact that she was working with Nano now. Similar to how things were with Silvervale, I didn't agree. In my mind, Shy Lily and I weren't going to be competing for anything, and this would be another thing we'd have in common to hopefully bring us together. I was only concerned with why she would have been upset with me lately and was anxious about it. 4/12/2025. Oh, shit. The next day, Red went back to Nano to ask about Shy Lily again and tell her what I've been experiencing with her. These are also the last messages Red had with Nano and the last conversation either of us had with her in either of our DMs and our project server. I had no knowledge of these conversations until Nano's document was released 2 weeks later. Everything I was experiencing with Shy Lily at the time is explained in her section of this document. In my apology, I wrote I had no idea there was even a conversation about Shy Lily recently between Red and Nano until reading her document. It's true, I had confided in Red that lately I'd been hearing from Lily like I had in the past and was worried something was wrong. But that's as far as it went, and he took it upon himself to try digging for more info. I didn't share any of this conversation or the conversation above with Sinder because there wasn't anything super meaningful or pressing I thought she needed to know about. I followed up with Nano because of the way she was acting towards Sinder over the past few weeks. It really seemed like Lily had a problem with Sinder. Ever since the V card launch, but lately dipped out of collabs. Okay, remember this. I didn't lie about anything here. Me saying ever since the V card launch was because around then, last time I remember them collabing and talking like each other, like I said after. I remember Lily saying it was too soon to get a new model around the start of the year, but I didn't consider the 3 to 4 months that passed when I said this, and obviously Lily changed her mind since then. This is the only time I ever said anything to anyone other than Sinder about competing with Lily. If Lily had a problem with Sinder and at the same time started working with our model artist, and yes, we wouldn't be working together anymore. In my mind, we'd be competing with her and we're competing with her at the very least over Nano's time. If Lily wasn't treating Sinder differently, I wouldn't have had any reason to think the timing of Lily's model with Nano was suspect. Could have just typed sus. And no reason to ask Nano anything when she started working on Lily's model. I would have felt the same way about it that Sinder did. Between these screenshots, they were talking about something unrelated. And so, is it just Cinder and Blank you've been having continuous model outfits for? I think it is. I have an outfit for Blank Plan 2, and as for Blank, got nothing for now, but she always comes up with something. Do you know who's rigging Lily's model? Gonna be Blank. Thanks, Nano. Sorry for all the questions. Just gotta stay informed, especially when it comes to our top artist, and never a break. Don't worry, just don't stress too much with the side things. It's bad for balding. I'm gonna go bald now. I remember this. I stayed informed of Nano's plans because of who she was to us and our brand. It's always been that way, and it's never been a problem with her. I said we have to stay competitive, as in a general sense, with the entire VTuber sphere, even when we shouldn't have to, with someone like Lily, who we thought was a friend, now acting this way. It's a very silly PFP. It wasn't either of us who had a problem with Lily treating her differently for no apparent reason. Understandable. Me getting gamer subs to start the work shift. Well, all real same. Okay, what do you think would be better? Updating parts of the demon model like we did 2.0, or making a new demon model? I don't know how much stuff you ended up doing for the angel outfit, even though it was going to use 2.0 as a base. Okay, I don't think the angel outfit's still been done yet, chat. Because the angel outfit would still be the 2.0 base. I don't think the fucking angel outfit's been done. I don't think it is. I don't know how much new stuff you ended up doing for the angel outfit, unless this is like an update to the angel outfit, but I can't fucking tell. This shit's confusing. At this point, the work timeline is very hard to follow. At this point, I will always suggest new models since she's pretty old now, but it's your money, your orders. The demon is the oldest 2.0 model. True. Well, we'd want to update the demon with new toggles we've had, but also to use as a base for the arcade outfit, and then do an ice demon at the start of the next year, whatever you guys prefer. Okay, we'll let you know. Nano, we're brainstorming new ideas. Are there any ideas or themes you have in mind for a Cinder model? There's no wrong answers. Okay. These are the last of my messages with Nano. I guess saying anything bad about Lily was a step too far for her. I didn't know if she thought I was lying about Lily for some reason. She didn't just ask me to verify what I was telling her instead of leaking our messages. I never asked, told, implied, or said anything to Nano about not working with Lily or canceling her model she already started, and I had no intention to. And some say that the Gamer Subs artworks isn't done to this day. This is the last message in my DMs with Nano. She never replied and never messaged me to talk about things from her document privately. In my apology, I wrote, Nano, had I also never come to me as seriously and professionally as her document was, looking to address the issue she had with either of us or to terminate our partnership. Hi, Nano, would you like to come on my stream again sometime? Our partnership was terminated before Nano's document was posted, but not by her. 3 days after Red's messages with Nano and Lily, and about 10 hours after my message above, Red was added into a group chat by Nano with her new manager. Red was told that effective immediately, Nano would be taking an indefinite hiatus from working with us due to burnout, and explained away why Red hadn't heard from Nano in days. We knew Nano's manager had always been her husband Mio, so him being replaced and Nano coming to the decision out of nowhere made no sense. I was never added to this chat, and it wasn't even aware it was happening until the day after when Red talked to me about it. Nano added me. Oh, no. Nano added me to this chat originally since this was the first time I'd ever been in contact with this person. At the time these screenshots were taken, Nano had already left the chat. The Discord messages of her adding me to the chat and her leaving were gone, and I was apparently made the group owner. Nano never sent a message in this chat and was the original group owner. Hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm Akira, Nanolist's new manager. I'm here to support her with her client outreach so she can focus on what she does best, creating stunning 2D anime babes. You may have noticed she has been a bit quiet lately. Part of why I'm reaching out is to apologize for the radio silence, but more importantly, to ensure there's always a clear line of communication moving forward so we can avoid situations like this in the future. That said, I also come bearing the bittersweet news. Nanos will be taking a break from working on large-scale commissions for Sinder. We know this may come as a surprise, and we didn't want to leave you in the dark. This decision wasn't made lightly. Both of you have grown together and share a really special creative bond. The reason behind this pause is straightforward, though not without complexity. While the opportunity to work with Sinder has been incredible and quite lucrative, Nanolist feels it's time to expand her artistic horizon. She wants to challenge herself with new styles and creators, and is concerned that focusing solely on one project might pigeonhole her creativity. This isn't about personal differences, far from it. It's about growth in the pursuit of a broader artistic path. Artistic burnout is real and often unavoidable for those who make a living from their creative work, as I'm sure you're quite familiar with. She's been meaning to say this for a while, but struggling to find the right words, which is where I come in. Please know this isn't a goodbye, just a temporary shift. As she explores new opportunities and works with other creators, we're absolutely open to revisiting collaborations in the future. After all, Nanolist plus Cinder has always been a slam dunk combo. I ask for your understanding during these uncertain times and urge you to resist the temptation to reach out to Nano directly. This is a difficult time for her as well, as she needs the space to gather her thoughts in these moments of reflection. If you have any questions or future business inquiry, you know what this fucking sounds like? You know what this fucking sounds like? The thing is, this isn't fancy goodbye, right? Like, this isn't a fancy goodbye. This is like, you upset me so much, right? Like, you said something that made me so mad. I went and told my friends, and now I'm going to get my friend to tell you how much you hurt my feelings so that my friend can hide behind it. Like that one meme, blocked and deleted, but formally. Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like. Like blocked and deleted, but formally. Yeah, like, yeah, like this is all this is. This is just somebody. I don't want to talk to you anymore. So here, I'm gonna have my friend do it to you. Like, this isn't. And this is fucking like mumbo jumbo, right? Because it doesn't make sense, right? Because I could break this down into a bunch of fucking bullshit. I can break this down into we can dumb down these sentences. Hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm Akira, Nanolist's new manager. I'm here to support her with client outreach so she can focus on what she does best, creating stunning 2D anime babes. Hello, the correct translation of this, I can't tell if it's lack of maturity about not reaching out personally to apologize, and servertizer is just to avoid an argument. It's to avoid. Like as I translate this, you'll understand. It is, hello, nice to meet you, Red. I'm Akira, Nanoless's friend. I'm here to support her with client outreach so that she can focus on what she does best, creating models for a bunch of different people. You may have noticed she's been quiet lately. Part of the reason I'm reaching out is to apologize for the radio silence, but more importantly, to ensure there's a clear line of communication moving forward that we're actually not going to have, and we're actually talking about getting you a cancellation post here in about 2 weeks so that we can never have this conversation again, and Nano will never be completing another model for you. That said, I also come bearing some bittersweet news. Nano doesn't like what you said about one of the models that she's working on. She also will not be taking large-scale commissions from Sinder or any commissions at all in general. This may come as a surprise, and we didn't want to leave you in the dark. Mostly because it won't matter here in about 2 weeks. This decision wasn't made lightly. We chose how we're going to end your career in about 4 hours after you read this. Both of you have grown together and shared a really special creative bond that means nothing because we are going to be ending your career in a matter of weeks. The reason behind this pause is straightforward, though not without complexity. While the opportunity to work with Sinder has been incredible and quite lucrative, aka I've been taking your money, you stupid fucks. Tee hee hee, hoo hoo hoo. Nanolith feels like the time to expand her artistic horizons, like when she was working on multiple models, but she just wanted your money because you were making a lot of it. And I decided that every time I needed money, I would come back to you. She wants to challenge herself with new styles and creators and is concerned that focusing solely on one project like she has never done, she's just upset about something you said, might pigeonhole her creativity. This isn't about personal differences, far from it. It's about growth and the pursuit of a broader artistic path in which you are no longer going to be there, even though you are probably my rise to fame. She's been meaning to say this for a while, but struggled to find the right words, which is where I come in to tell you that we aren't gonna cancel you, but we are. Please know this isn't goodbye, just a temporary shift as she explores new opportunities and works with other creators, Shy Lily and Bao and Buff Pup, so that we can continue to take down your career in about 2 weeks. And then, before you know it, you won't have a job anymore. This is a difficult time for us as creators. We're absolutely open to revisiting collaborations in the future. After all, Nanolith plus Sinder was a great content booster for my platform. I'm really glad we were able to take advantage of that while I'm also building to cancel you. I ask for your understanding during these uncertain times and urge you to resist the temptation to reach out to Nano directly. She's having a really hard time processing how she's going to cancel you. This is a difficult time for her as well, and she needs the space to gather her thoughts so that we can figure out how to cancel you. In these moments of reflection, if you have any questions or future business inquiries, feel free to reach out to me directly. I'm here to cancel you. Oh yeah, this was a transactional relationship for sure. This is me translating that is literally more accurate than this fucking business mumbo jumbo. Like, I do not, like, obviously speculation. I'm not 100%, I'm not 100% true in my humble opinion. I do 100% believe Nano had specific models or specific VTubers she knew she could go to that always had money for her, and every time Nano needed money, she would go to them and would always give some sort of pity party so that they would commission her. She knew that Sinder would always provide her with cash. Sinder knew that, or not Sinder knew, Nano knew out of the advantage of Sinder knowing everything that Sinder would always give her a paycheck. Every time. Like, it was way too convenient. And she also named another person that she could, in her words, cry to for some extra cash. Acura messaged this chat first and renamed the chat to Nanolith Commission, showing that I didn't make this group or initiate this conversation. Acura said Nano was meaning to say this for a while. Absolutely the quick little $700 com for con money that time. Yeah. But everything Acura describes, she never showed anything remotely similar to. Nano was always excited for our projects, including just days before this. I actually disagree with this. When, like I said before, there were points where it really felt like she was getting tired of working with Sinder, but she didn't want to lose the money. You can see it when you go through it and you go through the messages. You can see it that she becomes very distant and very direct and doesn't really have the same conversations until shortly after she makes the comment, "Hey, I need money." Then things became a little more bright and shiny in her future, similar to a gold coin in someone's pocket. It's wild. I just feel like deadbeat parents looking for child support, because it probably is. Hey, Akira, thanks for the message. The line of reasoning makes sense, and we have been working with Nano consistently for years now. She's been a major part of our brand and why Sinder is Sinder. It does hurt that this is coming out of nowhere and nowhere from my perspective, and we didn't hear anything about this from her directly beforehand. This is the conclusion she came to, then I will talk to Sinder and figure out our next steps. Does this mean all projects we were in talks with Nano are canceled, including our model updates? Appreciate your help, and you're helping Nano with everything she does. She can be a bit disorganized sometimes, lol, and it's unfortunate. These are the terms we're met with, though. Hey, thanks for the quick response. I'm really sorry about the disorganization on Nano's end, and I totally understand how this might have felt sudden. I'm stepping in to help smooth things out and make sure communication is clearer moving forward, so we can all stay in the loop and help avoid such surprises. As for future commissions, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout, and she'll need a bit of a break. But once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of future collaborations. In the meantime, if you have any projects with pressing deadlines that Nano can't take on, I'll personally facilitate another higher caliber artist who can handle the commissions to make sure Sinder gets the high quality artwork she's associated with, so we don't create a roadblock for you. Shall we break this down in the DOG special sentence? Yes, I think we shall. Hey, thanks so much for the quick response. I'm really sorry about the disorganization on Nano's end, and I totally understand this might have felt sudden. I'm stepping in to help smooth things out and make sure communication between you and Nano are never to be continued. So we can all stay in the loop except for you, because we have to make sure that you get canceled. And we can't have you catching on to our plans, and to avoid such surprises, mostly for us. We would really hate if you caught on to what was going on behind the scenes. As for future commissions, Nano is currently taking some time to recover from burnout. So she's going to need to take that money you gave her, and you're not going to see a penny of it back. But once she's feeling better, we'd love to revisit the idea of increasing Nano's brand by bouncing off of you, by canceling you, so that her post could have millions to hundreds of thousands of views. In the meantime, if you have any projects that you've already paid for, you can kiss your ass goodbye. I'll personally facilitate nobody else to help you with artists, so that money that you gave Nano is no longer seen again. I hope that we never have this conversation ever fucking again, and yes, we are going to blacklist you from other artists. Like, it doesn't take fucking 3 brain cells to realize this is mumbo jumbo. I'm not sure how much she's informed you, but the latest project we've brought to her was a small model update to Cinder's demon model she'd drawn in the past. However, I don't think having another artist create new layers on her existing work would be reasonable. The project was intended to launch in June, but if Nano has to cancel them, we'll scrap the update altogether. As for future projects, an analyst or yourself on her behalf can reach out to us when she's ready, and we'll discuss things then. Thank you for your work you've done for us, Nano. I can translate that too, because I know I reading this, I've picked brains. I've picked Red's brain here. All right, I can translate Red now. It's pretty fucking easy. I'm not sure how much she's informed you, but the latest project we've brought to her was a small model update to Cinder's demon model she'd drawn in the past. However, I don't think having another artist would probably cover her TOS, and on top of that would go really well together with another model's artist. Usually because when we see artists do collaborations like that, it's typically not accepted and against most artists' TOSs, even in the regards of them working on it. The project was intended to launch in June, but due to the sudden disappearance of our artist, we're going to have to scrap those ideas altogether. As for future projects, Nanolith or yourself on her behalf, you can reach out to us at any point in time, though I know you're probably not going to, because it does not matter, because I know something's going on in the background, because it would be really weird if suddenly her husband was no longer her manager. How surprising. Yes, for anything in the immediate future, I'd say until around July, your career's not going to last that long. Just to give a rough estimate, everything is on hold for now. I totally understand. No, sorry, everything is on hold coming from you, but not everybody else. I totally understand if delaying the project isn't feasible on your end. We can definitely touch base again around that time and see where things stand. By touch base, I mean your project is gonna be late and it's not gonna happen. Just suck it up and find a new artist. If it still doesn't make sense to move forward, we can cancel altogether. We are actually going to cancel altogether. None of it's gonna actually matter. We've pretty much confirmed that it is not gonna be doable. Just thought I'd let you know that, because I told you dead up that it's not going to happen. I don't think that the timeline would work for this project, unfortunately. Looking forward from hearing from you in the time cross. Thanks, Akira. Appreciate it. Let's hope we never talk again. That's understandable. Sorry for the inconvenience. Even though I know I'm being an absolute nuisance on your life, I really hope that, by the time 2 weeks passes, I never have to talk to you again, and this group chat is going to be completely fucking meaningless because you're going to be off the face of the planet, aka canceled. Something like I mentioned about your commissions. I think Nano really appreciates it. If there's anything I can help you with, don't hesitate to ask. Have a good week, because it's going to be the last good one you get for the next 6 months. Doesn't that sound so fun? Don't you love it whenever somebody translates your bullshit? Don't fucking harass me. This is a bunch of mumbo jumbo bullshit. This is the dumbass version of fucking like lawyer lingo. Like this is legalese but made for fucking dumbasses. I immediately accepted this decision if it's what Nano wanted. My comment saying Nano is a bit disorganized was meant to be endearing to her. I said thank you for the work you've done for us, Nano, because she was in the chat at the time. Artistic. Hey, Accurate, just asking for clarification. It'll affect mine and Cinder's plans for the future. Is Nano taking a break from commissions in general for the next few months due to burnout from back-to-back projects, and then things will resume as normal, but maybe with more time between new things? Or after her break, has she decided not to work with us in the scale she has been now, and only take on projects sparingly so she can pursue other things? Thanks for the help. Hey, Red, I think it's still too early to say, mostly because we're putting your twit longers together, but once we resume the collaborations, I believe doing smaller scale projects like screens and whatnot would be an ideal. There's no fucking way that a manager says whatnot. You do not say whatnot. A manager will never tell you and whatnot. Yeah, we have, the screens and whatnot. This is fucking written by AI. This is written by AI. There's no way this isn't written by AI. I'd say they get their managers out of cereal boxes, but that insult my Cheerios. Like, this isn't normal speak. Hold on. Give me. Give me my music tab. Hold on. Uh Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ongoing challenges related to sustained performance and overall well-being. The model update. Hold on, where's put in an AI checker? You think we can AI check this? Thing is though, I can't copy and paste it is the fucking issue. So I was just looking to reference it in comparison to like Chat GPT. Yeah, I don't particularly want to type it out. Like, I threw my phone across the room. I don't want to get up and get it. Let's see. Like, okay, let me type out here. You know what? I'll type out this. Large projects again, but trying out smaller stuff first is definitely smarter in my opinion. Let me autocorrect all this because I skipped through most of it. Oh, well. Zero GPT says it's human written. I ain't testing it again on that sentence. I'm sure it would probably be better in the intro ones because the second ones would be more follow-ups. Like, I'd be more willing to test that first one, but I'm not typing all that in. But I don't know. Any manager that types whatnot gives me fucking... That shit gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't like that shit. It seems weird. Like, it would probably work better on this one. Or, like, the first message here. Just seems weird. I don't know. Something about these messages just feel odd. Like, Nanolist plus Sinder has always been a slam dunk combo. Just feels so forced. Yeah. Hey, Erica. Just asking for clarification here, since it'll all affect Sinder in the timeline. Hey, Red, I think it's still too early to resume. Well, given the timeline, let's say she's back in July. The next and last thing after Cinder's demon model update was a new outfit model project we showed her recently and paid for. It's planned to be debuted in August, and there may be just enough time for it to be done. I know you're saying this wouldn't be the type of project she'd want to take on so soon, but if I could get a concrete answer from her on this outfit project specifically sooner rather than later, it would help us figure out on our end. And one more thing, were there any other factors from her perspective that led to this decision besides artistic burnout? I bring it up with her. I'm thinking we might have a clearer answer by June regarding a potential start date for the demon model outfit. If that timing works for you, otherwise it's probably a bit too early to have that conversation with her. And no, as far as I understand, it's really just a case of artistic burnout and the pressure she feels to prove herself. Yeah, that's is that our final wordage? Is that what we're... Quill says it's human? Maybe. It feels so fucking robotic, though. Like, it just feels so robotic. But then again, I guess if you're trying to lead somebody on to essentially tell them that they're gonna get fucked later, like... Yeah, it's like an English major wrote it. Yeah. It doesn't feel right. Like, something about it just doesn't seem right. I also want to know... Yeah, nobody I would know fucking uses any sort of fucking dash in text. And it just seems so weird. It feels like somebody's trying to lead you on with a bunch of bullshit. Like, this just doesn't feel fucking natural at all. And even if it is, I've been sent fucking public or professional emails, and fucking they never look like this. Like, somebody's trying way too hard to look professional. And there's also weird capitalization. Like, there's weird inconsistencies with somebody that would be of this, like, level. Like there's so many weird inconsistencies that would be of this level. Like here we get here we get here here like there's yeah, like Grammarly or something. Yeah, like not you two. Hi, Cyber. Like something about it. It just doesn't feel right. Like, yes, for anything in the immediate future. Because also the way these like sentences are put together just seems so fucking weird. Because if you read this sentence like how you're supposed to, it's yes, for anything in the immediate future, I'd say until July, just to give a rough estimate, everything is on hold for now. Why did we use 4 sentence breakers to end your fucking sentence? You used 4 sentence breakers to make a sentence. I don't think Nano wasn't. I think Nano wasn't in the right because she. Oh yeah, no, Nano definitely wasn't in the right. We're just going through it. We haven't finished Nano's segment, but just it's this that leaves me baffled. Like this is just baffling. Like none of this seemed like, and it's so inconsistent. There's so many odd mistakes here that just don't work out. Like somebody who is typing at this level wouldn't make these fucking mistakes. But like this one's used correctly. Like this sentence, this right here, correct. You know? It's like all of this just doesn't this something like it just doesn't seem I don't know. I don't like it. Whatever. Fuck it. We're just gonna keep going. I'm not gonna hang up on this more than I should, but I don't know. Something about them is just way too fucking inconsistent. Way too inconsistent. No worries, Echo. We found preemptively looking to be core Sinder. In an ideal world, I'd love for you to wait until Nano has recovered from her burnout, but I completely understand that that's not realistic from a business standpoint. Please feel free to begin the search for a new artist. As I mentioned before, I'm more than happy to assist you in any way I can, whether that's facilitating potential artists or helping with the transition process. After all, it's due to us that you find yourself in this inconvenience. I think the confusion came from your initial message, which made it seem like Nano was breaking up with us. It wouldn't be continuing being a major part of our team as Cinder's model artist moving forward. If she needs a few months away from new project, that's completely understandable, and we can wait for her to be ready. We don't want to move on to another model artist if that's not what's being implied. What I mean is that we don't know how this is just legalese, bro. This is just legalese, bro. Like that's all this is. We don't know how long the healing process would take, and it would be unfair to keep you from working on models for the time being. It might be months, might be a year. It's uncertain. This is just fucking, you're just beating around the bush. As long as Nano isn't saying, I don't want to be Cinder's model artist anymore, we will wait for her until she's ready. Not saying we don't Not saying we don't be working on other model projects in that time frame, depending on how large it is, but when she's ready, we will be too. Thanks for a lot for understanding. We really appreciate it. Because that's what the path lead. Oh, just keep working with that person. Yeah, I've brought that up. She's essentially just using Sinder as a cash cow. Sinder is very distressed over the whole situation after I broke the news to her. Can you give us any confirmation at the time when Nano returns she'd be willing to continue? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope she too can understand. Regarding the models, I believe Nano needs to prioritize healing right now. Like I said, this isn't a fucking manager, dude. This is her friend. This isn't a fucking manager. This is some fucking friend. Oh yeah, she needs to prioritize healing right now. Who hires a fucking manager for mental health checks? I need to hire a manager to not do work. This isn't a fucking manager. This is someone on an alt account or some friend posing as a fucking manager. She needs to hires a fucking communications manager to not do work. And this actually comes out even worse is because we know this communication manager's bullshit because she communicated directly with all the other girls. Yeah, my client was overwhelmed and will talk to you when they are ready. That's reasonable to say. That's an understandable sentence. But I believe Nano needs to prioritize healing right now. This is just a big goodbye. It's a big goodbye that they're trying to use to deter them from catching on that something more is going on. Essentially, this is the fucking curtain. They're fucking putting the wool over the eyes in this regards to try and get something, to try and move things along in the background behind the scenes. This entire thing was collaborated. I told y'all from the start that this entire thing was collaborated. You don't release fucking 5 docs in 8 minutes. Without it being collaborated. Like, it was a smear campaign. It literally was just a smear campaign. Like I said, it could be months or even a year until that happens. This is me lying to you because we know it doesn't fucking matter. We're never going to work with you again. Yeah, they're a week from the doc and Lily said it was a week. Yeah, Lily said it was a week. Buff Pup said it was like a month. So no matter what, yeah, Lily said it was 3 days. Buff Pup said it was a month. So no matter what, at this point, they know. It doesn't matter. At this point, they know. Like, there's somebody, they know. We have 2. Yeah, they're 3 days from the doc. Yeah, they've already known. Like, it's already here. Hey, Erica, I've been speaking with Sinder on this and wanted me to relay the thoughts. I didn't want to move on from Nano and said we'd wait for her to change her plans around instead of replacing her as Cinder's fellow artist. I first told Sinder about this before I said I broke the news to her. This reasoning Akira gave us didn't make sense. On 4/9/2025, Nano showed no signs of burnout, ready and willing to take on the next project, excited about my new design. Yeah, this is why first off, this person isn't a fucking actual person. This motherfucker's a lie and a half. Big update, like we did 2.5 and 2.0 with the new boobs and Charlie. Yeah, we read through that. And the last thing Nano said to Red on 4/12, the showing no signs of being on burnout either. Well, damn, whatever you guys prefer. The last time Nano had implied she was burnt out from work in any way was to Red in September 2024 when she canceled a bunch of her projects herself, even over 7 months earlier. After Akira's messages, I was heartbroken, distraught, and I didn't know where to go from there. Akira asked for Nano to not be contacted, and despite everything, I still respected Nano enough to not reach out if that's how she felt. Red reassured me that things would be okay and that we would work with Nano again when she was ready. There was nothing that I could think of as to why Nano would come up to this decision, and without saying anything to me at all. I canceled my Fansly stream I was supposed to have that night. Tough. You didn't get your bag, girl. Damn. 5 days later, Red messaged Akira again. Oh, shit. We're still talking? We're still talking to this fucking dude? Okay. Hey, Akira, I've been speaking to Sinder about this on and off, and she wanted me to relay her thoughts since she doesn't feel she should message Nano herself. She's very hurt that Nano hadn't discussed this with her sooner, and that she came to this decision without any warning after all the time they've worked together, to now seemingly all communication with each other being taboo. Not to mention that she wasn't included in this conversation. As you know, Sinder has tied her image and her brand around Nano's work over the past 3 years, and regardless of the business implications that may come of not working together for her, she's more just hurt personally. This felt like a sucker punch at the time where other factors in this space were really weighing down on her. Like I said before, we will continue to respect Nano's wishes and don't expect her decision to change. After counting, we both completely understand that the burnout with having 13 projects together in 18 months. We just feel this could have been handled better or a compromise made so that both sides could walk away satisfied instead of a long-time relationship feeling like it was upended overnight. Due to the uncertainty of the future, we've begun discussing backup plans in case that Nano doesn't want to continue working together on major projects. Thanks for understanding, and I hope things work out when the time comes. Hello, Red. First of all, so, name somebody who uses first of all when they're not trying to be fucking passive aggressive. Name me at any point in time, first of all, isn't passive aggressive. I really appreciate you guys giving Nano this. Yeah, first of all, fuck you. Yeah. First of all, I really appreciate you guys giving Nano the space she needs and avoiding DMing her directly. I know it must be difficult for you as well. I'm also truly sorry this situation came up so suddenly. Nano had been bottling up her feelings for quite a while, and it unfortunately led to a recent emergency hospital visit due to stress. This had been incredibly painful for her too. Please don't view this as a taboo topic, but rather as a much needed pause. Burnout and stress can be easily triggered even by well-meaning messages. I agree that this had been addressed earlier. Things might have gone more smoothly. Sadly, Nano wasn't able to express how overwhelmed she was at the time, and what could have been a small break and an open conversation about work pace ended up being something much more abrupt. I also fully understand your necessity for a backup plan, and I hope we get the chance to collaborate again. Ah, I love this. Ah, 7 people reading Nano's OG doc right now. I wonder who those 7 people could be. I wonder if it was like 7 people named. Yeah, she never mentioned hospital in it or on Twitter. Yeah, I don't think she did. If this was truly what Nano was feeling, even if we were completely unaware of it and she chose not to talk to us about it, we still accepted her decision with hopes of working her again in the future. I was extremely hurt by how Nano went about this. She didn't even give us the courtesy of explaining herself after years of working together, and instead sent someone we've never heard of to say goodbye for her. And the last message above was 5 days before Nano posted her document. Red and I were together when Nano posted her document at 1:42 a.m. EST. She was the first one to post around the time Red sent her a DM saying, "Nano, please," but deleted it right after. Wait, what? Red sent her a DM saying, "Nano, please," but deleted it right after I messaged her, "Nano, can we talk?" but deleted it too. She then removed us as friends on Discord so we couldn't contact her again. And then suddenly the pieces started to fall. Oh, how we've come so far, chat. Oh, how we've moved beyond. How we've climbed. How the pieces begin to crumble. I am so excited for the rest of this. We will probably come back to this once we get to one that's, if we get to another one that's, I was going to say 100 pages. Cool. We're going to take a break from this and I'll just slap this together on the next video. So I'll just edit it and put it together. I actually probably won't have the time to do it. I might actually have to release this as like a multiple part series because of, I'm pretty sure it's going to take me, I can't upload videos in 12 hours. So 7 hours, and then another 6, and then another, right, like another 5. Little 3-part series. I'll fuck with it. I'll upload this part tomorrow. We'll see. All right. Well, hell yeah. That's pretty good.